And gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls, this is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Inikwe of Igala land. She's such an intriguing historical figure. Inikwe was a princess and a priestess from the Igala kingdom, which is currently located in the present-day Nigeria. Her story is one of sacrifice and loyalty. Legend has it that during the 16th century, the Igala kingdom was under threat from the neighboring kingdom of Jukun. Inikwe, in an act of immense bravery, volunteered to be sacrificed to the gods in order to save her people from impending invasion. Inikwe's sacrifice was seen as a selfless act of devotion and love for her kingdom. Her story has been passed down through generations, and she's celebrated as a symbol of courage and sacrifice in Igala culture. To this day, Inikwe's story continues to inspire many, highlighting the strength and resilience of African women in history. Her legacy serves as a reminder of the power of selflessness and the lengths people are willing to go to protect their communities.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives, highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. secrets, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
It's a beautiful Friday morning, and we'll say good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. Now, this is the morning show. It rained in some parts of Lagos last night, and the weather is very clement. But that's a good omen, if you ask me, and it tells me that this year, the early year rain, it tells me clearly that this year will be a very good year for Nigeria. I tap into that prophecy, and I hope that a lot of people will tap into that prophecy. Well, in the next 1 or 2 hours, in the next 2 hours, to be very clear, we will be discussing very topical political issues here in Nigeria. Recent developments, some of them will make you angry, some of them will make you happy. So you come along with us as we take you through these interesting stories. Now we'll go to Rivers State, where the Assembly has moved to impeach Sim Fubara, the governor, and his deputy, Ngozi Odo. And when we move away from that, Peter Obi and NLC sound alarm as 140 million Nigerians face poverty by December 2026. Now, that's coming from PwC, Price Waterhouse and Coopers. They have predicted that in fact, as a matter of fact, over 141 million Nigerians will face acute poverty by 2026 December if something that is very urgent is not done. And ADC launches constitutional review as APC clashes with Articles Democracy's future. Oh, well, those are the major topics of discussion, but we also have other interesting, trending stories that we are going to talk about. I am Chukuma Okoro, by the way. Once again, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us and welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey. Now, talking about early rains, I asked myself, did the rains ever stop? We didn't have the Hamatan season. On Boxing Day, it rained.
But at least this year, we always try to make a division between what happened in 2025 and what happened in 2026.
Has it drizzled this year? I think it has. Drizzled.
No, but it drizzled, not rain. Now, the one of last night was heavy. It was heavy rain. Okay. And on work, on our way to work this morning, one of my colleagues was like, looks like this climate change is real. I said, climate change is real.
Very real.
Growing up, we used to have Hamatan by early November, and the wind, I think they say
it goes all the way to...
It goes all the way up until middle of January.
Yes.
But all of a sudden, it started receding until it clearly disappeared. Last year, clearly there was no Hamatan. I didn't experience it. I woke up one morning and it became very hazy. And I said, Hamatan has come in, but it fizzled out. Completely. So climate change is real. And I said, so when people gather in Rio de Janeiro, when people gather in Stockholm and discuss climate change, you thought it was talk show or what? It wasn't. It's real.
But the issues around climate change, I don't think, because when you talk about machinery working, emission of gases and all these things, depleting the ozone layer, we don't do so much of those machinery work down Africa. It's over there in the Western world, they do a lot more.
Yeah, the people that do more are trying to control Africa, and Africa is asking, how? You are the people that caused this problem now. And recall at a point, Trump said there was nothing like climate change. Because China, you cannot be putting out all of those things, and you are saying America should slow down. No, we are not going to slow down. At a point, he pulled America from one of those summits, I recall. So it's real. Whatever it is, they say it's ozone layer depletion. Now, when I look up, I don't even see the...
You don't see the ozone. It's just there. Oh, well. Now, let's get into some of the conversations. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has revealed that any public generation to Niger collected $11.57 million. That's over 25 billion naira for electricity supplied under bilateral agreements in the third quarter of 2025. And according to NERC's market report, these three countries were billed $18.69 million, but were only able to remit $7.12 million, leaving a huge deficit that adds to legacy debts from previous quarters. Now, the debt owed to Nigeria's generation companies has sparked outrage among Nigerians who question why Nigeria continues to export electricity despite its own crippling domestic shortages and frequent blackouts, and its inability to serve Nigerians. We're talking about our inability to generate enough for our transmitting stations to carry to the discos to distribute, and we are selling to neighbors, and they are even owing. And then government itself in Nigeria is owing the electricity companies, but the ordinary Nigerian who has nobody to fight for him, one whose meters or whatever we cut off, especially the area where they don't have paid meters, because lots of people still don't have prepaid meters. I see school officials going around with ladders in some densely populated areas. I don't want to mention names now, but some densely populated areas, you see them carrying ladders, and you see them put the ladders on the pole, and people gather around, tip them a few, maybe 2,000 here, 3,000 there. They make trouble, make noise, they go, because you can't confront them. It's against the law. You try to get physical with them, you get into trouble, you know. So they go, and then a week or 2 weeks later, they come back, but the money is being owed are still there. Now, individuals are owing, the government is owing, but the ordinary Nigerian is the one who's paying for it, who's taking the blow. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Now, I understand that yes, we should sell, we should export, but when we're doing it under bilateral trade or whatever the case may be, we should be getting the monies back. And those monies should be put back into ensuring that the Nigerian person enjoys. I mean, there's nothing the ordinary man benefits really. I mean, some of the things you pay, some of the things that you should be enjoying, you're not even enjoying them. It's horrible.
Very horrible. But well, we have always been told that our analysts tell us that Nigeria is an unusual place, and it plays out in everything around every sector of our national life. Well, life itself is very unfair, so the only thing you have to do is to make it fair for yourself anyhow you can. The only way to predict the future is to determine it today. Now, talk about our never going electricity operation. They have understand that is about and 7.5 have got was here for pay. They have been like they have been to quite often. Yeah, they not the we also the now if and that's to so we to so have and go use website for natural stuff. So that's Nigeria. That is around. I don't have a problem if that power never the matter that we are not even to take all. So instead of having to waste them, it's better that we sell to our boys, to our boys. For all people that can pay, people that can pay, they are paying. I'm not making a case for them, but the fact remains that look, I also understand that there was a bilateral arrangement, an agreement before we even started selling these things to us. So it's more like tradables, you give and take. But if it gets to a situation where they now hold us to ransom because if we cut them off, they are going to do something that will affect our own power generation, it becomes a breach of contract, So while we walk through trying to get the money from them, we should also ensure. In fact, we need to build up the power sector. We need to build it up. But I'm happy that TCN has been privatized to the extent that, well, there are two components of TCN now. They should just do, in fact, I don't know. Nobody is asking you to build these equipments. These equipments have been built.
Just buy and
install. As simple as that. So why is it difficult? I also hear that there are some very powerful interests, a cartel, within that sector who wants to ensure that one way or the other, that they keep selling their generators. You imagine when a telecom company has to, they have more than 5,000 base stations and they have to install 2 high kVA generators in those power stations and about 10,000 pieces. We're talking of one telco. And there are about 3 or 4 of them. So if they run the numbers and discover that, look, those powerful interests, just make sure, look, power doesn't become because if it works, they are going to get out of this. To see it because can't this to move. Something has to get really. Oh well. In what has been a compromise in dictionary sufficient 7 words within some of the including it's funny how is it our position is working in our favor here, because when we use a particular word very often, especially with the advent of social media, we use a particular word very often, it becomes a lingua franca. I mean, it becomes, something language of communication.
Yes, it becomes something that the Western world will feel, okay, let's add this. Like, a lot of people use Biko when chatting. I mean, I use Biko. And we know what Biko means. It's from the eastern part of Nigeria, which means please. But Biko has been added to a dictionary, Abeg, which is Pidgin English, has been added to the Oxford English Dictionary, and a few other words. And this is recognizing the global influence of Nigerian street language and also our cuisine. Well, linguists hail the move as a triumph for African identity, showing how everyday Nigerian slang now shapes international English. Well, social media has erupted with pride and humor as Nigerians debate which words best capture the nation's vibrant spirit. Oh well, a lot of these Nigerians are happy, but it's not the first time. I think last year, some 20-something words were added to the dictionary as well. So I think it's a continuous thing, and we'll continue to use these words, and our musicians will continue to create some words as well. Oh well.
Yes, I think I like this development, but instead of calling it a cultural milestone, I'll rather call it cultural export, because it speaks to the number of Nigerians, that go outside and make this country proud in one way or the other. So if you're on social media and you see skits, done by Kenyans, in the process of making that skit, they'll just chip in one Nigerian language, and you'll be like, how did these people get to know about these things? So you now discover that they relate very well with Nigerians that stay in their countries, not just Kenya. Get to hear about them in Namibia, in South Africa. You see South African women, trying to mimic Nigerians and speak one Nigerian language or the other. Even white people, we have the Oyibo Joanne. Oyibo Joanne speaks clear English, so clear Pidgin English. You also have this Wanyocha. Wanyocha is, I think she's Swiss but married to a Nigerian. She's been able to export the Igbo culture, You see a lot of these things happen. So it speaks to the kind of our cultural exports to other parts of the country, especially Europe, Africa, and Asia. Now, that said, that is to also tell you that despite the bad name, so to say, that we have outside, there are also people, Nigerians, that are making this country proud in one way or the other, in very different ways. Talk about academic excellence. Talk about ingenuity. Talk about creativity. And I'm very proud that if you go to the United States and talk about the diaspora community, they will tell you that Nigeria has the most educated diaspora community in the US and in the UK, even in Canada now. So when you see 10 Nigerians, 5, 6, probably 7 of them will have a doctorate degree. So it is encouraging. While our political leaders, try to shame us by what they do, the bad things that they do when they travel out, and even here that they export. We have a couple of Nigerians that are doing this country proud. But I think for once, I'm proud to be Nigerian. And I hope that I'll continue to be a proud Nigerian.
Oh, well. Talking about a proud Nigerian, one who has made Nigeria proud in the literary circles in particular, renowned Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and her husband, Dr. Ivara Isege, have been thrown into mourning following the heartbreaking death of their 21-month-old son, Nkanu Nnamdi. And this is said to be after a brief illness. Well, the family, who had welcomed twins in 2024 through surrogacy, confirmed the devastating loss, and they've also appealed for privacy during this period of grief. The news has sent shockwaves across Nigeria and beyond, with tributes pouring in for the award-winning writer. Well, we pray that may God console them. Oh well, away from all of that, we hear also that in a related wave of public outrage, Nollywood actress Bolaji Ogunwala broke down in tears after being stranded for hours at Ekiti Airport due to chronic flight delays. It's called out basically doing morning plan season carry that can play this making fun of it. Well, that's just as a story that happened in Lagos, the community thrown top a place, happened left children and one dog. Five lives. The video later shows free panic, raising questions about the governing involved community. It's that is how this is of course how the key as a for community take over say the of many years back, and about that the map area road and training into all of that. That look, or how business close to water, living water. They're going to this it is area and make place. I mean, about the somewhere and bad because people live here because they kind of around. Want to be in good shape and put it in shape and people need it right. That's where the business into people, lots of like and they get this too. Some having when some people the only place they can also find to lay their head is under the bridges. You go under the bridges and you dislodge them as well. And some people are collecting the rent for some people living under the bridges. The problems facing Nigerians are just many. And then you also have some Nigerians, some well-placed Nigerians having properties in many states, different states, where they don't even reside. How many rooms can you sleep in a night? but you have 57 properties. You have over 700 properties in places. Some of them unoccupied. Some of the houses you see in some areas like Ikoyi, Lekki, some of those houses are not even occupied. They're just built and they're there. You have a security guard and nobody's living there. Meanwhile, a lot of Nigerians are basically living in shops. Do you know people live in shops?
Yes, people do.
They live in shops. They just, they hang around during the day, do their business, maybe ride Okada or something. And then at night time, the shop owner would have left the keys and they pay a certain amount of money. I mean, there was a time I interviewed an Okada rider, Balinde, and I realized that he was paying 500 naira a night. So he pays 500 naira a night and a few others so they can sleep in somebody's shop. And then in the morning, they ensure they get up and leave there as early as, before the person comes to, display their wares. And it's a horrible life.
It's very horrible. Even in banks, some car parks, they share them out. Yeah. No, where people park their cars,
they sleep there.
They sleep there. So the security men just come out and mark them out. 500 or 1,000 naira per night. In the morning before the staff come, you pack your things and move. It happens. Before I talk about Makoko, I'd like to talk about the Ekiti Airport incident. Now, the Ekiti Airport incident speaks to the viability of the airports, that we are dropping around in some parts of the country. So, if you have an airplane that is supposed to carry like 150 people, and you buy aviation fuel, fly from Lagos to that place, and when you get to Ado, you have probably 12 people trying to fly. So the natural thing, the commonsensical thing to do is to delay the flight until you get up to like 50 people, so that the company can at least make some profit out of the aviation fare. That is part of reasons why the Nigerian Airways had to crumble. Because why? They had to fly the Nigerian flag. If they're moving to Makurdi and the only 3 passengers, they will move at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, depending on the designated time of the park. So they're on to solve all of that over. You go in and make sure also you that airport and the airplane flight airport will be viable and continue to service your people. Now that said, I don't have a problem with demolishing waterfronts, but I have a problem with not providing alternatives for the people that already reside there. If you travel out, on a few occasions that I've traveled out, you discover that when you look at waterfronts, you practically want to take water from those fronts and drink. Very clean, looks very green and everything natural, clement. But here, when you look at waterfronts, if you just look at it, you remove your face. And the kind of people that live there, hygiene, nothing, health-wise, nothing good about it. So, but we have to move on and something has to give. That is the truth of the matter. But if government wants to clean waterfronts, they should also provide alternatives for people that are already residing there. If they don't protect the vulnerables, it becomes a problem.
Some of these people do businesses there. So if you're dislodging them from residing there, ensure they can continue their business, fishing and stuff like that. The other thing I compare event yeah, and you hear from a lot where they will put some gold water to take fishing being important should alter for those. They should also get now. I mean fishing. So is there do the essential water fishing is the area. So for shore people. When is there contributing for people say all of that. That is what I can do. But demolition fronts for what against is not providing alternatives both for business and for residences for these people. Now that said, I think let's get into the papers. I think we have one or two of them. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. The Vanguard newspaper is here. The headlines here: FD directs shipping firms, airlines to submit manifest via national single window. US Senate rebukes Trump over Venezuela. They should do more than rebuke. 141 million Nigerians poor while politicians jostle for power. Obi. Governors who defect should lose seats. Mohalo. And impeachment. APC. Rivers Assembly at war over Fubara deputy. And the riders are many. APC PDP factions reject impeachment move. Drop impeachment threat against governor. We'll get into all of that during this newspaper review. Another headline here, Nigeria attracts $14 billion foreign investment in 9 months of 2025. Nigeria attracts $14 billion foreign investment. Chugman, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oxford Dictionary adds Mami Market, Amala, other Nigerian words into glossary. Bloodbath in Benue. Rival cult gangs kill 8 in supremacy clash. FG disburses AFCON bonuses to Super Eagles. Finance Minister, laughable, I must say. Why must they complain before they get what is due onto them? I hope they win their next match on Saturday. Oh well, those are the headlines from the Vanguard newspaper.
Yes, and that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. We'll return at 10 o'clock and take more newspapers. In the meantime, we'll go for a short break. And when we return, we'll go to Rivers State, where the State House of Assembly has started impeachment notices to the governor, Sim Fubara, and his deputy, Ngozi Odu. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. That is Voice of the People Television. Now we go to Rivers State, where the political crisis has deepened as the State House of Assembly formally commenced impeachment proceedings against Governor Sim Fubara, accusing him of spending public funds without legislative approval. While Speaker Martin Amewule declared Fubara a threat to democracy, insisting that the governor's alleged disregard for due process undermines the rule of law. The impeachment move has sparked outrage across the state. As a matter of fact, across the entire country, with dramatic scenes captured on social media, showing tense confrontations and protests outside the assembly complex. The impeachment push is far from unanimous. A faction of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in Rivers State has openly rejected the move, describing it as politically motivated and dangerous for the state's stability. Supporters of Fubara argue that the governor is being targeted by entrenched political interests, determined to weaken his administration, while critics insist accountability must prevail. Now, before we bring in our guests, there's a video out there. Let's get to hear what the speaker said about the impeachment and all of that.
The governor does not even want to present any budget, because if he wanted to, he would have brought it all this while. Simla Fubara is a mistake. He is a mistake. Rivers State has never had it this bad. In the entire Nigeria, Simla Fubara and Professor Uma Ngozi Odu, these are the only two people in the office at the sub-national level that are yet to present 2026 appropriation bill. The entire country. I'm sure if you go to the entire West African sub-region or even Africa, you will not find any sub-national government that has not presented an appropriation bill for 2026. Who would believe that in this 21st century, that a state like Rivers State will not have an appropriation bill either presented or passed? Nothing is holding the governor for presenting it. He chose not to. And the governor has been boasting that he will always go and meet the president for the president to call us and give us instruction. He has been boasting, he has been saying it to his followers that this assembly were nothing but toothless bulldog. That this 10 Rivers House assembly, we cannot do anything, we cannot enforce the constitution. This is a sad commentary for our democracy. Sir Simla Fubara and Professor Uma Odu, they are nothing but a threat to our nascent democracy. If they are allowed to remain in office, I don't know what will become of our democracy.
Okay, now you heard it. That's the Speaker Martin Amewule at the plenary, addressing members of the State House of Assembly and talking about what the governor has done, what they call impeachable conduct, gross misconduct, which are impeachable offenses. Now, let's bring in our guests. We have in the studio here with us Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining us. And we have our virtual guests. We have Barrister Asim Adam. Barrister Adam is a constitutional lawyer, civil rights activist, and former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo / Peter Obi campaign organization in Rivers State during the 2023 general election. We also have Barrister Eze Eluche. He's an attorney at law and public affairs analyst. He joined us from Owerri. And by the way, Asim joined us from Port Harcourt. And from our Benin outstation, we have Kevin Ejumodu, activist Kevin Ejumodu. He's a public and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. I'd like for us to go to Port Harcourt, where Asim is. Let him give us a brief of what is happening in Port Harcourt. Good morning to you, Barrister Asim Adams, and thanks for joining us on
good
the
morning
this morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Mr. Okoro. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well, loud and clear. Thanks for coming.
Good morning to, thank you, Mr. Fanimo. Good morning to you. And
good morning, sir.
My good friend, my brother, good morning. Comrade.
All right.
Comrade from behind, good morning.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adam. Now, let's get into it. You are in Rivers State. I would like for you to tell us what is going on in Rivers State. What is the play of politics? The people, what is the reaction of the people? If you walk through the streets of Rivers State, what is the reaction of the people? But as you do that, I'd also like you to take us into the nitty-gritty, the details, the impeachment process. Is it something you think that the House of Assembly can pull through, considering the political permutations, the calculations here? We have the Wike on one side, we have the governor on one side, and we have the president on both sides. So, can you walk us through what is going on in Rivers State and what you think could be the outcome of this impeachment proceedings?
Thank you very much, Mr. Okoro. In Rivers State, we are used to what is happening. When I say we are used to it, if you have been in Rivers State from 1999 to date, you will know that similar things played out during the tenure of Rotimi Amechi, where we had political turmoil, that almost shut the state down. The House of Assembly at that time too was almost impeaching Amechi. And you remember the proverbial mace. There was a mace that was now used by one of the members to smash on the member's head. I don't know if you guys still remember.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
So it's been like that. So we are used to it. That is why you find that we are going about our businesses. This morning, yesterday, everywhere was calm. This morning, the whole place is calm. The Rivers people are tired. Honestly, they are tired that their governor and governors in Rivers State have not been able to govern effectively well because of politics. Amechi had issues, with even the CP. So it's always drama every time in Rivers State. So we are used to it in Rivers State. So we really not feeling the heat. Okay. We move around because we know it's like a normal now in politics in Rivers State for years. Now, coming into the impeachment issue, I want to make it succinctly clear that what I've seen so far, I have not seen a notice of impeachment as required by the Constitution. What is on the public space, the social media space, what I've seen are just the impeachment, the particulars of impeachment, which ought to be attached to the notice of impeachment. I don't know, maybe they served on the governor the whole document as envisaged by the Constitution, or what they served was what is being played out on social media. But let me make it straight that what I have seen on social media are just the allegations, what we call the particulars of your offense for impeachment. It does not serve as a notice of impeachment. So we have to distinguish between these two.
Okay.
Under section 188 sub 1 to 9, that is where the procedures of removal of a governor etc. lie. I may not be able to subsection by subsection begin to follow it in that trajectory, but I'll do a summary so that for a reason of time. Now, what happens is this: there must be a motion moved to the speaker that they want to impeach the governor, and that is where the notice of impeachment must be written and the particulars of offenses attached and served on the governor. Now, once they have to get 1/3 to do that. If they achieve 1/3 of the House, then they will not serve that particular notice of impeachment on the governor. Within 7 days, they have to do that service. Once the governor is served, the governor has the right, intrinsic right, to respond to the allegations contained in the notice of impeachment. He must have to respond to those allegations. He has 14 days for him to do that. Now, once that is done, and maybe he responds, then the matter now comes back to the House. The House will now deliberate on it and now go to talk to order the CJ of the state to set up a panel. Setting up of a panel, according to the Constitution, says that 7-member committee panel must be set up. And these are men of unquestionable character. So open and close, unquestionable, I don't know what unquestionable means. If in my own opinion, unquestionable character is that maybe a child that is just 6 months old should be, be part of that particular committee, because unquestionable to me is subjective. It now depends on what you mean by unquestionable. Okay. Now, those members will now look into the allegations, and if they find that there is a case to answer by the governor, they will recommend to the House of Assembly that the governor has a case to answer. The House of Assembly will not do what now? By 2/3 majority, remove the governor. I'm just trying to, summarize so that
beautiful. That's good.
Then that is it. The question I've asked, and which has become vacuous, assuming the 7-member committee that was set up by the CJ says no, the governor has no case to answer, does that mean that the impeachment process will abate? The Constitution did not say anything, silent on that, which means if it is silent on that, so even if the committee says yes or no, the House of Assembly may decide and overrule the committee and go on and impeach the governor. That is one thing I've noticed.
Okay.
Now, the second thing I've noticed is that Section 188 sub 10, outs the jurisdiction of the courts. Section 188 sub 10 outs the jurisdiction of the courts. It says that once these things are ongoing, the courts cannot question. They cannot question, whatever that is going on in the House of Assembly for now in Rivers State. Then subsection 11 also describes what gross misconduct is.
Okay.
Gross misconduct, they listed issues there, but they gave a latitude.
Okay. All right.
To members of the House of Assembly.
All right, Barrister Adams.
Gross misconduct can be determined based on their discretion.
Okay.
So these are things that we need to answer and analyze.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams, for this very elaborate explanation. Now, before we bring in other guests, I'd like you to take 1 minute and tell us, based on what you understand now, do you think that the House of Assembly can impeach Sim Fubara, like in 30 seconds? Very brief and very direct.
Of course. I live in Rivers State. I follow the events politically and otherwise here. Sim Fubara deserves to be impeached.
Okay.
With what I've seen on ground. He has breached the Constitution.
No, that wasn't my question. No, that wasn't my. Do you think they can? Do you think they can? The politics of it, the political implications.
No, okay. What are the... Hello, if I get you, I didn't get you.
What I mean is, if you understand the politics, Wike, President, Sim Fubara, the interconnections, the intersections, the overlappings, and all the political implications, do you think that they can remove him?
Okay, I understand you now. It's going to be very difficult.
Okay.
It's going to be, can you hear me?
I can hear you. All right. It's going to be very difficult to remove him.
Legally speaking, yes, but politically.
Okay, politically will be difficult.
Very, very difficult. Because
all right, thank you very much, Barrister Adams. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barrister Adams. Now, let's go to Barrister Eze Luche and get another legal perspective to what's going on in Rivers State. Good morning to you, Barrister Eze Luche, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you very much for the invite.
Okay. Now, so I'd like for you to tell us, from the legal perspective, what is going on in Rivers State, briefly about the impeachment process.
Well, I will beg to differ from Barrister Singh in Port Harcourt. The reality is that right from the inception of this regime, Rivers State is no longer run under constitutional means. I mean, the state has been an aberration, unfortunately. From the moment the members of the House of Assembly decamped to the from the PDP to the APC, they lost their seats. Somehow they continue to stay. From the moment Mr. President Bola Tinubu unconstitutionally and illegitimately removed the governor, the state fell again into another era of unconstitutionality. Even when the Supreme Court itself, they avoided adjudication on that matter. The state while in unconstitutionality and illegality. And when the Supreme Court even gave its obnoxious judgment that the president of the country of the Nigeria can remove a governor at will for whatsoever reason, the state also, again, fell deeper into the craves of constitutionality. It is so sad that a state like Rivers, which produces it's like where Nigeria's wealth comes from, has been reduced to this level of governance by mediocres at all levels. I mean, the House of Assembly, even the governor moves around the state with a band playing the hailing Mr. President Bola Tinubu. It's so sad. And what has this done to Rivers State? It has left it in a virtual state of obsolete penury. I mean, the state is just
not about 3
days ago. Okay. And it's so sad. So what I'm saying in essence is that legally, there's no need discussing the law here, because what will happen is this. What does Bola Tinubu want in this case?
No, before we get to what the president wants, let's look at the gross misconduct, the list of things that they put out as gross misconduct, and let's x-ray this. All right. Now, they said demolition of the assembly complex, which we know has been rebuilt, unapproved budgetary spending. Take us through that as well, because we know that the sole administrator had a budget that was approved, and could it be that does the governor have a right to still continue the implementation of that budget? And there's also something around 6 months period of a budget you can spend into all of that. Help us make sense of all of that. Withholding funds meant for the Rivers Assembly Service Commission, refusal to obey the Supreme Court's ruling on the financial autonomy of the House, and seizure of the salaries of the clerk of the Rivers House of Assembly, Emeka Amadi. These are some of the things, the reasons they have put forward as gross misconduct. And on these grounds, they are saying they want to impeach the governor. How viable are these points?
Well, each and every one of those reasons given are germane reasons that can be used to impeach a governor, a sitting governor. I mean, any one of them actually is enough to remove a sitting governor. But like you said, when there is a budget that was approved by National Assembly, by the House of Reps for the illegitimate immediate past administrator of the state, the illegitimacy continues. That is why for lawyers, the situation in Rivers State is unfortunate, very unfortunate, because you do not begin to legitimize the acts of an illegitimate House of Assembly and then use it to condemn the illegitimate acts of a governor. The state is a shame to democracy. Not the people of the state, mind you, not the people of the state, but the political gladiators who currently occupy the seat of the various levels of governance in the state. I wonder whether this CJ of the state will empanel the so-called, will act based on the letters from this House of Assembly. That is why I say you cannot, in instance, but wonder what is the intent and purpose of Mr. President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State. Because forget constitution, forget the law, because that's what has happened in Rivers State so far. It has not been an issue. The issue has always been, what does Bola Tinubu do? And it's so sad that we have to discuss a state like Rivers State on the pedestal of what does Bola Tinubu want. And I understand that Mr. Fubara is currently traveling with Mr. Tinubu somewhere in France or wherever. If that is the case, all these shenanigans of these characters in Rivers State in Port Harcourt amounts to zero. Because there will just be a phone call, and that is the end of the whole process. Like the speaker actually said in the House that they will be told to stop, and they will stop. Because guess what? If they don't stop, there are several levers the presidency has to remove them. He will send EFCC after them because they're all tainted characters. He will send the ICPC. So it's so sad, but we have to be realistic in discussing the state of the Rivers State issue. Okay. Because going deep into the constitutional framework, into the provisions of the Constitution, does not apply to Rivers State. Sadly.
Oh my.
Yes, it doesn't apply at all.
Oh well. Thank you very much, Barrister Iziliche. Let's bring other guests into the conversation as well. I would like us to bring Kelvin Ejumedo. Kelvin, you're an activist. Now, you just heard the barrister. First of all, let's establish communication. Let's be sure that Kelvin is there with us. Kelvin, good morning to you. Good morning, Kelvin. You might need to unmute your microphone so we can get your audio feed. All right.
Yes, I've done that.
Oh, great. Good to have you. Okay, so now let's look at the barrister, Ezeliche, just said, look, forget the Constitution, forget the law. What does President Tinubu want? How does that make you feel? Talking about our democracy. And now it's not even about what the Constitution says. It's about what the president wants. And also, looking at what is playing out in Rivers State, where these state assembly members are now officially members of the APC. And the APC in Rivers State is saying, look, forget impeachment process. Forget it. But the assembly members are saying, we will go ahead with this. It seems to be a house divided against itself, isn't it? And where do you think that will place all of the happenings in Rivers State in the coming days?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
This is the more reason I keep saying Nigerian democracy is oligarchy in disguise. We are not practicing democracy in Nigeria. What we have is oligarchy system of government of the few, by the few, and for the few elite in power. Democracy is all about the people's will, the people's mandate, what the people of Rivers State, what they want. What does Nigeria want, not what the president wants. When we begin to see a stereotype democracy centered around the autocratic view of the president, then one begin to ask questions. Are we truly ready to be a democratic nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Having said that, I think it came to me as a shock and worrisome, because saying the ball is on the president what he wants. Is the president bigger than the Constitution of Nigeria? The answer is no. The Constitution takes preeminence over all emotions, and the president also, in an ideal and a sane situation, the president must be under the Constitution. But in Nigeria today, we've seen court orders being pushed aside. We've seen even the judiciary being swept under the carpet. And executives are taking the center stage, and whatever the executive decides becomes the order of the day. It has played out in different states, even in the FCT and all of that. And one begin to ask, are we really practicing democracy? In my own take, we are practicing oligarchy. Government of the few, by the few, and for the few.
All right,
Having said that,
okay.
Rivers State is the second state that gets the federal allocation from the FAC monthly. Last week I was in Rivers State. Nothing is happening. The state is just there. The roads, both of the roads that have been tattered. Everyone looking dirty and unkept. And I keep wondering, sir, why is the governor not acting? And not working like other with kind of money that comes to the state. Rivers State, all their roads need to be connected and well tarred and looking very neat. But he has deviated from the course of governance into going about like my learned person said with a live band.
Mr. Kevin.
Today you are here playing.
Mr. Kevin.
Mr.
Jumudu.
At Wike.
Mr. Jumudu.
Yes, please.
The national chairman of the APC, Nentawe Yudwata, was in Rivers State the other day, and he took a tour. He said, Mr. Governor, you have done so well and you deserve a second term. So, you saw different, or what you saw is different from what the national chairman of APC saw. How do we reconcile all of that?
You know, playing party politics and the real politics on ground, they are two different dynamics. The party chairman is happy because him as they come into the APC, and he knows that money, the last chunk of money for the next election will come from Rivers. He's applauding the governor, but I bet you, ask people living in Rivers State, there's no true governance since him came up.
Okay.
But
okay.
He needs to up his game and push for governance. Not this thing that is doing every day traveling, and today you are playing like that, tomorrow you are playing like that. When Wike was protecting you, you were as humble, as a humble puppet.
All right.
Today you are really sure that with the man that brought you out against all odds.
All right.
There are better ways you can do your bargain what you do behind the closed door.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kelvin.
Come on.
Ejimodo.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your thoughts there. Let's bring it to Dele Fanimo now in the studio. We're trying to compare. Someone's saying he's working. Someone's saying he's not working. He's not doing anything. But the president, should we hold him? Should we, say he's not working? Has he had enough time to even work when we saw that he was removed by the according to the state of emergency, was removed sometime in March, and then was only reinstated in sometime in September. And between September and now, is that enough time to say, okay, he has done something?
It's pretty difficult to really put the performance of the governor on any scale, because he came like David fighting wars. There was no respite
fight, according to some people.
Wars that he brought onto himself.
Yes, I know, but we are just saying that the premise is to be laid that there was no way somebody that has to run from pillar to post from day one. The moment he started resisting Wike was when his trouble started. I am not in support of what he did with Wike, because he mortgaged the future of Rivers in attempt to become governor of Rivers State by acceding to those unassailable demands put before him by Wike. So to that extent, he messed the state up. Now, the question is, can we rightly say he has performed or not? There is no basis for any assessment, because we have not seen him sit down to do the job for which he was elected. Before the impeachment in March last year, he was always having meetings, shuttling. Wike was on his neck. The presidency was trying to mediate in the open, whereas they were only trying to cow him. But the ultimate goal was to ensure that Rivers State falls and falls to APC, which has been achieved. But I would have expected that after the entire house had defected to APC, and the governor also went along with them to APC, it would have been an internal crisis that should be resolved within the party. But for me, like Barrister Asim said earlier, I don't see this state assembly pulling through this impeachment. Because what I feel, and I feel strongly about it, is that they are just trying to untwist this man to help them cover lost ground, quote and unquote.
How exactly do you mean?
The state assembly have been in limbo for how many months? Their allowances have not been paid, because nobody has announced that they have been paid, and election is coming. Some of them will still want to come back to the house. Some want to step up by going to the House of Reps or probably the Senate, and they need resources, and they are banking on the state resources to accommodate those games they are going to play preparatory to election and election proper. So I am sure that very soon the gladiators will be called to Aso Rock, and they will mend fences, and the impeachment. Look at that thing that Barrister Asim pointed out, that it is still within the realm of social media that these people have commenced impeachment process. They all know that the process leading to impeachment has to be followed before they can proclaim the governor impeached. And they have not even served notice, but the whole place is heated. And so when you see that kind of scenario playing out, it's like they deliberately put the cart before the horse.
We hear that the notice has been served. We actually hear that the notice has been served.
Okay, if the notice has been served, but I know, like I said, as at the time this proclamation was made, the notice was not served.
Okay, now talking about the House of Assembly being in limbo and trying to connect you to the fact that, look, probably they have not been paid. That you said we have not heard that they have been paid.
Paid, yes.
In Nigeria, we normally don't hear when people are paid. The only time we hear is when they are not paid. Now, also recall, do you think that the governor will be daft enough not to have paid them their salaries and entitlement? Because in December, he sent out 100,000 naira piece to all of them, which they returned. So do you think that the governor will go ahead, not pay them their salaries and allowances, and now just give them 100,000 naira? Would it be so daft? I use that word daft advisedly. Will it do that?
Now, if you look at that scenario, it was like showing the whole world that, look, these people, it's a slap. Fubara knew what he was doing. He just wanted to show the whole world that these people really need money. So that's where I'm going. That they need money. You know, there was a time Wike took them to UK. They spent a week, all expenses paid. You know, probably from the pocket of FCT minister. Now they have not been able to recoup the lost ground. They have not been able to achieve what they want to achieve. So the only way is to twist the governor. And the governor, through that so-called benevolence of 100,000 naira a piece, is just suggesting to you that, look, these people, this is what they want. How would a State House of Assembly member take 100,000 naira as Christmas gift when a robust chicken sells for 40,000 naira? And at that time, he needed to take care of his constituencies. People will come and say, Happy Christmas, sir. You know what that means?
Okay, all right.
Nigerian Palace.
Okay, let me go back to Barrister Sim Adams. Barrister Sim Adams, I hope you're still with us. Now, how far can Wike go, really? Because we're hearing, we're seeing videos on social media. We're hearing things like, it doesn't matter what the president wants. Nobody should come to River State. River State is his base. And things like that, he will, you know, in fact, there was a message I got yesterday trying to verify that, well, that has not been verified anyway, that Wike is saying that, look, that if he's pushed to the wall, he will tell the story of what happened in River State in 2023 and who truly won the election in the state. Well, that is on one side. So how far do you think he can really go if he doesn't get his way? Because we know that Wike is behind all of this, or don't you think so?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Let me tell you first of all, Sim Fubara is playing the victim. Before I go to your question, the governor put it on record. The governor, Sim Fubara, is acting the victim, whereas he's the aggressor. Now, let me tell you, for those who are not aware, who are jubilating, for those who are saying 100,000 he gave to workers, etc., go and read section 120, section 121, section 122, section 123 of the Nigerian Constitution, and section 162, sub 1, 2, 3, 4. Go and read them. Now, let me tell you, I will give you a summary. Why I'm saying that he's playing the victim, whereas he's the one allowing embezzlement of funds in River State. The consolidated account is what he's using right now, because the law says that where the budget of the state has not been submitted to the House of Assembly of a state, that the governor, that any governor of the 6 states, can dip his hand into the consolidated account of the state and do the expenditure of the state. So what the man is not doing, what is consolidated account? It's an account that is open for taxes, etc., whatever as the case may be. The governor has the will now to go there, for instance, in the page, without the consent of the House of Assembly. He can come tomorrow and tell you that it was 500 billion naira that they use in settling workers. You cannot verify that. He can also dip his hand into the consolidated account without the budget and said he has given 500 billion to Sokoto State or Benue State or even Lagos State, he can even dip his hand and say he wants to buy vehicles for traditional rulers in Rivers State, vehicles costing 100 million etc. Because that is the account that is allowed by the Constitution. But he says that even if you want to take money from that account, you have to get the consent of the House of Assembly. He took the 100,000 naira he used in paying the worker not budgeted for. He did not take the premature authority for the House of Assembly. Rivers State is a glorified village. I live here for decades. I've been living here. I've been in Lagos. When I went to Lagos and I spent about 6 months in Lagos, I came back. I saw Rivers State even worse than I left it. So what is development? What exactly is happening in this state? That is the question we are asking. He has said his wickedness not making him to perform. No, but wickedness allow you to embezzle the funds of the state using other contraptions, as the case may be. No. The East-West Road that he initiated, which the whole world, applauded him, costing about $1 billion. What has happened to it? It has been abandoned. I'm in Rivers State. It has been abandoned. We have not seen caterpillars working there.
Okay.
As I speak to you, the electricity is scarce. We run generators here. What is going on in the state? Is it the educational sector? I passed through, a primary school around Rumwe Kini.
Barrister.
I passed through a public school around, the Upolu Junction. It has been overtaken by weeds and floods.
Barrister, see, madam, you have
under the state government.
I understand. I understand.
Now, let me go to the question. Let me go to your question because
All right.
Peter went public to say he has achieved. Let me go to your question.
Okay.
If I got you very correctly, you said that he made a statement that he's going to make sure that he will expose 2023 what happened there.
Yes.
I have not verified that. We participated in 2023. We knew what happened. I fought for labor. Nobody gave me a dime. People will be that is there. I met him several times in Port Harcourt. I was working for him and British Tubo in Rivers State. We never got 1,000 naira. We staked our lives to make sure that Labour Party comes out in Rivers State. Yes, I escaped being shot along NTA Road trying to defend votes for Labour Party. It's on record. I can send the videos to you. And we saw how they manipulated results, how they contrived results to make sure that Simple Fubara wins the election of that year. I was a critic of Yeso Wike and Simple Fubara at that time. I see how they did forward to you.
No, we're talking more about the presidential election.
This man is forcing on us. He's forcing on us this particular man called Simple Fubara. But at the end of the day, there's going to be cataclysmic results and consequences. That is what is happening today. That is why I don't share sympathy with him.
All right.
I don't hate him as a person.
Okay, but I see where your passion is
for those of us who are here, we are bitter.
Okay, I see where.
We're bitter to hear also what is happening in
from.
Rivers. We are not very happy.
All right, but you haven't exactly answered my question. But let's give others an opportunity. Let's go to another lawyer, Barrister Eze Eluche. Let me ask you the same question. How far do you think Wike can go if he feels, because some people have said Wike is behind this. I mean, he's behind the governor's impeachment. We've seen him move around, even to the point where he had to meet with Asarido Kubo. And some are saying he's pushing for the impeachment of the governor because he feels aggrieved as to what the governor is doing. So my question is, how far do you think he can go in achieving that if the president is not on the same page with him, since it's now an APC thing? Barrister Ezeluche, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think one of the good things that can come out from this whole process is if Wike fulfills his threats. I mean, it will be a beautiful thing for Nigeria's democracy. It will be beautiful for our prosperity and our future, because Wike has already begun to even reveal or make some of those threats real. Not too long ago, he warned the PDP secretary, the national secretary, who is from Osun State, that he knows the role he played in ensuring judicial victory for the APC in Osun State issues. And he has also now met with a notorious mercenary gang leader, Asari Dokubo, which gives an inclination that soon there may be some kind of violence in the state. And he has also threatened to reveal who won in Rivers State. So if Wike will fulfill this threat, then it will be good for our democracy. Because in truth, Nigerians know that Mr. Tinubu did not win in Rivers State. Nigerians know it was the Labour Party that won in Rivers State. So let Wike be a man for once in his life and do what he has threatened to do. It is rather sad for Rivers State that right from the onset of this entire democratic dispensation, and I'm talking way back to the time of the governor, the medical doctor Odili, whose funds were used to furnish the federal government, to Amechi, who also used Rivers State funds to palliate, to serve the political issue at the level. And now Wike, who is boasting that he has funded the PDP from whose source? From the Rivers State funds. I really pity for the people of Rivers State because the funds being wasted in the past 24 years by their various governors should have made Rivers State an El Dorado. Rivers State deserves to be an El Dorado because of the oil wealth it has, and not to be punished by fumes, smokes everywhere. People in Rivers State actually are more likely to die of cancer than any other state because of the fumes they inhale. So please, yes, if you are a man, for once in your life, go ahead and do these things you are threatening to do. Because I know what will happen to you if you do that. The force of the federal government will descend on you so squarely. Because it has proved that Wike is a neophyte political. He doesn't know when he's beaten. And he has been beaten fair and square in this brigandage, which he has unleashed on Rivers State.
You think?
Rather than go home and lick and enjoy the blues.
Well, those are your thoughts.
He's coming to threaten the federal government.
Those are your thoughts. Some will disagree with you.
Well,
Kelvin,
those are my thoughts, but
some will disagree. Some will disagree with you on that one.
Somewhat?
I said some will disagree with you on that.
Oh, certainly. But any person who's on ground in Nigeria knows these realities. I mean, you may call them my point, but they are also the viewpoints of most Nigerians who appreciate what has happened in the past 24 years and is happening now. When I say that what happens in Rivers State depends on Mr. Bola Tinubu, it's not as a compliment. It should be a shame to Mr. Bola Tinubu that he has so messed up the democratic process that people now rely on his whims and caprices to determine what happens in a state. He has so muzzled the entire system of governance, the judiciary, the National Assembly, that he has pocketed it. But let Mr. Bola Tinubu realize this. It is when you think you have it all, that's when you lose it all. He thinks he has it all, but he's going to lose it all because Nigerians cannot continue in this mess. All
right then. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze. Let me bring you back to the studio now. Delifanimo, could there be a possibility that there might be another declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State if things spiral out of control?
It's not going to happen. It will be treated as a family affair this time. Because
even if there is violence?
No, because the House of Assembly will not carry out their threats to the letter.
You seriously believe this? And
it won't get to a point that the president would have to say is declaring another round of state of emergency, because it will also erode the confidence of the Rivers people, and it will affect the fortunes of the party APC. And if it affects APC as a party, be sure that it will affect the president. And the president, or any president for that matter, or a presidential candidate for that matter, knows that Rivers State is critical to Rivers, Lagos, Kano. These are three critical states in an election year.
Yes, from what one of the analysts said, he said, unconfirmed, that looks like seeing me somewhere in Europe with the president in the midst of all of this.
I know that there will be that.
Okay. So now, does it look like the president has thrown Wike under the bus?
Look, from all indications, except Wike begins to delude himself at this point, Wike is not, is no longer a critical stakeholder in Rivers State, unlike before, when the federal government, as exemplified by the president, wanted him to railroad the PDP governor, Fubara, into joining APC. The ultimate goal of the president is to ensure that PDP, this River State comes under APC. Like I said earlier, APC is a frontline state when election comes. Now, as soon as that is done, ordinarily, Wike is just like a consultant. Do you think the moment you finish a project, you hand over to the owner?
Okay, now quick one. Do you think that Fubara's movement to the ADC made any difference? Because
APC.
To APC made any difference? Because a lot of people believe that when this problem started, that it was a matter of days. That Wike, one leg in PDP, was clearly, openly saying that, look, I'm working for the president in 2027. A lot of people believe that Sim, whether he was in PDP or APC, was already in APC and will eventually work for the president.
Look,
so that movement, don't you think it was just cosmetic?
Now, let me tell you, 2027, the president or APC or the presidency will never throw Fubara under the bus for certain reasons, one of which is it is cost effective to have a sitting governor contest an election than bring another person that does not have access to human and material resources.
Material resources that might need approval from the state assembly. What if they refuse to give it?
No, let me tell you why some of these approvals will not pass through the state assembly. If the governor wants to brand buses, does he need to go to state assembly? If he wants to extend handshake to the critical stakeholders to mobilize, you see, I am telling you, APC, from all indications, from their antecedents, you will know that they have a way of making sure that everything is within the family and resolving it. And Wike, don't forget that Wike is still an outsider, and it is a very clear statement from the party leadership and even the chairman of the party.
A couple of people believe that at the national level he might be an outsider to APC, but that in Rivers APC he's still in control. Now, one last question: do you think that the president and the APC hierarchy might just allow the House of Assembly to impeach Fubara just to make a political point? Oh, people say that we are struggling for one party state, but we allowed one of our governors to be taken out.
No, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen in a River State.
All right, then, Kelvin Ajimodo, please let's get your concluding thoughts on this one for today as we continue to watch how things unfold in River State. Let's get your thoughts on this one.
Yes, my take is the impeachment proceedings won't skate through because there are a lot of demands from different quarters. Yes, on Wike's camp, Sim's camp, and the president's camp, and also the APC National Secretariat, their camp also. What they all are looking for is the goose that lays the golden egg in River State, which is what? The revenue, the money in the coffers of River State to be used for the next elections. You know, it takes only a good leader to think of the next generation, but in this scenario, the Nigerian politicians, both of them think about the next elections. And that's why you see the politics being heated up in River State. Yes, Wike said it in an interview. He said by January, politics will start. And we've seen this whole thing playing out in this same January. Impeachment proceedings, himself being traveling from one government to another government saying thank you, visit, and all of that. So the politics has been heated up. But I know for one, the president that we have in Nigeria, he put himself first before another person. So in the coming days, I think he's going to use his power to ensure that Sim is not being impeached. And I know Wike is one that fights very dirty. Hence, he has not led the PDP fully. He might decide if it doesn't have his way, he wants to fight back the APC using his PDP platform. And I know the president also is a smart politician that also watched Wike's back and ensure he tame him and put him where he belongs. So in the coming days, it's going to be an interesting one for all of us to see. But I know this impeachment process will not skate through. Because right, the 7 days notice will be served to Sim Fubara, and it's going to respond. The CJ also, I don't think they're going to give their own full support to ensure that Sim is being impeached. But above all, they should think about the people of River State, the women, the men, the civil servants. Think about the welfare of citizens of River State and not their own selfish interest. Because Sim made a lot of agreements.
Okay.
Behind closed doors.
Agreement is agreement.
Is the valiant, yeah. They do have it, they are pressing him. But whereas when he signed those deals at back door, he signed them with his full chest.
All right.
Then you come and tell your followers that you have been oppressed. When we sign those agreements.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Kelvin Ejimodo. Inyendeba.
You know what I mean?
Agreement is agreement. All right, then. Well, we'll continue to keep our eyes on events in River State as they unfold, and we'll continue to report them. Well, let's move on to another conversation now. NLC and Peter Obi are lending their voices to the reports that 141 million Nigerians may face or will face poverty in the coming months. Well, let's talk about this when we come back. Well, the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has raised an indictment of Nigeria's political class, accusing politicians of scrambling for power, while 141 million Nigerians sink deeper into poverty. Obi lamented that despite the country's vast resources, governance has failed to prioritize the welfare of ordinary people, leaving millions unable to afford basic necessities. His remarks have struck a chord with frustrated Nigerians who see widening inequality as evidence that leadership is detached from the harsh realities of daily survival. Now, echoing these sentiments, the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, have condemned the recent government tax policies, describing them as unjust and inhumane, and also saying that they target people already trapped in extreme poverty. The NLC have warned that squeezing the poorest Nigerians through taxation while inflation and unemployment soar could spark widespread unrest. Now, this convergence of voices from political opposition and organized labor has ignited fierce debate nationwide, with many asking whether Nigeria's leadership are more interested in consolidating power than rescuing millions from economic despair. But the controversy is, well, we do have with us our analyst, Daily Fanning, will stay very much in the building. And we also have Barrister Eze Eluche and Kelvin Ejimodo joining the conversation. We've had to let Barrister Sim Adams go. But let me start off with Barrister Eze Eluche. 141 million Nigerians now said to be going into poverty in before the end of 2026. But the government also kickstarting its tax policies. What do you think can be done differently? Now let's try to look in the way of solution to issues. What can be done differently? We also know that foreign bodies like USAID and the rest of them are withdrawing aids that come to Nigeria and some other parts of Africa. But how can we ensure? Can we get a Joseph in this case now to ensure that when the famine comes, Nigerians will have food to eat?
Well, thank you very much. What can be done is to even govern by the rule of law. I mean, obey the laws. The current, the new tax regime, which Bola Tinubu has announced will started this January, is illegal. It's, in fact, it's high treason, because the Nigerian Constitution provides that Nigeria must be governed by the law. And the law in Nigeria is that the acts are made when the houses pass the bill and the Mr. President signs what has been passed by the House of Assembly, sorry, by the National Assembly. The tax law that is being peddled about was clearly not what the National Assembly passed. I mean, there were fundamental differences. So what can be done differently is what you ask, is to even abide by the law, do what has been passed. But then when the Bola Tinubu goes ahead and says, no matter what the people do feel, I will do what I want to do, which is what is playing out now, then there is going to be a problem. Because like the report you said, 140 million Nigerians are below poverty, and I'm sure that number is even underestimated. Because the new benchmark for poverty is $3 per day per person. I mean, if you calculate that, a family of 4 in Nigeria have to have over 500,000, I mean, millions. So the number of Nigerians in poverty is closer to 200 million, because the unemployment rate is catastrophic. And Mr. Bola Tinubu does not give a damn. He does not care, because to him, he has the police, he has the army, he has the forces. But Nigerians must understand one thing from this process. There is the need for us to insist that the votes get counted. Why am I saying this? You have a president who does not care, who came about into office not even with your votes, so he does not give a damn how you feel. So when next we have elections, we must insist that the votes get counted and who people vote for gets to emerge as president. Otherwise, we will have this kind of carefree, laissez-faire approach to governance, to the people's desires, and in the midst of deepening the poverty of the population, the president goes about buying new jets, buying yachts, traveling, gallivanting all over the world at public expenses. And people are getting poor. But he actually said this. He said he will widen the tax net, he will deepen the poverty, and he mentioned all this. So I hope that Nigerians will take a cue from this. Yes.
In the midst of all this, we hear there's a report this morning in one of the major newspapers that Nigeria attracted $14 billion in foreign investments in the month of 9 months of 2025. Now, I'd like for you to juxtapose that with the information we also have that 141 million Nigerians will get into abject poverty by December 2026. If we have foreigners trooping into this country with $14 billion in excess, that's a lot of money, that's a lot of investment. Does it look like the figures are not aligning? Because these foreign investors, when they come, they set up shop here, they set up businesses. And our GDP, is it not growing or what? So I want us to reconcile all of these. Is there a mismatch of information and reality? What do you think is going on?
We have a Nigerian Bureau of Statistics that churns out very odd and strange figures. That we have less than 3% unemployment in Nigeria, that everything is buoyant, but we know the realities. So if indeed 14 billion came into this country, I can assure you, majority of it is remittances from relatives abroad who want to give their Nigerian family members some breath of life. Not investors, because if it is investors, we will see them on the streets. The corporate conglomerates are all packing and running away from this country. So it's either there is drug money coming in, people, drug dealers or criminals. But if it is corporate entities coming into Nigeria, the answer is no. There is no sort for influx for FDI from foreign investors. Now, in the crude oil sector, which is a very critical area, they would have spent billions to buy machinery for the new gas plants taking place in Imo State or to service the LNG and all that stuff. Perhaps, yes, but not up to the extent of 14 billion. So the bulk of the money being claimed by this regime as foreign FDI is actually remittances from Nigerians abroad, which I assure you now will be reduced, because this same government, vicious as it is still looking at taxing those remittances that relatives bring abroad to Nigerians. So the bottom line is this: I hope they keep on pushing. They keep on pushing these Nigerians to the wall, and hopefully in due course Nigerians will react. Because until Nigerians begin to react, Bola Tinubu and his cohorts will keep on pushing. So there must be a red line drawn and say, they come out and say frontally, enough is enough. And I hope that with this new tax policy is bringing in, with the viciousness it is, with the kind of threshold it has that once you're over 800,000, you're going to pay more tax and all that stuff, the benchmark, the red line would have been crossed, and Nigerians should rise and tell these characters who stole power from Nigerians, who took the reins of government from us illegally and illegitimately.
Okay.
Enough is enough, and it's time for you guys to
enough is enough. Enough is enough. Well, it lies on Nigerians to do the needful in 2027. If they feel that this government is good, let them return them. But if not, they should vote them out. Now, let's bring Mr. Kelvin Ejumudu into this conversation. Thanks for having you again, Kelvin. Now, I want us to, we have a situation here where we have information that if care is not taken, if we don't do something proactively, 141 million Nigerians will move into acute hunger by December 2026. We moved that figure from 133 million Nigerians multidimensionally poor. Now we have scaled it to 141 people that will face acute hunger by December 2026. Curiously, we are talking about foreign direct investment. I want us to talk about how money inflow helps, to trigger growth and development in the economy. Our business is situated in a hotel complex, and there is a very high traffic of foreigners, not holiday makers, business people in and out. And I visit other complexes, and so I'll see a community of travelers, foreigners, Europeans, Asians, always coming in, going out, coming in, going out. They are not holiday makers. Now, in the midst of all of this, does it look like this foreign direct investment is not making impact on our economy? Where is the missing link? Where do we get it wrong? Do you have an idea of why we have high traffic, high volume of businesses coming in, yet we are making projections that by December 2026, more than 60% of our population will be in abject poverty? Can you help us?
I think the figures is way beyond 141. We have been ranked among the poorest nations of the world. You see, it has beaten harder than it was. There's no middle class anymore in Nigeria. It's either you are rich or you are poor. Right before now, we have the middle class. People can no longer even eat 2 square meals a day in this country. Some are even civil servants. So I think the narrative there is even, we have up to like, let's say 180 million Nigerians going in poverty. Then talking about the macroeconomics, influx of foreign investors and all of that. You see, corruption has affected us so much that we are not even accountable to ourselves as a nation. When you see these big figures on paper, but in reality, I keep saying it, in reality, the macroeconomics is not visible. In paper, they'll tell you that we've made a lot of profit. NMC will come and declare asset, what they made for the month. Federal education will come and declare all of that. But how does it reflect the life of the common man? How much do we buy a basket of gari in the market? How much is transportation? If you are living from Delta to Lagos, you are spending 10,000 naira from Delta to Lagos. Coming back, same 10,000 naira. How much is it? How much is the cost of using our railway? How safe is Nigerian environment for business? How much is a liter of diesel? How much is a liter of PMS? How much is a kg of gas? So all of this come together will tell you that we are not a sincere government. And the investors you see coming to Nigeria, they do more of import and export. They import items into Nigeria, they sell all of them out at the wharf and any place, then they go back to their country. But real businesses that we see in those days where you have Mobi and John, you have Texaco, you have F, you have Total, you have Aliboti, you have Saipem. A lot of these companies they were in Nigeria. You are seeing them, Doris Lombardia. They were all in Nigerian, so you see them working, employing people in the morning, you see people in the morning going to work and come back in the evening. But today what they do, they look at what Nigerian market needs, they import them, even at the wharf, they sell off everything, make their profit, and they go back to their country.
Okay, so apparently your position is that the huge investment that we saw in the 9 months of 2025 is not making any impact in Nigeria. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kevin Ejimudu. We'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts. Meanwhile, well, let's come back to the studio where we still have Mr. Dele Fadimo. Dele, we hear that 141 million Nigerians will get into acute hunger in 2026. I want to create a scenario. I know that, well, things are bad, but we see Nigerians living well too. You go to the airport, and in fact, the ticket, you know, between here and the east, hover between 250 and 400. And I know somebody who was built to travel to Imo State. He couldn't travel again because of fare and all of that. But when we got to the airport, it was a beehive of activities. How do we reconcile all of this affluence and lack in the same breath, in the same place?
In the same way, you would also interrogate why are Lebanese, Indians, Chinese coming to this country of lack, supposed lack, and they are ferrying away huge profit outside the country. You see, for me, it's everywhere. It is everywhere. There are poor people in the US, and we see them. There are some states that are still as backward as what you can see in an average African village. Now, what we are trying to say is that it's not an excuse for government not to push harder to make sure that life is more abundant for the citizens. And in doing this, there are two things that we should look at. One, if you are telling me to tighten my belt, make sure your tummy is not protruding. Conversely, against my own that is receding. Two, you also need to build strongly on infrastructure that will make businesses thrive. If we have uninterrupted power in this country, our problem is almost 60% solved. Because everything revolves around power generation, power distribution, and if we have power, I can assure you that 30% of those Okada riders, particularly those ones that are from the south, are not Okada riders, but they had to take that initiative to make ends meet. Some of them, if you interact with them, they'll tell you they are welders, they are electricians, they are artisans generally. But because they don't have power to power those equipment they use, they resort to riding motorbikes. So we are not saying that, but I still believe that that 141 is not
understated.
Is not
overstated.
It's overstated.
Okay, it's exaggerated.
It's exaggerated.
I was coming to that.
That's my belief. But to say that poverty is not in the land will be making excuses that are not tenable. People are finding it difficult to make ends meet. But there are steps being taken by government to ease this. For instance, at the turn of 2025, fuel was selling for between 1,200, 1,300 in some areas. The least you could get at some point was 1,200. But today, fuel is 739.
Okay.
And Dangote is saturating everywhere. When we were going home yesterday, we saw those CNG-powered trucks moving around Lagos, taking off Lagos to some other part of the country. So it will take time.
Okay, but because fuel is a common denominator,
of course,
for growth in the economy.
Of course.
Now, when you talk about
to the market,
when you talk about
food items,
okay,
had also recorded considerable drop in prices. As at somebody was saying, the type of rice.
But some will say the earning power of Nigerians has not improved.
You see, let me tell you, what is earning power?
Disposable income.
Yeah, I know. In relation to what is in the market, somebody that is earning 70,000 naira, which is the minimum wage, who goes to the market to buy a bag of rice will need loan to add to the 70,000. But today, he buys a bag of rice off the market and still have some money left. Last week, I bought a bag of rice and it sold for 54,000.
Okay, let's say the person that earns 70,000 buys a bag of rice for 54,000 and he's left with 16,000.
Now, what I'm saying is that we are not there yet.
Okay.
But there's an improvement. Let's not just throw the baby with bath water.
Now, when you say that steps are being taken, steps like the new tax regime, how is it going to help us?
The reforms are coming up.
No, I'm talking about the tax reform.
The tax reform, a lot of interpretation and misinterpretation have been given to, even as I speak to you, I don't have a full understanding of this tax thing. But through my findings, through my research, I have noticed that it is what happens in other clients that is come, except that, Nigeria has a peculiar way of doing things. What can work elsewhere may not work in Nigeria. But from all indications from the tax reform laws, it is clear that rather than big men not paying taxes and poor people paying taxes, now the attention is now shifted to the rich.
Let's x-ray the role of NLC in all of this. NLC is also screaming that, look, 141 million Nigerians is a lot, and these tax reforms will further impoverish Nigerians, and we will not allow this. There's the other day we also talked about NLC talking about an increase in the minimum wage. Do you think that will solve any problem at all?
NLC,
or that will just worsen things?
NLC is an ICU. So I'd rather take P2B's comment than that of NLC.
But both of them are saying the same thing.
No, I said I would rather. I'm talking about messengers.
If NLC insists on an increase in minimum wage,
it's not going to happen because there was a 3-year timeline between when the 70,000 naira was approved.
My English was, if they insist.
Let them go to the street and see how many people will join them.
If they insist on an increase in minimum wage, will that in any way alleviate the sufferings of Nigerians or worsen the situation?
You see, for some of us in HR practice, we know that salary is the 5th in hierarchy of need of workers. What is the effect of increasing 200 to 250 that even before the payment is made, market women would also take advantage of this? But if you give transportation, for instance, if you throw out 1,000 buses that are convenient for Lagosians to the street and make the route that used to be 500, 200, it makes a lot of sense than saying you are increasing to 200,000 naira that will be eroded instantly before that payment is made. If you spread HMO, NHIS through the HMO to every Nigerian that they pay token and they can access hospitals where they will just pay 10% of the total bill, it makes more sense than saying you are increasing salary to 100,000 naira.
The problem is that
those are the things NLC should be tackling.
No, the problem is that the government is not doing all of this, and that is why the NLC and Nigerians keep asking for pay rise.
NLC has never asked for this. I was in labor movement for more than 10 years. I know. The only set of people that would say, we are not saying you should not do this, you should not do this, but provide this, is the TUC.
Okay. All right. Let's just get concluding thoughts. Let's go around, get concluding thoughts. Barrister Ezeliche, let's have your concluding thoughts in about 1 minute.
Well, thank you. Mr. Fanimon today was just playing with words. I mean, he was just going up and down with words about the current price of stock. He forgets that by his pronouncements when he got into office, Mr. Tinubu skyrocketed inflation rates in the country to incredible levels. So what was fuel before Tinubu was sworn in? So the rising of the fuel up to 1,000 naira and then coming down to 700 naira is still a very high level for Nigerians. Likewise, all the foodstuffs, because upon his coming into office, Tinubu, by a very, very careless statement, skyrocketed the price of wealth, claiming that he was removing subsidies. And Nigerians have only realized that even more corruption, more graft is taking place in the system. Under Tinubu, so-called 17 trillion naira was paid for 5 securities, which is more than even the so-called subsidy that was saved from subsidy. So when you look at everything, just know that these guys are just a bunch of characters who are trying to hoodwink Nigerians. And we should be able to say no to all such crap, because they're all not coming to TV and trying to deceive Nigerians that there's some improvement. If somebody wants
you have your opinion to yourself, and I have my opinion to myself. You don't come on here to attack people.
This government
Do you understand?
has no interest in the welfare of Nigerians, because if it had, it would have gone all these routes. You talk of which road is it building? Upon coming into office, Tinubu awarded a 15 trillion naira contract for a so-called coastal road without even any formal processes. And we're talking of helping the Nigerians. No, we cannot deceive Nigerians on public television like this. We have to be very factual and say the truth.
Well,
and the truth is that this government is abysmally very poor.
You were to use 1 minute.
And we don't come here and relax and say, okay, it's all well with Nigerians. It's not.
All right,
it's not.
Thank you very much.
We do the best of Nigerians.
Thank you. Kelvin Ejimudo, let's have your concluding thoughts as well in about less than a minute, please.
My take is the government keep playing politics with the lives and security of Nigerians, and gradually we are shifting into a failed state. And we all know what a failed state is. When we get to that point, it leads to anarchy. And instead of anarchy, anything can happen. Our government must be prudent. They must be proactive. They must ensure that lives and properties are placed on premium value.
All right.
You can't have our people, you can't travel from Jigawa to Castina, to Duse, to Boronu, to freely on the road without paying with your ransom money. And you say we have a renewed hope. There's no renewed hope anywhere. We are in renewed hopelessness. And until they call a spade, and stand firm with their policies and programs, Nigerians will keep wailing. And you know.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Kelvin.
It's an angry man. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Kelvin Ejimudo. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Barrister Eze Luche, and also Dele Fanimo for your contribution on the program. Well, that's it on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. We'll be dissecting the stories from the dailies. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Join us again at 10.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. See you again. Bye for now.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unveils. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VO. Now, you have more than a voice.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel, We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Unveils Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, thank you much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And we have Daily Fanimo with us. Thank you very much for staying back.
My pleasure.
And yes, we'll be going into the papers. Now let's dive into it very, very quickly. We have a business day in front of us. The headlines here: beyond the billions, the real earnings of Nollywood producers. That's one of the headlines on the cover page of Business Day newspaper. And Rivers' fragile peace threatened as Fubara faces fresh impeachment. Fubara silent as coalition calls for Wike's removal. Doctors say official data cloud medical tourism spend. Fintechs push banking customer experience to new high as traditional banks trail. And of course, you go to the Guardian newspaper, you find some of the headlines there as well. Nigeria gets 24-hour. Oh, this is interesting. Nigeria gets 24-hour unmanned fuel stations. 24-hour unmanned fuel stations. Are we right for that? Or we see a situation whereby some people just puncture a hole into and try to siphon fuel. Okay.
There must be an inbuilt system that would not allow that to happen.
There must be
inbuilt system.
Inbuilt system.
Yes.
Okay.
That would deter those miscreants from doing that.
From doing that. Okay.
And of course, you are likely to use your ATM card.
ATM card.
you know, and so there is no cash in the vault that will attract being burgled.
All right then. Okay. Well, let's take some more headlines from The Guardian still. The big story on the cover page of The Guardian, which of course is the big story from most dailies this morning, is the Rivers State story. It says, Fubara may meet Tinubu as Rivers row escalates with Assembly probe. That can be found in page 6. We also have how gaps in Nigeria's emergency response compound fatalities. All right. Well, those are some of the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. It's straining my eyes to see that one. Oh well.
I think that we have done so much for Fubara and the Rivers House of Commotion. We should be talking about this.
Well, it's still on the cover pages.
No.
It's still on the cover pages.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's take some more headlines.
We have not.
You have not.
Yes.
And as the story unfolds, we'll continue to talk about it because more things will
But
come.
I would be interested in talking about this low response to fatality.
Oh yes.
Because it's something that has saved us. You know, it's a combination of government negligence and our attitude to emergencies. These days, have you noticed, Moses? Have you noticed that if there's an accident, the first thing people gather to do is to do videos and begin to post, even while the man or woman is written in pain. And
indeed.
you see, another thing again is that we don't even know how to manage emergencies. We are not schooled enough. Somebody who has fracture, you just pick him up anyhow, you know, shake him and all that.
Pull them out of the wrecked vehicle and the rest.
And then you compound the fracture, you know. And if somebody has a breathing difficulty, you know, they don't even understand how to revive that person, you know, through mouth-to-mouth respiratory ways.
You don't want somebody just breathing into your mouth when you're...
No, but in case of emergency, you are not likely to even choose who to save you until you come back from coma.
Absolutely.
You know, so the government should. There was a time, Lagos Ibadan Express Road, you had these ambulance points, but I can't find any anymore in recent times. So we should begin to talk about some of these things, because between life and death is so short when there's an accident.
Very thin line.
Yes. And you see, even our hospitals, they don't even have blood bank. And there are occasions that you require blood transfusion for emergency patients. And all of these are things that are supposed to be done by government.
Hospitals, I think hospitals do have blood banks, just that...
not many.
It's becoming more expensive.
It's quite expensive.
It's also expensive. And the unfortunate part of it is they take this blood free.
I was coming to that.
Yes.
I was coming to that because...
And yet you come and sell at exorbitant rates.
You know. So because
in some
places...
about 30-something thousand now to buy a pint of blood.
A pint of blood.
Yes.
So in that neighborhood, because normally when you take a woman gets into antenatal, the first thing they do is they require the husband, to donate blood.
Yes.
And in case of emergency,
and they may not use it. They usually don't.
4 times I donate.
And they will not return it. They will not return it. They will not go and sell.
There's not a racket. But you have a player in that field. Tell us what's going on.
Well, my madam is just a nurse. She's not a hematologist.
But she's a player.
She's a player, yeah.
Well, if a patient requires blood, of course, you go to the blood bank.
So, but why do they take from the relative of a patient and do not use that one? Why?
Well, perhaps. I posed this question to a consultant, and the only response he got is, what are you going to use it for?
So why take it?
If I return it to you, are you going to drink it or what?
No, you give it back to me. You took it from me.
It is better to conserve such blood for emergency, but the emergency that will not go for free.
Well,
that's my own worry about it.
In the
It's a concern.
university, I had a couple of friends, who used to voluntarily donate blood, and I think at that point they will donate and they'll be giving stipends. And
No, not stipends in most cases. They'll give them maybe 3 tins of milk.
That's the
milk and
if they don't have those things, they give them money to
give
go.
them cash.
You know.
But
I'm not
against the law.
it.
Okay.
But some people collect cash.
Some people collect cash. Now, why I say that is that do we still have those things now?
But sorry,
Some people walk in
you know,
to donate.
it's actually good to donate blood. If you have excess,
Yes.
it's good to reduce the excess. If not, it could cause problems in the body.
for you. But where I'm even driving at is when people donate this blood, it should be screened.
Of course,
Yes. Of course, you are screened.
In some places they are not.
No, in most hospitals, standard hospitals,
No, they're usually
you are screened.
That's part of the reasons they don't use the one you bring immediately.
Yes.
They keep it to be screened, and then they take one that has been screened already to use.
Have you forgotten the story of the case of a young boy who was given HIV infected blood because that blood was not screened? I think about 11 months ago in this country.
The hospital may not be a standard hospital. Nobody will do that.
How many hospitals are standard in Nigeria? How many
Government
hospitals
hospital
are
will not
standard?
try that. Government hospital will not try that.
Okay, well let's
I've had I think 2023 I had cause to donate blood in UCH. In fact, the screening I went through, if I had known, I wouldn't have even submitted myself because they did HIV, they did hepatitis, they did
B and all of
and they increased your BP while you were waiting for the results of those.
My brother. Nobody's happy when somebody wants to pronounce you that you are already for the good blood.
Oh well,
that's an experience a lot of people don't want to go through.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, Moses. When my wife had her last child, it was in Bagada General Hospital, and I think that there were about 18 men who normally you take your wife,
of course,
for register for antenatal, and they require you to donate blood at registration point too. So you donate at registration and at delivery point. So they now gathered and took samples and all of that, and when they started calling names,
so you guys formed a support group.
A support group. Some people were sweating. And the woman, the matron came out and discovered that some of us were already
uneasy
and all of that. He said, "No, don't worry. If we have not called your name, we'll call your name. Those that have problems, we have already contacted. No, they are not the ones we are calling. We have already contacted them privately." So the fact that we
you'll be waiting for your own.
So the fact that we have not contacted you, the fact that we have not called your name means that you are good. We are going to call your name.
But then tell me if you did not start looking at the faces of other men there to see the one who is sweating more, to know if and staring at his phone to know if he has been contacted.
I don't want to.
Moses, you know what happened to me about 7 months ago, because I do HIV test every 6 months.
You will explain why.
Well, my wife asked me, and she's the one that collects the results. She works in UCH. So now, I took my friend, a colleague, to the place, but I just gave a face to the SLT person that, look, don't tell anybody that we have come for HIV. So as the thing was on the strip. So I now told my friend, I said, if this thing moves from yellow to green, you are in trouble. He said, which trouble? He said, is it not malaria? I said, it's HIV. Right there, that guy was sweating under AC.
They should add that to the dictionary as well.
So he was sweating profusely. But I knew that the thing will not go past, because the speed at which, if somebody is HIV positive, it has a way of moving fast.
Okay.
So, but I know people that will not want to
but this should be routine.
Yes,
it should be routine.
Well, let's touch on a few other headlines here. UN climate fight suffers as US exits 66 international bodies treaties. FJ raises 1.1 trillion naira from first 2026 Treasury bills auction. Interesting headlines there. And we've also touched on this particular headline: politicians scrambling for power while Nigerians fall into poverty. Obi laments. Now, some of the headlines still from the Guardian newspaper. BVN enrollment hits 67.8 million, 325 million bank accounts active. NCAA threatens stiffer sanctions over flight delays, cancellations.
Tinubu rallies investors to NGX after 100 trillion naira milestone. Tax laws, experts warn of disputes, capital flight despite government assurance. And then the bottom strip, FG to review tariffs for industrial growth, lower production costs. Let's just pick a headline and react to one of interest, and then we'll go to another daily.
I think it's a right decision to reduce tariff, because at the end of the day, it is the consumer that will suffer. Because no matter the level of tariff imposed on some of these real sector players, they would always pass it to the end user, the consumer. So now that they are reducing the price, but another thing again is that if government is providing this incentive, it should also reflect in the price of goods and services rendered by these people. But unfortunately, Nigeria, anything that goes up never comes down, except in rare cases. So I would submit that the real sector should also be a kind of support group for the masses to enjoy whatever rebate, whatever reduction in tariff that is extended to them by the federal government.
All right, you want to add something to that?
No, let's move on. I wanted to talk about as US exists.
Oh yes, before you react to that one, let's add this one to it. This is from Daily Trust. It says US withdraws from ECOSOC, that's ECOSOC, 65 other global organizations. Trump is what's the word now? A one-man army, and some will say is probably taking the US down a terrible road.
One-man riot squad.
Yes. And the road he's taking the US may not be favorable for the US in the coming years. What do you think?
Well, I think this is encapsulated in what is known as, in what will be known in future as the Trump doctrine. You know, each president of the United States of America has what they call their doctrine. And it speaks to how it captures the United States foreign policy at that moment. You know, they call it doctrine. So this is, like we had the Obama doctrine. Part of Obama doctrine is an extension. What Trump is doing is an extension of Obama doctrine, and it's called political retrenchment. They are gradually reducing, you know, their involvement, their intervention in world politics. And that is why it speaks to the America First policy. They need to build up America once again. Because I think Trump clearly understands that America has started losing it, probably to China in terms of businesses. So, and most businesses from US had moved to China. So they are cutting back. This cutting back is to mop up money to reinvest in United States of America and show up the economy. And they can't do all of that given the fact that they are here.
So they're spending their energy in different
areas, you know, without concentrating in America itself. And that is most of the basic reason why he's also trying to cut back on immigration.
Okay.
You know, so he believes that, look,
so Americans can get jobs.
Americans can get jobs. That America
do Americans want to do the menial jobs?
No, that America will also belong to Americans. The white Americans, to be very clear, you know, to be very precise. The white supremacist thing. Trump cannot deny that. And I'm not going to shy away from that. Despite the fact that recently I'm warming up to Trump because of what he is doing in some parts of the world. So cutting back is his own doctrine because he wants to build up America. He speaks to his America First policy. It's called, UK started what they call a period of splendid isolationism. If you see that, look, you are doing much outside and doing less inside, you need to cut back and build up yourself first. America got involved. It's not quite long ago. That was after the First World War. Not even deeply until after the Pearl Harbor incident. You know, now in 1945, that ushered them into the Cold War. Now that they feel that, look, they're conquered with the decimation of communism and all of that, they are pulling back. They are cutting back. So that is why and it's also a wake-up call. Other nations, when they cut back on U.S. aid in Nigeria, what did we do? Our federal government doled out 4 billion naira to that sector. You know, and a lot of people that are HIV positive who were on ROIV, antiretroviral drugs.
stopped at the moment, but now they are still getting it. The price has come down because the Nigerian government got involved. So what America is trying to tell the world is that, look, if you create a problem, if you create a mess, you clear it yourself. We are not going to clear it for you. That is exactly what Trump is doing to build back America based on his America First principle.
Okay. All right, let's go to the Punch newspaper now. A few headlines here. APC ramps up membership e-registration. FG earmarks 1.7 trillion naira in 2026 budget for unpaid contractors. So we seem to be having reprieve for indigenous contractors who have not been paid. Or don't you think so?
Indigenous contractors. I still have a problem with that word. They say indigenous contractors of FCT.
Those are the ones who have been, who've been out there protesting and all. But we have indigenous contractors around the nation who are also saying that they've not been paid for contracts done.
Why don't we use the word local contractors?
When you say local, some will say they are not local. Some of them do business internationally as well.
No, but the debt is owned locally. The debt is local debt. It's owned locally. So
are they not based in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, local contractors.
So they are local contractors.
So the fact that
they're not offshore contractors.
Some can see that word as being derogatory. Yes.
No, but you understand that it is not. You understand what local means. Like we had a lecturer. We had I'm looking for the appropriate word now. We had someone come from another university, to come and teach, to come and give a lecture, when I was in the university. And when he said, "You are local professors," everyone,
yeah.
He said, "No, what I mean by local professors is
you are resident here.
You are resident here. That's what local professors.
I mean, this is a society where we have to call a driver pilot. You call a driver pilot, so his morale is boosted. He's not driver.
So you inflated his ego.
Exactly. Pilot one.
You need to boost his ego.
No, like street sweepers in Lagos, they call them highway managers.
Highway managers.
Highway managers, not sweepers.
Anyway, now that said, it's good to pay local contractors. It's good to pay contractors, whether foreign or local. I don't like this situation where the government will wait for you until you make noise before they now act. Now I begin to ask, does it look like they look the other way on purpose, deliberately? To say, okay, now we have your money, but until you make noise, we are not going to give you. It gives a dent on the image of the government. You shouldn't wait for people to.
If the money was there in the first instance, why don't you pay?
Why don't you just pay them instead of having to, allow them to get into the streets, embarrass you? And when they get into the street, like the other time that we had a retired military man called on the Ministry of Finance. You know where I saw it? I saw it in Al Jazeera. Reuters carried it. International media carried it. That's an embarrassment.
Of course.
Sort of embarrassment that you are front line.
And eventually they will still pay.
And they eventually paid. So why do you have to allow yourself to go through all of that embarrassment before you now? And it will take the president's handlers to start clearing, to start doing damage control. No, this is not what happened. No, this is what the president meant to say. No, the minister didn't say that. And he spent a whole lot of money defending what the president said and what he did not say. It doesn't look right.
You see, the fact is, with 250 billion to indigenous, since we now call them local contractors, it has multiplier effect on the economy, because most of them would have to spend part of this money within Nigeria, and it also helps. Some of them might decide to build houses. They will employ artisans. Some of them want to buy cars. They will still empower those who sell cars locally and all that. So it's still going to be within the economy. So it's like dropping 250 billion into the economy. But the only problem I have with some of this, because I have opportunities in the past to interact with some of these local contractors. Some of them, by the time they are paid, the gains of that contract would have been eroded by payment of interest to banks. Somebody who took 1 billion naira loan and in 5 years is still grappling with payment of for his job. By the time he gets that 1 billion, you imagine somebody who did a contract 5 years ago, and now the exchange rate at that time will probably be around 200 naira to $1. Today, it's about 1,400 to $1. So everything is gone. And it might also be in debt, even after being paid for the job done. So it is incumbent on government to pay. And don't award contracts when you don't have resources to pay, so that you don't put these people in perpetual penury.
You see, this is the same thing. I mean, it takes us to the conversation we were having before we came on the air, talking about the Super Eagles match bonuses that was due onto them not being paid, and they had to start threatening to boycott training sessions and the rest of them. Before we now hear from the Ministry of the Minister of State for Defense, Doris Anite, is saying now that look, the monies have been paid, and in the next few hours it will reflect in their account. I'm like, should we wait until they threaten to boycott games before you start to pay them? When the agreement was for each match you win, you get the bonus. And they have won 4 matches now. Why didn't you just send them the bonuses for at least the first 3 before we now talk about, you know, getting into the quarterfinal stages and the rest of them? You know, so we just wait for things to spiral out of control, basically put people in a position where we push them to the wall and see if they push back. And if they don't push back, we allow things go. But if they push back, we now look for a way to solve the problem instead of averting the problem in the first instance. That has been, a pattern.
It's a pattern.
We should stop.
A very dangerous pattern.
A dangerous
so
one.
It speaks to the fact that, look, we are never proactive. We are always reactive. We allow ourselves to get into problem, or then we'll start looking for ways to solve the problem. And mind you, if you get a rope and slash it into two, if it snaps, and you join it, even if you do, it can never be seamless. It can never be shortened. You know, so that is what we normally do. So when you fix the problem, you discover that a lot of damage has already been done on the system. Then maybe a year or two to now reverse that problem and start again from where we stopped.
You know that the money and houses promised 3 years players 30-something years ago was only redeemed last year.
Yes.
And by the time he was redeeming it, almost half of these people had died. Including Rashidi Yekini.
Indeed. Oh, well, let's go to another story now. I'm going to avoid the River State story because we've flogged it very well this morning. But that's the big story on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. It says, Rivers in turmoil, APC leaders intervene as Fubara faces fresh impeachment threat. Well, let's talk about insurgency. FG, U.S. company, plan delivery of 12 attack helicopters. That's just beside the masthead on the cover page of the Punch newspaper.
Let them bring jets.
12 attack helicopters.
What about our Tucano that we celebrated? I've not heard Air Force using that Tucano. Now you are bringing helicopters. You want to fight somebody, you are exposing your arsenal to that person. That person will now fold his arms and allow you to come and assail him. I mean, it doesn't look too good to me. America never told us what they were going to use to attack Sokoto. And the best element of war is surprise. If it's no longer surprise, then
the element of surprise is taken, and
that is it.
Resistance is.
So why must we be celebrating arrival of 10 jets? I mean, or 10 helicopters.
12.
Even if it's 100.
2 extra.
So what use have we put to Kano that was bought more than when Buhari was in government? Up till now.
Apart from the Tucano.
The drone, they said they got.
That Sam Amadu told us.
The guys attacked us with their own drone.
Before then, we had already bought drones. And we got information according to Sam Amadi. Sam Amadi is not flippant. He's not someone who's going to say something that he's not sure about. That we bought each one of them $150 million a piece. Meanwhile, the shelf price is $5 million. So you can imagine we had 10. If we bought 10, 150, $45 million.
So why would the likes of Malamino have access to $230 billion naira?
There's this Dangote story here.
Withdraws petition.
No.
Okay.
Not that one. Dangote, we talked about this importation of fuel the other time. I think sometime, was it in the course of the week?
Even yes, even
so
yesterday.
This is the headline. Dangote refinery, marketers fuel deal crashes as imports surge. It's on the cover. It's the window headline on the cover page of
which paper?
The Punch newspaper.
No, they faulted the Guardian
marketers
when Guardian said something about
marketers fuel deal crashes as imports surge.
I need to have.
Why are we importing?
You see,
when Dangote refinery is refining and pushing out there with 2,000 trucks.
You see, for me, I may be right, I may be wrong, but this is my opinion. My opinion is that there is another round of game playing out. This was how they started when Dangote was not ready to push fuel. Today, NNPC says he wants to have a shed. Tomorrow, marketers are not. Now,
do you think there's some politics going on? Because
of course,
we see that he hastily withdrew the petition against Ahmed Farouk.
But I've told you, I've said it yesterday that you cannot withdraw that kind of petition because it's the state versus Ahmed Farouk.
Now,
and not Dangote versus Dangote is going to be a witness. It's a criminal offense.
Well, let me read this story.
So ICPC cannot withdraw the case.
Let's go deeper into this one. The fuel supply arrangement between Dangote Petroleum Refinery and 20 major petroleum marketers, under which the parties agreed to offtake 600 million liters of petrol monthly, has collapsed over pricing disagreements. This is according to the Punch exclusive. That's what they call it. Let me go deeper. It was gathered that the disagreement sparked the surge in petrol importation witnessed in the month of November 2025, with total imports rising to 1.563 billion liters, according to Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. 1.563 billion liters. When we have a refinery that churns out over 600 million liters daily, and we know that our consumption is about 45 million liters daily. All right, and Dangote refinery is saying they have 28 days reserved. 28 days. Okay, all right, then. Thank you very much. It was also gathered that the disagreement, the authority disclosed the import figure in its November 2025 fact sheet titled State of the Midstream and Downstream Sector, which showed a sharp spike in imported volumes during the period the pricing dispute intensified. And then, they go deeper, saying that, at the meeting, Dangote announced plans. Okay, there was a meeting held. National Public Relations Officer of IPMAN, Chinedu Ukadike, confirmed in an interview that the refinery set the target after a strategic meeting with key players in the downstream sector. Now, this is a quote now. At the meeting, Dangote announced plans to sell to only 20 selected marketers who will serve as primary distributors to other dealers. Each of them will lift a minimum of 2 million liters, which will translate to about 600 million liters every month, Ukadike said. He said, "We believe that once this structure takes effect, petrol availability will improve significantly and retail prices will start to ease," he added. However, two industry sources who spoke to the Punch confirmed that the deal, which lasted barely a month, has now collapsed, attributing the breakdown to the refinery's reluctance to adjust its gantry price in line with falling international benchmark. Let me stop there.
You see, as of today, the benchmark, at least sweet crude, which is our own crude, is 57, less than $61 to a barrel. Now, where I report that report, if you are reporting November statistics in January, what happened to December? If you have privilege of knowing what happened in December and when this deal collapsed, then you should have gone back to verify the latest data. Now, what we see in the public domain is that Dangote has started pushing out fuel into the market. We saw about 3 or 4 trucks yesterday when we were going home. Now, you see, these marketers, independent marketers, they are being goaded by dark man, those who have storage facilities, because they don't want to let go of the business. And the point is, the earlier they understand that the game has changed and begin to look for alternative ways of doing business in the downstream sector, otherwise they might be caught up. Because do you know that as at last week, when Dangote dropped the price of fuel to 739, some marketers were still displaying 880, 830, but when they now realized that it was not going to serve them any good, they reverted to 739. Now, what that translates to is, in a way, they would have lost money by being forced to come down to 739. And so they would naturally want to fight back. But in the final analysis, the best approach to some of these issues that will be the final game changer is for these people to key into the new arrangement where Dangote has said if there was no enough push to the market, he wouldn't announce that he has 28 days. Even if the refinery shuts down today, it can supply 28 days and saturate the market. And we have witnessed it during the December period that there was no fuel shortage at the peak of the Yuletide season. So what they should do is they should begin to wind down on importation, because other refineries will likely come up before the end of the year and prices will drop, so that they will not be caught up in the web of I imported at the rate of 500 naira, now you want to sell for 300, you want to destroy me. That will be the next thing that will happen. So for me, whatever these people are pushing out, I'm sorry to say that some of these stories you need to read between the lines. Some of these stories may be sponsored stories. Yesterday. Yes, they may be some sponsored stories.
Well, I think the fact remains that, I don't know, we are still importing fuel one way or the other. That is what it means.
They will import to fight the market.
Okay, they are importing to lose money.
The point is, what they are importing, if they are still importing and the local refinery is selling at that price, which means they have the one changing us.
Which means there's subsidy.
No, I said, which means those who import have to put astronomical price to have maximum profit at the expense of Nigerians. That's what is happening.
Okay. So now they import probably they import at 500 and probably sell at 700.
Yes.
Okay.
And it shouldn't be so.
But at a point we got wind of the fact that they import at a certain amount of money and sell lower, and now that difference is what the government pays for, meaning that there is subsidy.
Nobody is paying subsidy.
A shortfall.
That was then, but now
no, not then.
When last did they pay such? When last is federal government?
Have we cleared the 7.7 trillion naira? Old marketers, old NNPC. And you see NNPC and government write off debt here and there. This person wrote off this person's debt. This other person wrote off this person's debt. And we're not told how those debts came about. Subsidy. Have you
forgotten that when this administration came into power, there was a 7.something trillion on I think it's also on subsidy. And when they did the audit, they were only able to verify 5.something trillion.
No. You are talking about the exchange. That was in the CBN.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same way. These people, they have a way of cooking up some of these things. And unfortunately, the real issue will not come to the fore, because those people, you'll find out all these things I'm telling you about these stories being sponsored. You'll find it out.
All right.
Let's go to another daily now. Failed airtime data transactions. NCC CBN to roll out refund model. That's good news for Nigerians whose monies have been trapped. That's from Daily Independent. PDP releases INEC CTC report on Ekiti Guba primaries. All right. U.S. Senate rebukes Trump on Venezuela in war powers vote. Tinubu excited as NGX surpasses 100 trillion naira threshold. Urges Nigerians to deepen investment in local economy. Afenifere asks governors to take action against rising terror in Southwest. Afenifere asks governors to take action against rising terror in Southwest. And then we also have Lagos Assembly passes 4.4 trillion naira 2026 budget. NCAA considers stiffer penalties for chronic flight delays by airlines. And new tax laws. Insurers worry over profit erosion amid recapitalization exercise. And then the bottom strip there, 1,216 artists, delegates, production team hit Lagos for 9th Afrima. So those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent newspaper.
I like to talk about the what Afenifere, the call by Afenifere on Southwest governors. I have always praised the efforts of the Southwest governors in rallying together, rallying to solve problems. And that is what is clearly lacking in the Southeast. You hear strikes here, herdsmen killed 80 people in one state in the Southeast. Herdsmen have dislodged or displaced 17 communities in parts of Enugu State. Herdsmen have done this in Imo State and in Abia State.
Unknown government too.
Unknown government have done this and that. You hear that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, this week, and next week, Wednesday, you hear that the Southeast governors met. And you know what they are telling us? We have decided to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They are telling us that, look, the economy is doing well under the current president. They don't talk about the insecurity ravaging the Southeast. Even Ohaneze doesn't weigh in on
I think it should be Ohaneze that should be the issue here.
No, but the governors are meeting of Southwest.
Governors are meeting.
When they meet, they discuss this issue.
Is,
the role of Ohaneze is advisory. Those who should take action at the government.
What's the role of
Moses,
and that's what they are doing.
What I'm even saying, what I'm saying that the story now is that Afenifere calling on them.
Yes.
Now, when the governors of the Southwest meet on their own without prompting by Afenifere, they say, look, we have infiltration of jihadists, of herdsmen, attackers, unknown gunmen in the Southwest. When Southeast governors meet, you don't hear that. What you hear is that we have decided, because this person has moved to the APC, we are now in the mainstream of Nigerian politics. That is what you hear. They don't address critical issues that affect the Southeast in terms of economy, in terms of building up the economy, in terms of insecurity. That's the difference here. So Afenifere is just, both Ohaneze and Afenifere, both of them are advisory. And in extension, I'm saying that even Ohaneze itself does not call on the Southeast governors to do this because they are splintered. You can't mention of Southeast governors in Ebonyi State. Imo State says,
the level of insecurity in the Southeast is enough, more than enough, for the governors, the 5 governors to come together and raise formidable security architecture that will fight this insecurity.
For everything that happened in Anambra between 2019 and 2025 and all of that, at no point did the Southeast governors meet and say, enough of this. It took the ingenuity of Chukwuma Soludo to say, okay, now I go to chamber. And he started pushing back. Southeast governors met. And anytime you see them in pictures, they are all laughing as if everything is okay.
Is everything not okay?
Well, everything is okay.
As long as their pockets are secured, everything is okay to them.
Oh, well,
that's why they fret when you withdraw security from them.
Nigeria attracts 14 billion. Yes, you refer to this.
Yes, 14 billion.
Yes. This is Nigeria attracts $14 billion foreign investment in 9 months of 2025.
Good, they are coming in. Investors are coming. If you go to the lounge now, you see a community of beehive, you know. They are not holiday makers. They are always trooping in. So, man, the big question is, what do they come to do? Are they portfolio investors who probably come here to go, and in the morning they go to think and sell off their goods and go back?
If you go to Lagos Ibadan corridor, you see industry springing up here and there. It's not just that they are just displaying buildings; they are manufacturing. So gradually, investors are coming in. That's the truth.
So, but why is it that are they taking advantage of the inflation? Because these goods are the raw materials that they take from here, or probably the goods or finished goods, or the components that they bring from their countries. They bring them here at probably single-digit loan facilities.
Most times it's single-digit loan.
Yes, so when they come here, they take advantage of the exchange rate, the inflation here, make a lot of money, and go back. And because those things don't reflect in our own economy and our standard of living.
And you know that one of the policies of this administration that favored them is 100% repatriation of profits. You know, before now, it wasn't like that. You have to retain certain amount of your profit within the system. But Tinubu came and said, okay, you can repatriate your profit.
Now, I want to, is there a trade secret or business secret that we don't know, that other parts of the world don't know? We see a situation that we have companies, Western companies from Europe, United States, in Nigeria are closing shop. And along this corridor that you mentioned,
there are
5% of them are Asian companies.
companies.
So what's the secret? What's the trade secret?
The secret that I can
Cheap
hazard,
manpower.
the guess is
cheap manpower. From here?
From here.
No, not even that. You see, there is nothing like corporate governance in Asia.
Okay.
The Asians can bribe, so they fit into the system easily. But in the Western world, you can't throw around money, even when it's your money, because they feel that you are fueling something that
the policies even protect the people that you employ over there.
And then employment rules
treat workers
also
the way you like.
Differs.
And you allow them to get
you
away
see,
with it.
you see the Asian companies, they give you a very big office like this. They make you general manager with SSC. You never know what goes on in the company. But now they will now use it against your own people. And you don't even know the ROI in that company. How this ROI is repatriated back to the
I hear that like the Chinese, when you talk about corporate governance structure, the Chinese, if they are in a factory like this and probably like 3 or 4 meters away, an explosion, maybe a bomb goes off, and what happened? Did any Chinese get involved? And you say no, they turn back and continue with their business. But the European company will,
of course,
find out what happened.
They know
what led to this and all of that.
The labor law prevalent in those countries will not allow you to look away, because you are just an extension of the parents'
our labor laws. Our labor laws are so weak, but it's attractive to them because they intend to circumvent it. And, you know, it's quite unfortunate. But good, yeah. Good for investment, at least. Investment is coming in.
We have our people working. Though
Under
they are underpaid.
Under what conditions?
Harsh condition. But sometimes when you look at some of these things, it's better than not doing anything. And over time, I hope government would. These are the things labor should do. NSC that is just making noise up and down, just for the optics. Today, foreign companies bring bodyguards as expatriates. Are we saying that we are not strong enough? We don't have able-bodied men in Nigeria that can do bodyguard job. They bring in cooks as expatriates, and NLC and TUC, they look away.
Okay.
Particularly in the oil and gas sector. Okay. Now you are coming to say we are in poverty. You can't do that elsewhere. The expatriate quota, they are very clear on some of these issues, but we circumvent it. Immigration will take bribe.
Before we run out of time, let's just touch on this headline, and we'll. This is coming from the Punch newspaper. It's Dati Baba Ahmed saying, "Look, I never declared for presidency.
Now, he says, I never declared to contest the presidency 2 days ago. Now, this is...
So what we saw yesterday was AI.
No,
Well,
it's not. He's blaming the media.
He has dismissed reports
For
suggesting that he
misinformation.
recently declared his intention to contest the presidency. Chukuma.
Well, he blamed the media. He said media misquoted him and misinformed Nigerians that look, because I was like, will this man just take a swipe at Peter Obi like that? And because you recall that a few months ago when they were trying to separate both of them, and Mr. Obi, you will never have Dati Ahmed. He said he doesn't have any problem with Dati.
He's quoted as saying that. The submission I made was that one will have to wait for the INEC timetable and for the party to make the call for people to indicate their interest. I did not declare. Okay. And then he goes on to say, it is unfortunate that social media can be so sensational, putting out wrong narratives to emotional listeners. I believe formal media like, the Punch should serve as filters and barriers so that the general public can always consume the correct information. But we heard him say what he said. He's not afraid to run.
Exactly. I'm not afraid to run does not mean I have declared.
That's semantics.
No, not linguistic interpretation. I mean, I'm not afraid to run does not mean I'm going to run. I'm not afraid to fight with you doesn't mean I want to start a fight with you.
They are likely to.
No, it doesn't mean the likelihood doesn't mean, it's not a must.
You are just putting me on guard.
And that's exactly what he has done. That's exactly what he has done.
That suggests that is likely to.
No,
he's interested in running.
He's interested in running. No, he said I have not declared. I think he's playing smart because if he said I have declared, the INEC laws might just trap him and say, oh, you have violated. The windows are not open for campaign and all of that. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
But he has positioned himself to want to run.
Oh well.
Who is that visible person in Labour Party now?
They don't bring us into that. Labour Party, he's visible. He's visible himself.
All right, then this is how far we can go on newspaper review. Sports comes up next, and yes, for sport you get to hear more about the Super Eagles, the monies that have been disbursed, their match dues, and all of it, and Lookman and Osimhen, disagreement. Well, the good thing is they both want to score goals, but they should work together and score goals. Score as many as possible goals, because that's what we need. Now they have 11 goals, if I'm not mistaken. 11 goals in 4 matches. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Super Eagles are the team with the most goals in 2025 AFCON. Oh well, that's it on the show. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, for your contribution. Chukuma Okoro makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
And I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, who will travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Yes, of course. And that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful weekend. Bye for now. On Monday, join us again on Monday on VOP this morning. There you'll see an addition to the show. All right, there's an addition to the show. Well, I'll keep that one up until Monday. But I want you to wait for that one because it promises to be exciting when we come your way. Monday morning, bright and early, God willing. See you then. Bye for now.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. See you again on top of the hour. 6 o'clock then.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria PLC. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworoshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV Channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unveils. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Unveils Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Now students, where you they start school. So I know that I want to start now, but the way Nigeria's song take the hot these days, I don't know how far I go be. Now maybe say if I start this show, I'll say, God, anyway I don't sin against you, may you forgive me. Man, not go do this work, finally go end for fire. God not go pray. Because the talk I say no matter how person say they do hard work, rich. No matter how they try, palm, not feel soft. I talk I say no be everybody will be say go crossover service, now you know God. You understand? People they always do. Uncle do Christmas for me. Uncle do Christmas for me. Not me say go to turn up and down, give them money. Now they talking for street. Why be say many people resolution, New Year resolution, not they work? Why? Why not they work? You just start this year. Before this. I'm not going to do like this. Before January 15th, before February 1st, you don't go to sing. They carry sing up and down like crossover. Okay, no worry. Shabali, you carry camera come up for your face to come show some kind of Super Eagles players to just arrange them. Move enter the top. Got many things there. If you talk for radio, you talk for TV, you look like this, you sabi work. 2-man job. IB. IB. So now so it be. So we'll just start this show sharply. I get person say go deal with me for here. We go talk many things. We just enter the news just as they play for area now. See, I not to get joy based on Nigeria NFF. Now they try. They like me some kind of things that happen before we are boss. When we don't go boss, because they set things. They make sense. You know. If you know, you know. But we don't say matter just day now. I get guests. Maybe say they with me for studio here sharply. We just talk no. You get to know your style. We all do some kind of throwback. So we come out throwback. We just talk about the whole your day around us. So the new one we're talking about that was see my look my matter. That matter reach to do you do it. Because as it just be me carry the matter for head. And now pressure fit your day. They don't settle the matter. But if Lookman now can't get chance now to score, they don't say one please fans. If you say if I not do, they will say Osimhen, you go give Osimhen now, so go miss her. Osimhen not fit see chance, make give Lookman for box now striker. So if you look the news, you know say Nigeria matter your guy be. Understand? You get some things where you want to talk about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He might be say they give him some kind of updates. Buy your Nanuga this day for the story. I say when I do, now welcome. Good morning. Now Friday edition be this one. And you know, not say we don't come, we all give all the information. Remember when you're there now, Insua. And Insua now, Insua say me tell you say you don't welcome for the show. I go ask her 1 or 2 questions because I'm a guest. Me just say answer. You get on, you go talking. Me just say, I want to say again. Say talk, make sense. Because no matter it be, life not just one way. You know, if they go front, they look back. Remember to not go understand. So Insua say good morning, welcome. More talk. IB.
Good morning, Kizike. It is nice to be here again.
It is nice to be here again in English. Insua enter pitching. I've been Unveils.
Okay.
It's nice to be here. Today not Friday.
Yeah, it's a Friday.
They're not understand TV. What is it? It's nice to be here. I don't understand that. But Shapali Mojo enter. And Victor Osimhen matter. I see play for area. We see Victor Osimhen and Lookman. Or you both call and say a rift. That matters. I see I not like and say no. Osimhen not get right. Now see. Now this one be saying you not be captain of Nigeria. Small things on the fling and they not give you pass the verse. I feel say my producer say if you are hungry, go shop. See, number 9 and number 9, striker, we respect and sabi play ball. You say you get mentality, you get leadership. See, now go get and not be leader or see me matter. But look man, they talk. If they follow look my matter, not they just quiet. Now you mention Babu give that ball, and that one not be scoring chance. Say now opportunity to score now, if I say different. Say they not give you ball, you the verse. Ball not reach you the verse. If not be look man now, see me. See, Brahim Diaz. How many goals now 4 goals you don't get? El Kabi they score goal. Players say they score goal don't plenty. Your name for not your day for be 1 goal. But based on say the affection, maybe say the man not they look anyhow. He look at you like he look man. He look you like say with my man. You know he look boy. He look man. He can't give you pass. You score 2 goals. Say they give you chance. You carry ball go ass. Not be they never finish for there. If you don't see me, they say change me. We score our 4th goal. You not celebrate. When are the year? That one not pass now. Okay, you not celebrate. Match can't finish. Everybody can't enter inside pitch. Everybody enter inside pitch. At that inside pitch, they talk. Now so people say you come on, we can't enter turn, and they go down. They go say no, they with there. Now I never know they tell us say the matter don't settle. So Insua, you will tell me now that matter where you play so waiting be the way now. They don't say they don't settle. But between these 2 players, now who go down the pressure to show now because they go want to satisfy fans. Look what I've been on Osimhen. And wait till you get to talk about what Osimhen do.
For me, I go talk say everything they happen for teammate class. No be new thing for football nowadays. Now we have the one way happen for English Premier League where this Senegalese guy where we
Michael K.
Actually it dey happen.
They hold on.
Yes. I believe say when the team actually, I know say Osimhen they hungry to actually believe say they want to win they want win the match. Maybe say with goal margin, and you know say if Osimhen don't dey pitch is
actually is ready to serve everybody in all over the world, that millions of Nigerians in the world that they are here to please the Nigerian fans.
So wait, I don't understand. You dey support Osimhen do?
For me, I believe say na normal na.
Shebi you know say Osimhen na I don't know kind of work like when I play, I be say don't play for top flight league. They play for Turkey now. In level don't go drop now. He get now 110 million euro evaluation before now enter 75 as you go Turkey. But wetin we dey talk now be say how e be maybe say he don't give you boy the first. Wait first. Now your own player be say don't assist to go give you. Now Osimhen don't say the world they watch this team. They look and value the camera down. Everybody look, even Morocco they shot Osimhen too like you call it do that. Okay now how they want to they don't say to them now, but if you say this you gonna affect them, you gonna affect the team.
No, if you watch the training section yesterday, go see say they don't everything don't die down. Both of them don't dey together. If you actually watch before going to the Marrakech yesterday, if you look at the both of them, they were a good time. They were actually talking to each other. I believe say the matter don't die down.
So no problem for that one.
No problem. I think everywhere they settle right now.
Don't talk everywhere clear. It don't clear. Okay, so now inside the talk, so you say you don't see any problem for that one. But more just run enter. I get on your CC. So more talk about the Nigeria-Algeria game. See, Nations Cup they sweet. Nations Cup they sweet. Before me, they say that Morocco now be favorite now. Everywhere don't change now. Because me now they look there again. They're good though. They get record. Brian Diaz. He they tell you say Tanzania will struggle. Sorry, Morocco struggle for that match. You not believe. They play ball, they not see chance. I don't know how that boy what they do. And that boy, you know the hear what. See, no matter what Brian Diaz play, enough is star of Madrid. I be not true.
Yes.
Enough is star match. So, but if they show yourself, say yes, me and Brian Diaz and they do well. But I want to talk now. This Brian Diaz, he good. Everybody know. We like him. He's a big play ball. But the way they do now, but if you look in gameplay, you're going to say he did try. But based on that match for tomorrow, they say now Somalia ref. I don't know how man play they tell me like this now today. Somalia ref, 9 days in charge. And if you look, when I hear Somalia, I verse. Because Nigeria, no Nigeria referee, not even as linesman, they inside there. No VAR, no linesman too, no one they inside. Now Somalia. So you talk two things now. How bad the beef say Nigeria not get referee? Now 19, 20 years now on the council, never enter AFCON. Now, number two, we say Somalia ref. What do they expect tomorrow?
For me, when I first talk about our Nigerian not making when we make the AFCON, I actually feel disappointed
about
the referee.
But it's a wait, they follow this, they follow NFF everywhere. But we see some kind of thing, they snap picture, they say referee this, say federal government give them money, they give them license, they give them say this one. Where the things they go now? You go see referee, you say this referee has this one. They do referee coaching course, coaching course. So all this thing where the money they enter, waiting will never do right. We will never get one referee at least for big tournament like this.
I believe if you watch the 2026 referee will go ref for World Cup for FIFA this thing. We get many some of them will say make this thing for Africa. But I actually feel disappointed for our ref when no make the AFCON. I actually feel it because maybe they use say because of our league also say the way our referee the officiating. Now waiting, I actually believe say waiting happen be that where CAF they overlook the Nigerian ref. Now waiting, I actually think.
You were the follow PFA. So far now, IB. So far so good now based on pitching matter. IB. You see say we not our referee they not do well. I think they don't change and I say away can win. Don't be don't say home win.
Yes.
They don't change. So waiting they know they do wait. Waiting they supposed to do they know they do. And who will go blame for that one?
I think for the Nigeria ref, they have to sit tight right now for them to make it get it right because the way we see the officiating for Nigeria at the moment, recently the one we have for NWFF on Wednesday also, where we say the referee actually the central ref and the area 1 and the area 2, we actually do where people know expect where we say they can't beat the female player also. I actually feel disappointed about the referee because for me, if you look at some female ref, some of the female ref also, they are actually doing very well for me. I actually believe say if you actually sit right and the board member of the Nigerian ref also talk to them, if they actually hammer them for they are not going to officiate for 10 years or hammer them and actually relegate them also, I think their head go dey correct.
But I want to see our referee they do corrupt.
They corrupt. They corrupt. Some of them they corrupt.
Wait, you mean say Nigerian referee they corrupt?
They corrupt.
They collect something from matches. Who go wait? They collect. Who they give them?
My just bring. I no go mention the referee name because you get one match where they play for Lagos here. The ref go officiate for North. Now one of the best two teams won't play for that match for MPFL. The away team bring money come. The home team too bring money come. They can't say okay, but the referee talk say because the referee too now one of the biggest ref for Nigeria for Africa. She the ref. Now woman.
So this is that for this Nigeria.
They happy because say the woman because you know say if the matter escalate like that, they don't spoil the woman profile. Now so the woman talk say I know they collect anything. If you don't reach the following day, I go play na match. Waiting I know they about all those kind of things.
But before they go say me they give the woman money because see now see this matter reach to clear throat to it reach because now I think they talk now for the woman because we dey talk about referee. Say the match will get tomorrow now. Maybe say now 5 p.m. Nigeria will play Algeria or the Real then not be Real market Algeria Nigeria. So Desert Warriors. I don't talk about if you check about their names, they don't win. Desert Warriors for Nigerian film, they come, you go run. Desert Warriors, they scary. Super Eagles, you just look up, you don't see them. That's not you go where they fly, but you're the super. So one will get better pass the other one. But Desert Warriors, I mean they carry everything, all sharp budget they come. So if you look that match tomorrow, now you say don't strong. But who they blow the match now? Not even referee, we from Egypt, I've been at Tunisia, I've been at Morocco. Now Somalia, maybe check out for Atlas, check out for geographical outcome. I don't see any team be Somalia. Somalia not get level. Now tomorrow now Somalia ref now call carry popo call the blow for us. The country now Nigeria football and all the cars. Now the year gets the talk now. They don't say the full MPFA. Woman maybe say so see they say the boss match up on the net to say cannot they reach. But you mean say for this country like this now they give you money to blow match. They collect them.
If you even watch, they even hold the ref money.
Well, how they do this thing? They go pay them in advance. I mean, just pay them once.
No, they know how they do their thing. They know how they do their thing. Maybe say maybe if the ref they come like now, they bring referee come now. We come they get MPFA match for Lagos now. No say na the Lagos State ref na him they do everything for the ref wey be say this thing if you be say the my whole team now they need the match wey be say they no go relegate na dem go come if they give her like if they give the ref like 10 million shey she no go collect the match shey she no go collect the money.
Wait na the money na dey shake you abi na the news I no understand see if they give her 10 million so wait if you be ref they give you collect the way they talk you collect.
Aba. Because of my nature of my job, I don't go collect them because I don't want to lose my job.
That much. How much did they pay you for your wait. If you be Nigerian referee now, better say body they see, I mean I don't better they laugh. See, now Nigeria matter. See, if you carry this country matter for head, see, no pharmacy you cure you. Now only God you go crusade because see, if they give you 10 million now for match now, say you be referee now with the condition of everything. I don't know how much they pay you. You say you not take it. I know it's about bad thing because no is no. So we get people say you say no. So me no know because say you be guest now because for me, I don't want to tell you I go talk. If you talk for me, I can't talk my own. You go take the money. 10 million naira.
I don't go take them.
So just give Popo straight win.
No, I don't go do them. But I don't want to lose my job.
Okay, I'm very careful. So I will your play later. So Somalian referee. So I tell of shit you go be tomorrow.
I believe say the Somalian referee go give himself brain tomorrow game because now millions of fans all over the world go and watch the match because he believes say if you no do well, the CAF to go actually relegate the ref also. because I believe say the officiating is going to be okay.
Okay, Lagos, more sharply run enter Lagos, Nigeria. Where they watch us so now top VOP TV 9 a day. So and more just sharply run enter. Don't they vest me. See, normally he never tell me ring bell for NFL. We don't say they try so can't you do, but they know Nigeria Football Federation. They know say I not be friend to them because waiting with the year and I'm more your talk now. They don't just say I did talk at that time. They say now for you, but more your talk say finance ministry. Understand? So I'm saying finance, and I talk. You don't say they talk now. Say finance or finance ministry. And I see answer. Say they don't confirm release of Super Eagles bonus. Now, make address where they come. Not be say they confirm the money now. They can't confirm. Say they go pay. And so now today we say that yesterday and today. So some of them will not see their money for their accounts. But I want to talk and they pay me for body bros. This Nigeria Football Federation, this NFL people. Me never see anybody who get my reach them. You know why they talk? Players don't need to complain, say they go boycott match before I go do what they're supposed to do. The players come together, say they not go train. This man waiting for screen, so we they respect her, but players are not the loser. My respect for this man not the consistent. Now be NFL president. So if I want to talk now based on the station, and you do based on say courtesy, the man say you all talk now and say without due respect, but they not they try. Now NSC don't come and tell us say the money now they don't confirm say no problem in the camp again. But they say they don't see before this tournament they owe Eric Chair, my friend, not Pesero to owe Pesero na normal thing. How you know they prepare say coach go tournament you know they own waiting be motivation when they give. Coach don't say come tournament and I see they own the man say not to the talk. You know your time now you know what you go sign. I don't know what you sign give them. You know they talk. But the only investment I be say, those players must raise alarm. They only talk say we not go green, and they check law to for all the market ready for Nigeria. So they say they not go green, say they must give us our bonus. They not give official bonus, they not give player bonus. Players say they don't go train, they don't even go Marrakesh, they don't go Marrakesh now. But now we can't say NFF, I mean NSC, we can't connect with CBN. Now Central Bank of Nigeria. Now I call they pay, if they don't they pay. Can they pay the money now to the players' account directly? Come players in a military regime. They don't abash at that time. At that time, when we say we will not get this one with democracy time. Not be because see, I hear this in the verse. He came over here under 17. Go play match for Nigeria. Person they transfer now one man from the north. If I represent Nigeria, I suppose they see who they pay me. Even every they work so not be name and they see company name and they see investment and they see company name say this one not pay you Kiziki, take your salary. May you do fast, make sure I know I play. You understand? Say like this, take your salary. You go see who they pay you, they transfer money, give you. You go make sense. You know, say na company, na people, na forum, na pay you. So you all the money, say I don't take. But this Nigeria, where they talk so under 17, you never have to take this social media, go check on. Person they transfer money, they give them. Now one Mohammed, I'm not calling your name, Mohammed, you did inside. Person individual account. God, the reason that's not how can individual account they transfer money they give person who represent Nigeria? That one the Lord also said you not clear. Now these players just converse say you not agree. They don't say they will pay them now, they will pay them directly. So you're the best say the country we not ashamed. Nigeria Football Federation, we not the year war, we not try it because players you can't come up on social media, you can't the trend. Say they don't go play. Every time I want to ask you this thing a ritual. Now so you go the day. I be we not fit see people will all come now. Maybe they not they do all those. See, maybe just change that. Maybe they pay players their money in due time. You the old coach, you be like normal thing, and my mind they tell me say, be like say they don't know say we go far.
Now you know lie.
They don't know say we go because every tournament na cash out. Qualify na cash out. Now there federal government say take her. How they go, see? What will be the motivation? What people they only see we not even go walk up. The country itself, you have the shakes. So the only thing you see they get now, say they bring us together. Now this football. Me I talk for TV and I go talk again. If this Super Eagles fit try for this Morocco win this nation's cup, they not go walk up. So that's will forgive them. So tell me about NFF, NSC, money. The way they do money, why would they see all this bonus issue?
I did disappointed about them because every year when I saw they always the year. Okay, maybe talk about when when the Super Falcons when they win the World Cup, Nations Cup also, WAFCON. Now so they do. As you say, they don't talk come outside. Now so they go want die their own money also. They are actually them too. They come and say when the captain talk say they never see their money. You know reach 48 hours when one of the NFL boys to come and say now they go one lie about saying na CBN now they get issue so and so. Everybody don't tire for all these things. It's like say we go back to this military regime. Where we say they go they pay their money directly as the president they talk about say they go pay their money like they go direct to their accounts.
So the money now, if they do it like that, we not be enforce law. Our own I also the talk, we will not go sleep until they do it well. But if they do it like that, not be disgrace to people where they work.
They be for their own and their own benefit, for their own pocket that they fight for.
No be players.
No be the player because all those players too, they be breadwinner for their own family too. They get people they be say they want them to their own feed. Maybe say they want bless also. All those as we say we go all this World Cup now, they are their own pocket money them too they want fight for. Maybe say they go carry their girlfriend, everything go World Cup.
They get all these people they get girlfriend.
Why they no go get?
All the NFF. And they married. So they get girlfriend. Tell me about her. I short note now. They get girlfriend.
Why they no go get? With the Bakuma Nimu where we say that they owe all those players, we say this thing.
Wait, I don't understand. Inside they confuse me. Now because they get the money, I mean they get girlfriend. I mean they like to do them.
They like they do them now. Yes.
Okay, no I'm just they go and I beg Onanuga. I want to see this one sharply. More you talk now. They call a second man. Where we say they get information and when they strategize for number one citizen of Nigeria, they call Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are in this together. Not go talk. Now, 57 they come so we know how they play. Now we get one man where we say everybody don't say you want to be president. Say no agree. They don't say like this now. Peter Obi now they call a governor of Anambra State before. Former governor of Anambra State before. Now they call Peter Obi. Based on that money thing where they do, where they just circulate everywhere, Peter Obi come out. You just say X too much. Twitter. Before. Now X they call and not be your ex-girlfriend that time if you get to like my guy said and get for that side. But he say he arranged himself where? He said, I'm not happy with what is going on in the country. He said, why they go the old players? Saying that this thing be their motivation. Say all these players now with everything we don't go, won't give our best. They still do them like this. So me now, the question comes to say, Peter Obi the verse say Nigerian Football Federation never won't change. He say what they do not make sense. Now buy on Anuga, where we say they work with now be number one man to president for information and strategy. He said Peter Obi, you too bitter. So you are a bitter man, Mr. Bitter Peter. I've been a Peter Bitter. Man, I go talk, man, I go buy my tongue. Peter, I've been a Mr. Peter. But I'm not Peter Bitter. Or you Peter or Peter Bitter or John. He said Peter Obi too get. He said get grievous, I get grudges for mine. He said you too they talk. Say what it concern you. So on now gonna the face Peter Obi like who they live for face me and face you. Now who they get better soap now be big boy. You understand? Now the matter now they circulate everywhere. When I see him, he accuse and say Peter Obi he say this thing are based on politics. Because we don't see Peter Obi sometimes they play match for Akwa Ibom go there. Understand? They make some kind of move and in the talk saying like sports. But people they say na lie, say na political move be this one. But on I look at say Peter Obi no need to talk, not be every matter where you see your shoot mouth. So you will be guest. Me I not talk my own, I don't give them, you can't give them your own now. Wait till you feel talk for this matter. Wait till Peter Obi do not good, I will not make sense, I be the talk true. Just tell me about this matter.
Wait till Onanuga talk, na real true talk, in talk. I believe say Peter Obi na political runabout in they do about. Because I believe say he want to use political talk till they talk about this thing. Me, I believe say now if you say you like sport like that for Anambra State, how many clubs there for Anambra? He say like why not create one club for Anambra? We be say when you be governor for Anambra State. Okay, maybe we look our Senate president. He get club for Akwa Ibom now. Say na because you have football club. But he just talk about now. He use about political this they talk say this thing. We want to use that one to do political talk where we say people go take like and say this thing.
Okay.
May go sit down for one place.
Okay, may P2B go sit down for one place. I want to ask you now, based on the election we don't pass now, election see they come again. P2B, so it's in a political thing. I want to ask you this question. More you do small politics now. Moses, I'm not taking over your show. All the Chukuma, Korubas, that thing. They answer, they find them, they watch now because so can't answer. So more you also talk this one. I will say my guest on day. More you do small politics based on election where you pass. So who you vote for?
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Now Tinubu you vote for?
Yes.
Okay, you vote for Tinubu. My own has to ask a question. Understand? No, just straight to the point. No sentiment. That's straight. You vote for Tinubu. So with the way Nigeria did now, I see him. You like him? Are you enjoying it? Is everything going well with you?
I'm not really enjoying it a lot like that.
But why? You vote for president, eh?
Yeah.
So if Super Eagles get problem like this now, who you go blame?
NFF.
As Nigeria gets more crisis and everything not too clear, economy now even me I don't know road to go as. Nigeria like this now, who you go blame?
Now Tinubu I go blame.
You blame Tinubu and you vote him, abi?
Yes.
So now your opinion, I don't change that. You say you like to me vote him, abi? So me want to ask you now, enter another political talk now. 2027 they come so. You go to Nigeria beyond Jackpot, you dey Nigeria.
I never know.
You never know. Nigeria is okay. Is Nigeria okay? No, talk now. See, radio now, voice of the people. Now you have a voice, not get caught. But for here, you have more than a voice. So you talk how you take feel. 27 the corner, who you vote? Okay.
Tinubu.
Okay, you vote Tinubu.
Yes.
2027 you vote Tinubu. So you get P2B, you talk about P2B, you say they do politics. But you get some record where they about P2B, they say he clean. Say because P2B the way they talk and say he come out clean for Anambra State. They tell you to go and check it, and nobody don't come and say he do this one, do this one. How it be?
How we tell you say they clean? For Anambra, how many something do for Anambra for there?
P2B record for Anambra clean.
For which record? Which record you get for Anambra? Make the man go sit down for one place.
Wait, who can get better record?
For me, if they bring, if you come out and say you want to become president of Nigeria, now still second, I be third, now you go see carry.
Genuinely?
Yes.
It's true, and just give us real results.
Sure.
Okay, I want to ask you now, if P2B day now, more just kind of fast forward 1927, sharply, more you do and say they don't do. They don't get P2B now, can't get Tinubu, two of them. Okay, my talk and wait before say don't carry talk. His Excellency, #1 citizen, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and presidential aspirants, Abi, P2B, two of the country now, so everybody don't do that two, everybody else dey one side. These two can't reach final. Semi-final, I think we'll come up for semi-final. Now then enter final. So P2B, where we say never test them before, and Tinubu now where we say he dey rule, can't dey for final. Say who? Answer you go vote, and Nigeria don't vote now. We don't get one. Maya put out no do small politics for radio, for TV, no verse again. We don't do it for radio. We just do that. So we don't get like 120 people don't vote for Tinubu. 120 don't vote for P2B. We just need one person to vote, maybe 121. And who votes, I go win. You come say now you dey call. You never vote because rain dey fall. You can't come out to vote. Time now. That's you come say now you go vote. Between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and P2B, who you go just stand on that press for?
Na Bola Ahmed Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now you go vote for as the president of Nigeria.
Okay, now you go vote. Okay, no worry. You don't talk your own and your opinion. Okay, that one just today. So waiting on now look at talk makes sense.
Yes.
So P2B they do political.
Yes, political talk.
Political talk. That's why. Okay, time not take more run. Enter round of 16. Don't pass. We don't enter the quarterfinal. I just can review. I bet more just reason this thing together. Matches go start today. Match go start today, and many games on day. So I want to ask you now. When you tell me, as your be so, who you feel say you give? If say tournament don't end at this, now more do judgment before final whistle. Who you give as your best coach?
Best coach. I go pick.
You say that now you don't end though, like this. Who you give?
I go give this Moroccan coach.
Walid Regragui.
Yes.
You give him. Okay. Who you give best team?
Best team. I go give Senegal.
You give Senegal best team. Senegal. Who you give best player?
Best player. I go give Diaz.
Brahim Diaz, best player. Who you give best striker?
Best striker. Now Diaz go see collect am.
You give am. Who you give best goalkeeper?
I go give Zidane Pikin.
Okay, Algeria. Who you can give tournament best player?
I go give Lukman.
Okay, Nigeria enter. Goal scorer now, Diaz. I be in your shoes.
Yes.
So as it be now, who will be your favorite to win AFCON before now? No lie.
Morocco.
Morocco. Now Morocco still be your favorite.
Yes.
How does Nigeria play under your eyes?
For me, I believe in our semi-final Nigeria go reach. They will go now. Third place will they go?
Come, wait. You said all this way they play Nigeria, they go third place.
Yes.
So Mr. will still cry. Come on.
Yes, now.
Who go win now?
Morocco.
Morocco.
If Morocco no win, I go pick Senegal. Now both of them.
Nigeria now, where's they go come on? For which level?
Semi-final.
Semi-final. Okay. If you ask me, if you had today like this now, my best. Okay, you now do my work. Take my work. Ask me, I do guest.
Okay.
Ask me. They ask me what they tell you. I will tell you reason. It's a host, Abi?
Yes.
Take over the show.
For the tournament, who is your best for the tournaments now? Who will go pick for your best goalkeeper?
Me will choose Zidane Pikin. They don't say in clean sheet where they do. I like and get man over everything. They make sense. The boy out there, he record your sweet. I don't give them your subon. They just concede all those ones. So me will give Zidane Pikin.
A young player of the tournament.
I feel get mad. Don't scatter my head.
Best midfielder.
Best midfielder. You know, if I talk this, people go reverse. The truth of the matter, I say, I won't give what before. My mind say, if you do, you are not saying the truth. I'll give Papa Gay. We say they play for Villarreal for Senegal. They don't say, reason to say, he won't be the play ball, he assist na prep, assist. He the play ball, he play pass, and if he break person ways, but goals. Gay, Papa Gay for Villarreal to play for Senegal, he the score goal, they assist. So me will give Gay.
Best striker.
I'll give you a card for Morocco. He don't show us say in this way they do, not be fluke, but bicycle kick. Now if they do it in one calendar year, don't do it 3 times, not be mistake. So me will give El Kabi. Which again they there?
Best if you want pick again, best coach. If you now who you go pick?
Yeah, I'll give a chair. I'll give a chair. If question not finish.
Supporters, fans of the tournament.
And I'm not get stressed now. I know they say Morocco, don't turn everywhere. Everywhere in Morocco now. Morocco, I'll give them. Say, but I not too like one thing when they do. I don't like say Morocco. I don't like say Morocco. I don't like say Morocco. So the people talk, but they change their plan. They don't want to change their focus. When they match, we shall be your fool. When we say another match, this man they play Burkina Faso. People they want to go black MPFA. But change country. When we call the talk, so Morocco, if they watch match. Morocco people now can't choose country they want support. You see him?
Yes, I do.
So now maybe you choose Morocco, but if not, Baba na Ivory Coast too. If you see that song, I know that. Will you play song, producer? If you play that song for me, keep going. Okay, you know how to play. That song. I don't know that song. You see him? You they laugh. You know that dance? Yes. Ivorian song. You know that song?
Yes, because I wait till I look for this tournament. If I won't even do them. Talk about this tournament because I will still pick the last AFCON past this Morocco because the way the tournament was and where it be like people will go watch the AFCON for Cote d'Ivoire. They really enjoy themselves. We say everybody believes say wow, they don't expect say wait till they see for Cote d'Ivoire.
Even streaming the revenue. You imagine tournament they play say Gianni Infantino, sweet Italian come out. Say Africa is beautiful. But now Morocco don't say they show the world, say yes, indeed, Africa is beautiful. So all this thing we like we will celebrate and we'll see that Morocco, you are trying, you've done well. Infrastructure you not get on. Waiting you not get, and I don't make everything. But me, I'll give now with you, Nigeria and I go win. But tomorrow we'll still talk about the more match. So today, if you give your prediction for match they will play today, last 8 don't start today.
It don't start to. For me, Mali, Senegal. Now Senegal, I go pick because in Mali, for the last 10 matches, where Mali don't follow Senegal play. Senegal, Mali, they don't feel Senegal. Senegal, now you get the game for today. For the next one, Cameroon versus Morocco. Morocco go beat Cameroon.
How you think they talk this team straight? Morocco will beat Morocco. Maybe say no, let's struggle to beat Tanzania.
You know, say if they watch football sometimes, all these other dogs, Senegal, if they look that Tanzania
Even
team,
Senegal Sudan 3-1, but it's struggle.
if you watch, okay, can't go say you watch them. That's Sudan. This thing too. Look, now Sudan.
They score first.
Now they score first. If that Tanzania game, you go no say Tanzania, even their league on serve. Their league, they don't upgrade for their league also. We say their team almost 3 or 4 of their team qualify for the CAF group stage for the Convention Cup. Tanzania league too don't upgrade well. We say their goalkeeper, we say they are outstanding also. I go give credit to them. For this Cameroon and Morocco, I believe say that one too a very tough game. I believe say with the current form where most especially Diaz they go beat Cameroon.
You know, say they talk their name, all them players, they all them Diaz, all them Rahim, all them Sazen, all the Hakimi, they all them Onai, all them Amrabat, the 2 get squad, the 2 plenty. But you know they can't go Kofani. One small way in front, where they turn it, that's Cameroon small boy. No they fear them. No they fear them.
I know they fear them.
Cameroon give the credit and give example not there. Onana not there. Abubakar not there. They manage their team. They play as small. They press down. When will they try? Understand? But when we enter Nigeria or Algeria, who you say go win?
Nigeria go win.
Who you for want? Na Congo you for like before being Algeria. Because my time say na Congo they meet to beat Nigeria.
If you meet Congo, you go be revenge for Super Eagles because them knock out Nigeria, make them no qualify for World Cup for the last qualifier where they go play for America there. But now when we say na Algeria, you know say Algeria beat us for the last time when we meet them. 2019.
Come on, you got to win highest goal scorer. Mahrez carry.
Yes. Now, tomorrow match go be another revenge.
So anyhow, will be revenge must come.
Yes. I believe say Nigeria na slim win go take win. Wey be say na Lookman go do assist for Osimhen.
Again, now don't say come now. Lookman go do assist. They don't get choice. They need to just settle their grievances. Understand? And they talk and you know, see, they need to do everything. May just try. Understand? Because the way the game take they go now, with the look say, now who win? Now you go front. So last 8. But check the other match where they still get. Who would you say go win?
Egypt and
the next AFCON match they get. Who go win? Because people say North African side they do well. Say they are the best in this one. They are doing well. Everybody are good. They are this. They are that. Who if you say okay, which North African team will go find? I'm gonna ask this one first.
Not sure. Not everybody knows say now it's go be between North Africa and West Africa.
Who tell you?
They watch the game now. They watch them.
So wait, Ivory Coast reached final last time.
Yes.
They will meet Egypt. Who go win?
Egypt and Ivory Coast. That game now do or die.
Who go win? Because my mind tell me say Egypt will come out now.
If you don't watch the Ivory Coast game,
they play, but they watch them. The way MFA they change in team, Sekou Fofana they share match.
You know say
they share match.
You know say the coach of Egypt and the coach of Senegal, both of them don't face themselves before for when they play. Now both of them will come face themselves for coaching level now. I believe say this kind game for tomorrow game also, now their idea go determine who go win. But I believe say with the young experience where Senegal get, Ivory Coast get, Ivory Coast go knock them out also.
But not forget say Egypt now be champion for AFCON based on 7 times don't winner. It no matter.
It no matter. Even Madrid will be say if they be Champions League champion also, where they don't win like 10 times too. When Arsenal catch them, they wipe them as if saying and they be newborn baby.
Okay, we'll just jump. Eric talks say we are not taking up the AFCON final. We're not talking about AFCON. So what they think now, game by game, no distract me now in the talk. This thing be like, you just they try to play, I know it's be like mind game. Say no, they take, say I like this style, game after game. Now good strategy with that one.
Very, very good strategy. because if you focus say I won't go final, you no go concentrate on the game.
Where get for hand?
Yes, it just be like when I wait I take like the man be that, because if you look Jose Mourinho when that time when he dey Chelsea, if he get Madrid tomorrow, na that game when you get that win that weekend, na him go first focus on. If you don win that game, na him go come follow the one wey go get for midweek, na him go come focus on. I believe the idea of Chile wey he talk about.
Okay, from that one to another one, Super Copa de España. We don't see her. Waiting to surprise me, say Lamine Yamal, they still at their right. They went to Jeddah. They go play Athletic Club, they call Athletic Bilbao. Go give them 5.2. They not get any reply. Understand? That one not be go, not be GG. That one a straight win. But if you jump, come up for that one. Yesterday, now call the watch, say we'll see Madrid derby. Say go sweet oh. Now so Madrid just start to the. Understand? Play at the beginning, they show themselves. If Rodrigo even score, they don't first get 2. Then last one can score that goal. Now let's go Madrid and not come out. Now so we'll see final. Now what do you expect for that final when they come?
Another tough game.
Like Clasico.
Clasico. You know, say last time when they play for final again, they disgrace Madrid. This time around, Madrid too go on revenge. Say, this kind of game, we gonna say we not gonna take am easy. We go on disgrace them. We gonna say we want. You know, say this final now. Now it go be first final for Alonso also. He gonna say go on win this final. The last time where Alonso to go enter final when they Leverkusen.
Yeah, he lose
where Boniface dey for Leverkusen. But this time around too, he go on say he won't win this trophy also.
So he won't win, but who is go win now?
Madrid.
Now you want?
Yes.
They get the quality to win now.
They get the quality.
Okay, Lagos video watch also now top VOP TV voice or the television nowadays. So Lagos now just today. Channel reach say we go have match break, and the break now to the go as say we don't close. Break. Because we come out, not say we don't come out like that too. Because midday news they come, so you also day with us. Merry for lecture. But last one of your day, talk true. If you not talk true, now you know. Yesterday, good first half, Arsenal. Second half, me not know the bot where the slow, you go press. Get your change. You can't be saying that Liverpool won't go burn Arsenal. Go, it's almost like, even when Bradley, that boy, I beg, may you get to it soon. He now go for back on top post. Keep everybody look up to the ball. I say now Jesus they understand. But if you check as they play, bros, even when they not they play match, they get good day. And they talk about Arsenal. Arsenal feel like go sell Spurs, go play match, and not see chance come out. Haaland score penalty. I respect and I work class. So we don't say 173 games. 173 games. He don't score 150 for Man City jersey. Now work class without one. But he not finish for them. Mitoma, Karu, Mitoma, Yesha, your presser. So it's why if you look the Premier League, I don't like to say everything be like say they work in favor for Arsenal. Not be must say go win all your match. That's how you play big games. Yesterday they get draw. People will not like her. You gotta forget 8 points clear, but you all become 6 now. No lie, talk on as they go. So you think say Arsenal and their time to win Premier League with this. You think say Arsenal will win Premier League. Wait till go make Arsenal not win this Premier League because now the club where they pursue them now. Don't get your Escobar, don't get Surgery. When I saw you yesterday or so. Ruben Diaz, they call they play Obesic, that's why we're good. Understand? Kosonov, they play Akine for left back. Chance not to understand. Mass don't get some kind of crisis. Check it on the. So tell me, you think the Arsenal go win this Premier League, I mean they go lose them?
For me, I don't see say this time around, Arsenal their season, but everybody knows say Arsenal, there be team will be say they go down the go before you know they don't fall Yakata. But Man City, I thank God say general transfer window don't open now. No say Guardiola, you know what if you go do? If you go bring like 2 quality or 3 quality come now, maybe say you go take replace those people who get injury now. I believe say as they go now, you know say before everybody know say Man City last season they get many crises more than this one. Where we say I see it, they still survive am. But with where they go, everybody know say Arsenal they go still struggle. Where we say they go still bottle the league. Where we say Man City go win they go become champion.
So Man City go win this league.
Yes.
So Arsenal, me show that table again. Let me show you. Me look that table. Maybe that table go change your mind. And you look at if your mind, you change your mind. Look table.
49, 43. Just 6 points.
You can adjust.
Just 6 points.
You need to lose too much to get that, you know. Okay, so all this Arsenal they play now, they move you. At the end of the day, Arsenal will come down. Now you talk on.
Yes.
You like me to give you like me to keep this clip for another day when we happen. We'll say Insua said Arsenal no win league. You like watch this with him today, you know, Abi?
Yes.
So more mark today.
Yes.
So you say Arsenal no go winner. And not believe Liverpool, no be Aston Villa, now Man City.
Yes, now.
Okay, so Insua time now we just a match break. Thank you, say you come there with me today. That's why you talk about Man City. I like and a strengthening of team. Now make Semenyo now go your commot. He won't enter that club. He don't play last match. And Semenyo go wear number 42. Be like 42. When you actually don't wear before, so you go good. And I saw you take the come for club. Zabani, they sell and go PSG, they cash out. Hoisen, I mean house for Madrid, they cash out. Now and down the road, and after they look the board, when I not collect money for Semenyo. Collect money now every single day. So he don't say I'm going to City. He won't strengthen the squad. Now be Man City. If not the fear Pep Guardiola, now be not the fear football. But also I say make I thank you again. I say make I thank you for the thing we don't do. You come to show talk as your mind. I just be so. Understand? The little way say shock me now. One thing I not talk. I they shock me. But thank you so much that you come.
Thank you.
We go do them again. Lagos. Pass mark. Time down reach. So we'll come out. You don't reach. So we'll pack all our belongings. Carry everything we say don't get. Say we will come up for studio. I go talk and again. Say not be everybody we say go crossover service. When your pastor, I know God. This year, I will never do this. This year, I will never do this. You never even reach January 21. You don't go back to your sin. God will forgive you. Understand? Because no matter how person they do hard labor work reach, no matter how much you try, in palm, you not feel ever soft. But I want to talk, and I will talk, and the last time I want to talk. I don't close. Media news they come. The way something they come out for Nigeria these days, the way Nigerian something they be, I look and say, I don't have a choice. Man, I'll not do this work, finish, don't go fire. God, please forgive me of my sins. I'm not coming for TV, I beg. It's back to you. We'll go do them again when we come back later on next week. Thank you so much.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television. where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Unveils Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unveils. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the midday news with the headlines. Rivers lawmakers vow Fubara will not escape justice. Rivers APC calls impeachment move reckless and unnecessary. Opposition crisis exposes fake alarmism in Nigeria. Obi slams leaders as 141 million Nigerians sink into poverty while politicians play games. Federal government clarifies low-income earners will pay zero tax. NCC, CBN to ensure instant refunds for failed data airtime purchases. In the world of business, Nigeria holds firm despite dollar pressure. In sports, Rosanna must deliver or face pressure at Chelsea. In entertainment, Ned Nwoko challenges Regina Daniels' negative drug test. Now the news in full. The tension in Rivers State has hit a point of no return. The Rivers State House of Assembly says nothing, not even political deals, will stop them from impeaching Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Lawmakers insist the process is strictly legal, not political. Assembly spokesperson Enemy George called Fubara a recidivist, claiming he repeatedly broke the law. He also accused the governor of mismanaging public funds and appointing relatives unlawfully. George dismissed suggestions of a political compromise, saying past solutions have only weakened the legislature's credibility. He stressed that lawmakers are committed to following the law to the letter. The impeachment proceedings started Thursday, focusing on allegations of gross misconduct by both the governor and his deputy. Rivers residents now watch closely as lawmakers push forward, determined to see justice being served. Still in Rivers State, the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has rejected the impeachment process against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odu. The party says the move is destabilizing and could throw the state into fresh political turmoil. In a statement, the APC says while it respects the independence of the House of Representatives, House of Assembly, impeachment should not be used as a political weapon. The party warned its members in the Assembly against yielding to pressure capable of damaging governance. The APC also dismissed claims linking the impeachment to budget issues, insisting the current budget is valid until August 2026. It says the governor is not legally bound to present a supplementary budget at this time. The party has also asked the lawmakers to discontinue the process, warning it could harm the APC's image and stall development in Rivers State. Governor Fubara is yet to respond to the latest development. Still in Rivers State, the House of Assembly has dismissed claims that the impeachment move against Governor Siminalayi Fubara is being influenced by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. The lawmakers insist that the process is purely constitutional and not political. Assembly spokesperson Enemy George says linking the impeachment to one individual is unfair and demeaning to the legislature. He warns that mixing political with constitutional duties could create unnecessary tension. George maintains that the House is acting within Section 188 of the Constitution following alleged breaches by the governor. He also dismissed the claims of budget paddling and stalled legislative work as false. Meanwhile, impeachment proceedings have formally commenced, with 26 lawmakers endorsing allegations of gross misconduct against the governor and his deputy.
The Rivers State APC has also rejected the move, calling it destabilizing and urging lawmakers to discontinue the process. And from Rivers, we move straight to Lagos, where Lagos APC has hit back at the African Democratic Congress over claims that Nigeria's democracy is in danger. The party says the opposition is more worried about its fading relevance than any threat to democratic institutions. Spokesman Sheye Oladejo described ADC's alarmist statement as fearful theatrics from a coalition unsure of its direction. According to Lagos APC, the opposition is afraid of its own shadows, not the state of the nation. The party insists elections, court rulings, and civic freedoms have continued smoothly since May 2023. Lagos APC argues that democracy remains stronger under President Bola Ahmed's leadership, despite doomsday warnings. Oladejo advised Atiku Abubakar and his political allies to face reality and stop spreading panic. He adds that Nigeria has moved on and it's the opposition, not the country, that is anxious. Moving on, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, is sounding a massive alarm, claiming that over 62% of Nigerians are now trapped in a circle of abject poverty. He says while politicians are busy fighting over party chairs and 2027 positions, a staggering 141 million people are struggling just to eat. Breakdown citing recent economic data, Obi pointed out that the number of poor citizens has ballooned by millions in just the last few years. He warned that it's just a policy failure, but a direct threat to the nation's future stability as food cost swallows 70% of household incomes. The criticism didn't stop at the economy, as Obi also took a swipe at the government for failing to pay the Super Eagles their match allowances. He called it a national embarrassment, wondering how a country can write off trillions in debt for cronies but cannot pay its own sports stars. Obi concluded that these unpaid bonuses are a perfect reflection of Nigeria's distorted priorities and a lack of respect for hard work. He's calling for an immediate shift towards productivity and real social protection before the country slides further into these crises. Moving on, a political landscape for 2027 is shifting as the obedience ticket appears to have hit a fork in the road. While Peter Obi has moved towards a coalition with the ADC, Dati Baba Ahmed is staying put in the Labour Party. Debunking rumors on a TV interview, he said his recent comments were misinterpreted and no official announcement was made. Baba Ahmed said he was simply reaffirming his membership of the Labour Party amid ongoing political discussions. He emphasized that any future declarations would follow the party's processes and the Independent National Electoral Commission's timetable. The clarification comes after media and social media reports suggested he was positioning himself for the 2027 election. Baba Ahmed warned that social media often amplifies misinformation and urged formal media to ensure accurate reporting. He described false claims about his presidential bid as misleading narrative designed to misinform the public. Baba Ahmed said he remains focused on his party's membership and respects the proper channels for announcing political ambitions. Meanwhile, the federal government is finally making a move to ease the long wait faced by unpaid contractors. It has earmarked 1.7 trillion naira in the 2026 budget to settle outstanding obligations from past projects. The allocation targets debts owed for capital projects executed in 2024 many of which sparked protests last year. Contractors had complained of cash crunch, loan pressures, and stalled operations. Officials say the provision is part of efforts to clean up old liabilities while speeding up new infrastructure delivery. Another 100 billion naira has also been set aside for other verified local contractor claims. Government sources insist the payments will follow proper verification to avoid abuse. For contractors, this budget line offers fresh hope that long-delayed payments may finally come true. The federal government has explained how low-income tax earners will pay zero tax under the new personal income tax regime that began on January the 1st. The first 800,000 naira of annual income is tax-free, shielding the poorest earners from any levy. Tanimu Yakubu, Director General of the Budget Office, said deduction like pension and health insurance can further reduce taxable income to zero. He emphasized that criticism claiming the poor would be taxed is based on selective arithmetic and misrepresentation. Urging and using an example, Yakubu showed that a worker earning 75,000 naira monthly would easily pay no tax after allowable deductions. He added that expanding the tax base targets high earners and informal sector compliance, not subsistence wages. The GG also criticized the use of global poverty lines in local tax debates, calling them misleading when converting into naira. Officials say the reforms are designed to protect workers, improve revenue collections, and reduce Nigeria's reliance on borrowing. You're still watching the Midday News right here at Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs commentator and analyst. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, David.
All right, let's get into it almost immediately. Interestingly, the DG of course, the federal government has explained clearly that the new personal income tax regime that began January the 1st would not only become a tax-free base for some Nigerians who, of course, their first 800,000 naira would not be taxed upon. Looking at this clarity, because again, there's been that narrative about the fact that this new tax law is clearly to tax more Nigerians, even the poor. But the narrative seems to be changing with this level of explanation by the DG. What's your position with these kind of conversation? Clearly, knowing that Nigerians also have this mistrust when it comes to federal government and policies that comes from the federal government within the time like this.
You see, the new tax reform is clear about some issues, but a lot of people that may not ordinarily understand the dynamics of these laws would misinterpret, and that's what we see on social media. The moment somebody gives you 20,000 naira as gift, be sure that they will remove 25%, which is 5,000. The moment you buy anything, you're going to pay tax. The other person that is receiving the money will pay tax and all that. These things are not really true. Nobody's going to monitor your income and begin to deduct without you being aware. That's one. Two, you see, this thing is not novel to Nigeria. It's just because we are so used to evading tax. As a matter of fact, do you know that the low-income earners that are exempted from this new tax law are the ones that bear the brunt of taxation in Nigeria?
Before now?
Before now. Because if you're a civil servant, no matter your level of income, you still pay as you earn, pay, which is personal income tax.
Yeah.
You know, and while you are paying tax, the man that is a billionaire that has money stashed away, that has big businesses, that is into buying and selling, will not pay tax.
Okay.
So now what it simply means is that the higher your income, the more tax you pay.
So questions are being raised now about the fact that, yes, the new 800,000 naira exemption continues, of course, with a progressive tilt. But the questions that are being asked is, will it be judged by how states now implement the PE that you mentioned earlier? And how can deductions be verified, particularly on state levels now? Let's not even talk the federal government.
You see, the point is, we tend to, play down on certain things. And we tend to just ignore certain things.
Okay.
For instance, if bank charges amounts to maybe 50 naira today, 70 naira tomorrow, the first thing that comes to your mind is, why should I go to the bank to go and challenge deduction of 70 naira? Do I have the time to do that? But that 70 naira deducted from your account, if it is deducted in 1 million accounts that same moment, that is 70 million naira.
That's an accumulative figure.
You understand? But because as an individual, you feel, when I have about 200,000 naira in my account, so I will go and queue in the banking hall to go and ask questions that, why did you deduct 70 naira from my account? But this thing is, I know one or two people that had gone to do audit of their accounts, and the bank was forced to pay huge amount over deducted amount that were not legally deducted. Nigerians should wake up to the point of asking questions. Some people, if not for a lawyer that decided to take VIO to court, nobody knew that there was a law embedded in the establishment of vehicle inspection offices that you cannot apprehend, impound, and impose fine right on the road. So it takes just one person. It's same thing with road safety. You see, what we are saying is the new tax regime allows you to, if you feel just changed, to petition, to ask for proper audit. And if there is any reason that you have been overtaxed, you get your refund.
Okay.
Now, you understand? Yes. The market woman whose total capital, for instance, in the corporate world, if you are doing SMEs and your total turnover in 1 year is less than 50,000, you walk away tax-free. It wasn't like that before. So people just hold on to the downside, which is not even correct. So now, how many of us have seen deduction from our transactions, apart from stamp duty, which is 50 naira, since January 1st? You see, before
against the narrative that is being expressed.
As against the narrative being expressed, there was a time that people said, with the way things are going, we're likely to buy petrol at 1,500 per litre before the end of the year. And December came, price dropped to 739. Nobody wanted to revisit that episode. I was the only one here that said no, that the price of fuel will come down considerably. And it's still going to come down. Forget about all these shenanigans playing around in the downstream sector. It will still come down. You understand? So what we are saying is, don't die many times before the original death, like James Stewart said.
I honestly would align with the fact that there are several questions that we're yet to ask ourselves, even as Nigerians. In fact, I did make you mentioned deductions of 70
Naira
in the bank and all of that. In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, I got a mail from one of the banks that a particular account that I do not use anymore. They're still charging me for SMS. That I'm not even getting. I'm not even getting SMS from it, but I'm being charged for it.
But you just close your eyes to it and walk away.
No, I ask questions.
No, I imagine. No. What I'm saying is, an average Nigerian will just walk past and say,
come on, it's just 6 naira.
6 naira, 20 naira.
But when you try to juxtapose it with about 1 million persons,
that's what I'm saying.
That's a huge sum of money. Now, let's talk about the distrust that have plagued the positions of both the federal government and her policies and the citizen. How can we merge this gap? Because first, there is a part of opposition also criticizing consistently based on the fact that they feel that Nigerians are being taxed, just like you mentioned before now, but the infrastructural plus that is supposed to come with these kind of tax is not visible. How can the government bridge this gap that an ordinary Nigerian can easily get this information rather than rely on opposition, who again, we know where the positions are when these kind of policies come to play?
You see, the gap between the government and the citizen,
yes,
it's so wide.
Very huge.
And you see, government tends to hoard information, except when they are pressured to do it. And it's not good for such. You see, there are agencies that should disseminate some of these things to the entire public. The National Orientation Agency is there. That's the responsibility of the National Orientation Agency, the Federal Minister of Information, and the replica in the State Ministry of Information. They are there. Now, let me tell you something. The gap happens between policy and implementation. Sometimes you want to raise questions as to how certain amount of money is spent, given the fact that you cannot trace it to anywhere. But on the part of government, that money was released. Those who have the mandate to interpret that policy and implement that policy are the civil servants, basically. But we find out that the moment that thing gets to them, they begin to change goalposts. All those palliatives you see, federal government actually released the money. But they route it through unconventional means that it doesn't get to the... Now, the question you ask yourself, these monies are not paid in cash. Now, for you to see somebody that is poor in Lagos, it's likely to be an average person in a remote village in Adamawa or Ekiti.
But some people will bet to differ, Mr. Fano. Some people will bet to differ. That you can't see people who are poor in Lagos.
Wait, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
You see, when you want to see poverty in its raw state, it's not likely.
Okay.
Because we still live a communal life in Nigeria.
Right.
Where if you walk past and see somebody that is almost a destitute, something touches you, you know, based on religious obligation and all that, you still give out. You understand? But do you know that in this country as we speak, after 23 years of mobile telephony, some people had not experienced mobile telephony, and they're in this country. Do you know that it's a luxury for some people to even come across toothpaste? So, but if you are here in Lagos, you won't know the depth of poverty. Now, that person that has not experienced telephony 23 years after, that person that had not experienced what is called toothpaste, how would that person that does not have internet coverage in his village, how would that person access palliative that is meant for him? So that person will never have opportunity of experience that palliative, but the palliative now come to somebody like you and I, because we are closer to that senator that had been given slots. We are close to the House of Rep member that had given slot. Even when 500,000 naira is sitting in your account, you will still collect that 25,000 naira that is meant for that man in the village. So that is what, these are the things that would erode confidence in the government and keeps the public. Now, the second question you are asking on infrastructure.
Right.
There will be deficit and there will be constant deficit because we have a National Planning Commission that is planless. We have National Bureau of Statistics that is not alive to its responsibility.
No, to give us the figures that they want
Wait,
to give out.
wait. If meteorological department gives you weather forecast in Nigeria, most times the other side is what you get that day.
Okay.
Now, statistics, how do they carry out their statistics? You ask yourself. But when you don't have adequate statistics, that today they will tell you, they are just using projection. They will tell you, the last time we had census was years away. Now they will tell you, this year now, it's 230 million last year. They will just assume that, give or take, we should have had about 10 million. They add it to it. It becomes 240. But the actual statistic is not there. So how do you plan? Today, if 700 people enter Lagos, hardly would you see 200 returning. 500 on daily basis comes to Lagos and will never return. And yet, they are still using 13 million or 12 million naira population in Lagos many years after.
Well,
so how would Lagos State government plan for this influx? That has increased.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, I would want to chime in on this same conversation, but on another level. There are concerns about the fact that, just like you mentioned, infrastructural deficit is still visible. And of course, the federal government clearly, even after the subsidies gone statement, has said that it was going to find its way around alleviating the pains and the sufferings of the masses. One of the promises was the part of CNG buses that were promised. I don't know if any Nigerian would have seen any of those buses, and I don't know if you had privilege to see any of those buses. This conversation about promises not being fulfilled by political outlets because of maybe opposition wanting to take more advantage of that kind of statement. Why should Nigerians have confidence in her leadership when after over 3 years, not one of such promises have been brought to reality?
You see, when you are out of government, I'm saying this because I have seen, when you're out of government, it's very easy to say, I will do this, I will do that, I will do that. But the moment you get into government, you see the evil servants. They will put every obstacle in your way to make sure that, unless you have to appropriate them like the ancestors. And how do you appropriate them? By allowing them to have their way sometimes, which is corruption. And again, you see, you need the political will for you to surmount some of those landmines without being blown off.
So should we say that this administration and her political will is not visibly there to alleviate the poverty of Nigerians? Because just like Peter Obi did say a couple of days ago, 141 million Nigerians are at the verge of becoming extremely poor. 141, a figure that, again, of course, we know he cited a recent economic data that just popped out just recently. But he also did mention the part of political leaders consistently jostling for chairs in political offices.
You see, of all, since this republic started in 1999, I've not witnessed a situation whereby you just win an election and then the whole space will be so polluted with people jostling for a position that will not be vacant until 4 years after. And it's a major distraction. But you won't hold somebody's hands tied behind him and let loose a lion.
But don't you think the reason why we have these people populated wanting to jostle for this seat is because the one who is in power is not doing well enough?
It's not that.
So
Most politicians jostle for power for selfish reasons. You would have thought that Nigeria would be Eldorado when Buhari came with the mantra of change. You would have also thought, Shebi Tinubu said it when he was in opposition. Fashola said it when he was in opposition that if I cannot fix power at a certain point in time, that people should stone him.
Oh, well, the president did say it when he became the president.
Fashola also said it when they were campaigning. He said it doesn't take more than 6 months to fix power. Now he has left almost 3 years ago. We have not fixed power. So the question is, all these people, all these gladiators, show me one that has not enjoyed government resources since 1999. Show me one that has excelled to the point that we can entrust our lives in his hands. So it's just recycling of all this, and it will continue like that.
Don't you think it's about our political landscape being so porous to the point where we cannot have individual candidacy?
You see, even if you have individual candidates, if we have individual candidates, our major problem is electoral process is heavily monetized. Somebody like you and I, we cannot contest local government councillorship, because to contest as local government councillor now, you need about 10 million naira minimum. Where will you get that kind of money? And if you are unlucky to lose that election, that could be the end of that person.
But when you say 10 million naira, that possibly will be in one remote village.
That's what I'm saying. I said minimum. I said minimum. I'm not talking about me contesting for councillorship in Lagos that you require about 200 million. So when such is the hint thing, how do we survive democracy? How would you? Because somebody who probably sold his father's house to contest election and fortunately wins that election, the first thing on his mind is how to recoup that money and also make profit to contest another election. So the vicious circle continues. And if you happen to have a godfather, that godfather is not a charity organization. He is only investing in you for profit, either by making sure that contracts that he cannot execute, you begin to award to him as soon as you get to office.
Now, with all of this, Mr. Fanimo, isn't this a clear threat, just like the words of Peter Obi, to the nation's future? Because when we keep having and recycling this kind of individuals in our political space and still we're not getting the result, I mean, the president was touted as one major strategist that, of course, knows how to bring in technocrats into the system. But we've seen one or two faulty selection that he's made. Now, should we continue in this light, or should Nigerians consistently go back to the polls and try to consistently get it right, just like we find in Kenya, to be precise?
You see, it's a two-way thing, the leadership and the followership.
Okay.
The followership is waiting, in fact, asking for inducement to vote. And the leadership is also willing and ready
When
to
you say
give
they're
it.
asking for inducement, isn't that as a result of the fact that the political elite has become...
Don't bring it as if it's poverty that's driving them. It's greed. How would you say, because I am the leader of this party in this ward, for you to come to address us in this ward, we need 10 million naira. Meanwhile, this is somebody that you know that ordinarily may not have 10,000 naira. He will be forced to go and get that 10 million naira. And when he gives you, would you have that courage to challenge him that is not working?
So the part of the electorate and, of course, the
leadership. So it's a two-way thing. And until we begin to address some of these issues, and probably somebody said legislative positions should be made part-time. We tried it in 1991, and it worked.
Yeah, but it wasn't sustained.
It was cool.
Well, Mr. Fado, but before I let you go, because of our time, really, let's jump into the politics in Rivers State, where the assembly members and, of course, the speaker has said, we're not going back. There can't even be any political solution to this conversation. We have to impeach this man, Similalayi Fubara.
It is initial gra-gra.
How do you mean?
They are not going to impeach that man. They are only twisting him because of his their allowances. You know, he stoked ember of fire in December when he announced publicly that he gave them 100,000 naira,
right,
and they returned it to him. How could you have given somebody a House of Assembly member in an oil-rich state like Rivers 100,000 naira to celebrate Christmas?
How much was he supposed to give to them?
He's supposed to give them money enough to take care of their constituencies. Don't forget, this year is election year.
When you say their constituencies, now we're coming back to this part of electorate and, of course, so there has to be an exchange of money to the tune of millions. Is that what you're saying?
Legislators today in Nigeria, they give more palliative than executive arm. Because the budget is there for them to spend, constituency allowance and all the rest. Ordinarily, a legislator is to make law.
Right.
But the way it is heavily monetized, a legislator gets between 1 billion, depending on where you are, and 2 billion yearly. You think? That's why you saw them. You look at Natasha. Look at Wabusi, or what is his name in the Southeast, displaying keke, bike, grinding machine, sewing machine, cars, buses that is going to distribute last month. Where did he get the money from? How much is his salary in a month?
So much questions begging for answer. And because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Once again, thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. The Nigerian Army has raised the alarm over a surge of fake social media accounts impersonating the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waheed Shuaibu. Officials say the cause has no official presence on any social media platform. The Army warned the public to stay alert against fraudsters who might use these accounts to solicit funds or spread misinformation. Citizens are advised not to engage, respond, or share information from such sources. Colonel Apollonia Anele, Acting Director of Army Public Relations, said measures will be taken to track down and prosecute the perpetrators. The Army assured that justice will be served in line with existing laws. The statement also reaffirmed the Army's commitment to protecting Nigerian citizens and safeguarding the country's territorial integrity. The public is urged to remain vigilant as authorities continue to address the threats. Moving on, the federal government has unveiled a new policy requiring schools to adopt reusable textbooks. The move aims to reduce education costs for parents while promoting environmental sustainability. Under the policy, textbooks must last 4 to 6 years, and disposable workbooks are no longer bundled with them. Siblings can now share learning materials, easing financial pressure on families. The government also introduced a uniform academic calendar nationwide to standardize teaching and learning. Graduation ceremonies will now be limited to specific class levels, further cutting unnecessary expenses. Textbook qualities and contents will be closely monitored by the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council. Officials say these reforms will improve learning conditions, ensure better value for money, and strengthen Nigeria's educational system. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a new framework to tackle failed airtime and data purchases. Subscribers who are debited without receiving value will now get refunds within 30 seconds. The initiative involves telecom operators, banks, and service providers, clearly outlining responsibilities for transaction handling. Consumers will also receive SMS notifications confirming the success or failure of such transactions. A central monitoring dashboard will track failed transactions and refunds in real time, ensuring transparency and accountability. So far, over 10 billion naira has been refunded to customers for failed purchases. The framework is expected to take effect from March the 1st, pending final approvals. Authorities say the measure will protect consumers, reduce complaints, and improve confidence in Nigeria's telecom and financial sectors. From that story, we move straight to talking business. The fuel supply agreement between Dangote Refinery and major oil marketers has fallen apart and is already shaking the market. The deal collapsed over pricing disagreements, opening the door for fresh petrol imports. Under the arrangements, 20 marketers were expected to lift 600 million litres of petrol monthly. But sources say Dangote prices failed to reflect falling global rates and marketers' pushback. As the disagreement dragged on, petrol importation surged in November, crossing 1.5 billion litres nationwide. Regulators say imports became cheaper than locally refined fuel at the time. Although Dangote later cut prices sharply, the move came too late to save the deal. The refinery has now reopened sales to all marketers, signaling a return to open market competition. Still talking business, the Nigerian Naira opened the week with slight fluctuations against the dollar as traders monitor central bank interventions. Early morning trades showed the official rate at about 1,424 Naira per dollar. In the parallel market, the dollar continues to trade higher between 1,480 and 1,505 Naira. Analysts say the gap between official and informal rate is narrowing, easing fears of panic buying. Expert points to steady foreign reserves and improved oil production as key factors supporting the Naira. Investors are also watching upcoming monetary policy decision closely. For one, the Naira is expected to stay within 1,420 to 1,440 Naira range on the official market, but any sudden shifts in oil prices or policy changes could quickly alter the scene. And from business, we move straight to sports. The Lagos State House of Assembly has confirmed Waheed Enita Oshodi as the new chairman of the Sports Trust Fund Board. His appointment comes after a thorough screening and unanimous recommendation by the Assembly Committee. Honorable Oshodi, former Commissioner for Youth, Sports and Development, Social Development, answered questions from Assembly members with confidence. Lawmakers say he demonstrated competence and readiness for the role. The confirmation follows a review of past nomination, with the committee satisfied that Oshodi is highly qualified. Officials believe his leadership could bring new energy to Lagos Sports Initiative. Speaker, retired Honorable Mudashiru Basar, directed the House clerk to forward the resolution to the governor. Sports enthusiasts in Lagos are optimistic about improved sports for athletes and sports programs under his chairmanship. Still talking sports, Liam Rosenau makes his first Chelsea debut in the FA Cup against struggling Charlton this weekend. Fans are eager to see if the young coach can hit the ground running. Rosenau impressed at Strasbourg and now faces life under a microscope at Stamford Bridge. A loss at the Valley could make his start painfully difficult. Meanwhile, Tottenham boss Thomas Frank is under fire after a poor run of results. Fans are growing impatient as the North London club struggles for consistency. At Manchester United, caretaker coach Darren Fletcher has a chance to prove himself against Brighton. The Red Devils hope he can steady the ship while the search for a permanent manager continues. And to wrap up the midday news, we go straight talking entertainment. Senator Ned Nwoko has disputed the recent negative drug test of his wife, actress Regina Daniels. He says the result only shows temporary abstinence, not the true recovery. Nwoko insists that consistent professional therapy is needed to address substance use issues. He also warned that a single test cannot erase previous findings from reputable centers in Nigeria and South Africa. Daniels had earlier shared a video denying drug addiction and promised legal action against false claims. She said the test was to protect her image and reassure her children. The dispute traces back to last October when Daniels accused Nwoko of domestic violence. Nwoko maintains the conflict stems from substance use, and the court had previously granted him custody of their children with supervised therapy requirements for Regina Daniels. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us, and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been held,
And of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm your baby girl, Precious Akmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is another brand new day, a beautiful day at that. And yes, a day to be excited, a day to be inspired. So please get ready, everyone, because we are about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And trust me, we're going to talk about a lot of things. And first up, we're going to talk about today is that Nollywood actress Regina Daniels recently took a voluntary drug test to address actually the issues circulating rumors about her allegedly drug and alcohol use. So the actress shared the development on her Instagram page, describing the period as emotionally challenging and stating that the decision to test herself was motivated by a desire to clear her name and maintain her personal integrity, according to reports. So Daniels visited the medical facility for the test and documented the process, posting videos and images to assure her followers of the test authenticity. And the decision comes amid ongoing public speculation, partly fueled by claims from her estranged husband, Senator Ned Nwoko, allegedly struggles with substance use allegation Daniels has consistently denied, while some earlier reports suggested that she tested positive for drugs. So the hospital mentioned in those reports later denied issuing or circulating any issues documents, leaving the claims unverified. So by taking a voluntary drug test and publicly addressing the rumors, Daniels has aimed to set the record straight through debate and public interest in her personal life, continue to generate attention across social media and news platforms. Yes, I think this is it. See, Regina has actually done the right thing. I think I was expecting her to do as of that time. Because when they have asked her to go and do the test, go and run this, I think now a lot of things will have to unfold. Yes, this is better. So let's hear what she has to say, because right now she has actually done the test and I think she's free. So let's hear what she has actually come out to say.
Thank you so much, everyone. Hi guys, okay, I'm here at the hospital. I'm about to run my drug test. If you were positive for something, he would mark it and then you were confirmed, but you're negative completely. Okay? So you got nothing to worry about.
Thank
And
you
then
so
if they're giving you any problem, just give us a call back at this phone number.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, there was a reason for that, which I will explain. No, which I will never, ever explain anymore. It hurts so much to watch a brand my family and I built with love, patience, sacrifice, and consistency nearly torn apart. But God stood firmly. Yes, He said no. And that's a grace no man, no one can ever contend with. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who stood by me. I love and appreciate you all. And to those I disappointed, please accept my sincere apologies. But trust me, the disappointment will not last for long. It's not by my power, but by the grace of God.
So everybody can now rest, Abi. Because right now she has already actually taken the bull by the horn. So she has gone to do the test. So people that have been talking since, plenty things. When I don't see tests, she be when I go rest now. All right, a lot of people don't actually come out talk plenty things about the step Regina has actually taken. And basically, I knew that I'm supposedly taking that thing, that she used it as a format maybe to get closer to her children. So what do you think? So a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said the level of ignorance, stupidity that was allocated for the year 2026 has just been completely distributed evenly in this comment section alone. Okay, oh God, I beg you. When I never start, I don't shout. Okay. And Janet Chilaka said some of you needs to be drug addict to know if it is easy. Some of you saying rubbish here and need help. I swear. Okay. And Oluwafumi J said all this in saying after the drugs have cleared. Okay, she's clean. Waiting can't happen again now. I think when you accuse somebody of something, it's really very bad. You get what I'm trying to say? So maybe basically I understand the fact that she's feeling that way. But trust me, Oluwafumi, I don't actually understand why you're pained, why she has actually come to clear her name. Because when you're accused of something, you would want to clear your name to make sure that everybody believes that you're clean. Because Nigerians don't believe, say, if they don't tell you, say, now you be this thing, you be that thing, no, they don't get as you want to put up. Yes, that is the truth. So if they don't already tell you, say, see as you be, see what you do, if now what you do, you come tell yourself, say, clear your name. You get people who go still leave those kind of things because they don't want to stress themselves. If they talk finish, they keep at one side. Some people no go still imagine, some people go still want talk about them. They will still want clear their name. Some will just leave it like that, just for peace to reign. So yes, I understand how Regina actually feels. So yes, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And somebody said, you save video without audio. God, I beg you. All right. And Fabric Deport said, if she had done this test in Nigeria, you all would have faulted it. Even now that she did it in UK, una still they blab. Or at least she can present it in court. That's all that matters, actually. And that's true. All right. Pearl Amor said, it's the women in this comment, men, God forbid. Actually, that's the I see. When it comes to women supporting women, I don't see it like that again. Oh, this is on adults, they do things. Okay, it's well. Let's move on. All right. Another person said this should go viral. You can't bribe any hospital in UK for such tests. And that's true. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and really, it's getting interesting. All right. And PH Beat Hop said, You are saying her system must be clean by now. Do you think a true addict would even be able to stay clean for days, weeks, so they can run a test? Okay. And somebody said, Onyire said, way to go. And Baby Girl for Life 004 said, I don't care what anybody sees. I think this is a brave woman. Yeah, God bless you, Gina. And because of the people, because of your kids too. Yes, God bless her. And Ayo Tunde said, they play. Some people stay clean for months if going for some countries' visa interview. See, I don't think, if you are saying some people stay clean, if you're talking about basically for the internet and the rest of them, don't forget that that you guys are still watching people that have their social media stuff and come out and say they want to travel. Maybe you don't already talk bad things about them. I pity you. It's not like that. You don't do things like that. If you feel that it happens in Nigeria, it does not happen that way, abroad. So you where they talk, just know it till they talk, because you're not so sure of what you're saying. All right, let's take some more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And trust me, I think this is a very good step that actually Gina has taken, because a lot of things don't happen. You get what I'm trying to say? So she needs to clear her name. So it's actually a very good thing. And I see her, a brave woman that did that. So yes, and Belly Brown said, you definitely be fine, my baby. And Bonnie said, one thing I love about Regina Daniels is that she is very smart. Okay, at that age, and yes, she is. And Easy Mo said, if you stay sober for 3 months, the result will come out negative. Okay. And Ubembe said, the idea was to get help, and she has clearly done that to get a clean bill of health, or she was always clean to begin with. Either way, well done to her. You people, see, this comment section, I keep asking myself that, are you people serious right now? Because then you will be shouting, Regina, Gina, go and do the test. Do this. If you are not going to do the test, that means you're this, you're that. All right, she has decided to go and take the test. Now, all of people are now coming back to say that she kept herself clean. So that, please, you people should stop all this pressure and then from here and there. It's okay. They don't already leave the result for you now. You still they argue. It's too much. People should be coming down. Okay. It's well. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Regina. And we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, of everything for you, and at the right time, everything will be all right. So stay focused and keep putting your complete trust in God, and He will keep praying for you. It is well, and congratulations, my sweet sister Regina. You are the best, and you rock big time, and we love you. You're right, and that's okay. So another person said her husband will come and say no. And all the husbands-in-law, God, I beg you. And somebody said, which test result I beg? Okay, you have to go back to check it. And another person said, after how many months? You see comment, people. You people should be coming down. All right, and that's it for that. Please, I just keep saying this. I think Regina, that is the right step she has actually taken. And yes, it's okay, at least for her to clear her name. But if you still say you don't still believe what she do, it concerns you. All right, and yes, that's it for that. We take another story, and that happens to be Nigerian film star Yomi Gold was recently hospitalized after suffering a sudden health emergency while in Marrakech, Morocco, where he reportedly collapsed following an intense and unexpected headache that left him unconscious. So the actor shared a video on social media showing himself being rushed into his hospital and later reflected on the frightening experience. So describing it as a near-death moment and a stark reminder of how quickly life can change. So according to Gold, prompt medical attention from the local emergency team played a crucial role in stabilizing his condition, and he was since begun recovering under care. So in heartfelt post accompanying the clip, he thanked God for sparing his life and expressed gratitude for the outpouring of support and prayers from colleagues, friends, and fans. So this gets me to talk about your health. See, I've been saying this a lot of time. Your body is like, I won't say, how will I put it? Okay, your body is like a machine. You work this body out all the time, but sometimes this body needs rest. Yes, it needs rest. You don't work all the time and expect that, that in the morning when you wake up, your body is good, you're fine. sometimes you need rest. You need to take some tests. You need to take care of your health. Like people say, health is wealth. Now, if you dey find money, you guys check your health first. They okay inside, they okay before you come out. Because if you dey waka for road, somebody go just fall down. If you say na one kind thing, oh guy, you don't dey go with that. Yes, a lot of people work out so much and don't really put so much attention on their health, and it's really wrong. So right now, it's good to eat well, rest, take enough rest, sleep, you know, take water all the time, and a lot of things you need to do. But they okay. That is just the truth. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and people brought out their own experiences about health and the issues that comes up with it. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. Because trust me, if you're gonna work out a lot of time, because trust me, Nigerians self, a lot of person, basically someone that doesn't really take that rest. You work from Monday to Friday, and get home. Don't single, even self, you feel join Sunday, join. You understand? You feel even gather Sunday, join the rest where you're supposed to take. So you need rest. A lot of times you work, you also need to rest. All work and no play does what? I think you should complete that yourself. All right, let's take some comments of what people are actually saying about gold. Because trust me, that sometimes you will work and you will not rest. It's a lot. You need to rest. Me, sometimes I go to talk that you need to. But it not be firewood, though. It not be firewood. Trust me. You know, I've gotten to see that people, you know, get stressed out most likely this period, because I see old people getting so old and not take care of their body. And you know, rest, all these things comes when you advance, start getting, you know, not younger anymore, because definitely you're going to be growing old. So all these things has to be put in check. You know, the kind of foods you eat, you know, the kind of water you take, you know, the kind of, there are so many things you don't need to be put in, like soda, like a lot of things you just have to put in check. You get what I'm trying to say? You don't need to eat foods that would be that would always damage your, you know, system or stuff like that. You just need to check, always check. Medical checkup is also nice too. Yeah. So sports, exercises, try to move your body in the morning. It's very, very important. People, you know, don't pay much attention to these things, but yes, it is very, very important for your body to be okay. Yes. Because you just wake up in the morning, and you'll be going to work, and you come back and sleep and relax and feel that everything is good. So this is a reminder to people that are working on their body, their health, and, you know, all round. Just put all those things in check. Trust me, put all these things in check. You should know the kind of things. And yes, there should be this hospital. You need to even be visiting the hospital actually every month. Not that you're sick or anything, but it's basically needed. Yeah, that you need to check your system, check your health every month, once in 2 months or once in 1 month, how you choose to do it. But it is very, very important. You know, people came out to speak about their own experiences. A lot of people say, that I have been in this kind of situation for a very long time. And I just, even people get, you know, have the experience or have symptoms of not feeling okay. But because they want the money and they want to work out and all those kind of things, you just carry yourself like that and go, no, it doesn't happen that way. And self-medication. I want to talk about self-medication a lot. See, you see the fact that people get sick and you just have a slight headache and you just take something, just go into your back and get painkillers and you're good. See, self-medication is wrong. I keep saying that. If you are not feeling okay, why don't you meet a medical personnel? Yes, it's very important. Speak to the person, because you might just give yourself one drug like that and you don't know what you don't already go take. It happens to be that you're finding yourself, I don't know whether in heaven you go, but trust me, it is really, really wrong. Self-medications, I don't even support that. So trust me, people that always work a lot has to have that time to take care of their system. And yes, and that's it for that. And that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Nigerian Afrobeat superstar David Adeleke has once again made headlines after acquiring and showing off a brand new Lamborghini Revuelto supercar, which he added to his already impressive fleet of luxury vehicles. So the sleek white Lamborghini Revuelto, estimated to be worth around 1.6 billion, about $1 million, was reportedly purchased during his 5 Alive tour stop in Dallas and has since been featured in videos and social media and posts celebrating the high-end acquisition. See, this 2026, he lied. Somebody say, Opo. Because this is beautiful. Later now, they go say, Precious, you too like Ventis. Let it be, even though, in this particular one, even though I like it like that, people should leave me. See, are you seeing this car? Oh God, if you even buy this one for person, say, baby, please take this. Why the person not go tell you yes? Just ask me now. Say, Precious, will you accept me to be? I know I'm completely saying, but tell me. I actually love this. This is really, really beautiful. Tell me. There we go, 2026. This is really good. A lot of people actually came out to say things concerning this car, because for those of you that will come out and say plenty things, I see. You see, 2026, I don't even agree for anybody. If you can't talk anything when no relates to this here or say any wrong thing, I'm gonna put you somewhere that you will not like. So please, like this thing or in fact, clock it. Just keep quiet. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Davido. Yes, and somebody said, I beg, Obio is number one when it comes to car shopping, and he shops classic like a king. Trust me. See, when man they intentional, he intentional. See, I want this. He says, I want this, and he gets it. Yes, so, and his cars arrives by air, bro. No be kids. Big congrats at Obio. When somebody's big, he's big. And so Ordinon said, where then Fitz drive this motor for, where then Fitz try this kind of motor for Nigeria with our bad roads? Oh God, and I don't start. But it's all good. And somebody said, Grace said, we don't tire, make them buy bigger ones, Jerry. All this 1-something billion, no, they freak me. Oh wow. I see how many cars and house that Ronaldo get. More people get money. But you said, they freak you. I don't understand. How many have you bought? Sorry. Grace, please don't make me talk to you. How many? If you don't buy one, maybe just come show us a beg. I get what I want check. Don't vex. All right, we have a lot of comments concerning this. People who don't come out talk plenty things concerning. Let's take more and more comments. And I am system said, Baba, no one calm down at all. At all, oh. He don't do 2025 finish now. He don't enter 2026. Please, Baba, we coming down now, Biko. And somebody said, I can't count how many times I've heard that he flew in cars. Monina water. Somebody said, Lord God. What is this? And see, somebody said, Niger gets roads. Niger get roads. I don't know if you're saying this for good or if you're saying this for bad, but my apparel dollar, God help you. And Billy Denson said, be something. Okay, Shexy said, pressure. And okay, said, if 2026 is your year of big doings, hit the button. I press that button 1,000 and million times. If there's anyone like that, please, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning this ride, because it is everything good. I'm so excited about, this 2026 about the video. I don't know, but me, I'm excited. Like, I get the feeling that it's a buzz still. See, they don't have this kind of person where they, how will I put it? Yeah, very humble, 001 for a reason. And yes, he still does his thing. And he still be giving you... So if you want to be talking, he doesn't even care. All right, let's see what Keys Meg said. 001 for a reason, money now. But celebrate the rich, so you will be rich someday. And yes, that's true. Don't be if person post something now, you're going to talk. It does not freak me. Why will it freak you? Because you are having a poor man's mentality. God help you. All right. We have a lot of comments. And somebody said, God, now Jews. God, now just urgent 5, now just 5 urgent. God, now just urgent 5 million that they find to sort 1 or 2. Oh, God help you, bro. Sorry about that. And Baba Laja said, I beg, make the video buy me one Corolla. Okay. Oh. And Refa DMW said, double O. You get what I'm trying to say? And somebody said, wait, how many cars him get? You know if you count, oh. If you they count, you go tire. So Pom and Pikin eyes, they see you, they play. All right. And I Am System said, Baba, no one calm down at all. Money and liquid substance. All right. Oh. To those who are praying for their own cars to get to them, amen to your prayers. I just feel that you should celebrate people that are actually celebrating so that yours will still come to you. And yes, another person said, congratulations. The Lekki car guy said, we active and baby. Okay. And that's it for that. And yes, we take our next gist, and that happens to be Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo Kambala has publicly addressed the theft of her Van Cleef and jewelry, revealing that the item went missing while she was organizing her closet. So sharing her frustration on social media, she explained that someone she had trusted with access to her room around her wedding period took the valuables. In her post, she included photos of empty jewelry boxes and expressed disappointment over the betrayal, even joking that the thief could also come and take the boxes, while emphasizing that the incident had been a lesson in misplaced trust. So the revelation has sparked reactions from fans and followers who sympathizes with her loss and commended her transparency despite the emotional impact. So Priscilla stated that she is moving forward, highlighting her resilience and determination not to let the incident overshadow her recent celebration. The incident also serves as a reminder of the importance of safeguarding valuable possessions, even among those considered trustworthy. So the truth is that, in as much as we love, we love to have friends around us, but I won't tell you the honest truth. Not be everybody you go trust. That is it. And that's the truth. Not be everybody you go trust to, because things are happening and you just want to feel relaxed. But no, just my advice is that, you want to have friends, fine, nobody's quarreling, nobody says you shouldn't have friends. Have friends, but then have friends and still open your eye. Because you think it's a joke, it's not. A lot of people are doing things now. Now see as they don't go still find girl jewelry. You go wedding, dress well. When they go, that things we can't do. That's really I'm so disappointed though at some people. And I don't pray. I don't know who it will, but then I still they pray say make it no be woman, because trust me, a lot of ladies they do things. You go come out, dress well, find shoe, find dress. See better dress, you go dress, come out. Nothing if you go they do. God help you. This 2026, try change. Men they know, because if you do things like this, they will catch you one day, and nobody will even there to help you. All right, we have a lot of people that have actually come out to bring out their own experiences of what has happened recently about theft and the rest of them. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. We have a lot of comments of people talking, and trust me, all these things on are just be careful with friends. Sure, I'm not basically talking about gifts or anything, but a lot of things happens when we have friends. Yes, friends are good. You have good friends that are closer to you than even your siblings, but I just still want to say that even having friends, you just have to have sense too, so that will make the kind of mistake where you will kind of cry for that friend where you get. All right. And somebody said taking responsibility for one's health and well-being is all right. This is not it. And we see. I talk about friendship. Friendship is beautiful. When you have friends around you, it's really, really beautiful. But a lot of time, friends don't put people into problem. I've had stories of people come to say they're precious, that I've been friends with this person for 12 years, I've been friends with this person for 6 years, and a long time. Some people even say spend friendship for 10 years. But trust me, waiting still break those people for that friendship where they did. Now one thing or the other. This one go say this one do me this kind of thing. This one go say this one do me this kind of thing. You never see when friends they betray somebody. Yes. If you put all your trust for a friend, that friend go do you something self. You go even they ask, not be this person again. A lot of things happen. But we need to be careful. Yes. Nobody's saying you should not have friends. Have friends, but also be very careful when having those friends. You just have to open your eyes. You get limits to things. Yes, you have to have limits to some of the things you do. You don't get everybody so involved. I prefer, getting your family closer than Getting what I'm trying to say. So yes, a lot of people don't talk about this. So we are going to take some comments. People don't bring out their own experiences. Say, me, I know they trust friend again. Even especially somebody said that he's not going to trust friends again, that friends has actually done him things, that the first friend he had, that something happened to him and he never trusted any other person. And thank God he got another friend. And after that friend, that he decided not to have friends again. See, a lot of people are loners, like living alone. And it's not about basically because of they prefer or choose to be like that, but maybe because they've experienced a lot of heartbreak or issues with friends, and they decide that they don't want any other person around them. They just want to be alone. So it's really, really possible that you could, also have friends and still be careful. And yes, and that's it for that. And we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have a lot of juicy gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2 years I changed my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People.
And welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we have been talking about a lot of things. And yes, next on our stories, we're talking about Nigerian rapper and actor Falz the Bad Guy has been officially announced as one of the hosts for the 9th All African Music Awards, AFRIMA, scheduled to take place from January 7th, 11th to 11th, 2026 in Lagos, Nigeria. So he will co-host the prestigious Continental Music Awards alongside French-Senegalese actress and media personality Liliana Morine, marking a major highlighting in his career and a significant role on one of Africa's largest entertainment stages. So the announcement was made by the AFRIMA organizers, who emphasized that the event celebrates musical excellence across the continent, bringing together top artists, industry leaders, and fans for a 5-day celebration. So Falz's appointment marks him only the second Nigerian ever to host AFRIMA. So following music legends to Baba's appearance at the inaugural edition in 2014. The awards are supported by, African Union Commission, the Internal Executive Committee of AFRIMA, and the Lagos State Government. So reinforcing Nigeria's position as a central hub for continental music celebration. So fans are already anticipating Fal's signature wit and energy, which are expected to add a unique flair to this year's star-studded event. Somebody say, Fals, the bad guy. All right. So we can't wait because, I'm already excited about this already. So what is he going to bring for us? Because it will be all the energy you need. All right. Let's see what people have actually come out and said. A lot of people, anticipating this, and they are saying, I can't wait for Fals to, host this year's AFRIMA Awards, and they are all ready to hear. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And somebody said, bro rebranded himself and it worked. That's nice. And Olili Koshier said, very intelligent and smart guy. And Zoe Testimony said, Fals the bad guy, love you, winning on the steady. All right. And somebody said, Fals the bad guy in the building. And soft work that year, Sha. You remember all his songs. And trust me, Fals is always dropping, hit songs and the rest of them. And it's all, you get what I'm trying to say. It's always vibe on vibes. All right. And somebody said, not all children are leaders of tomorrow. Some are Harrison of, God, I beg, when I don't start. When I don't start for this comment section, what day? And somebody said, my good people. And yes, somebody said, I'm praying to own a sewing. Calm down. No, we're talking about a lot of things. I am bringing sewing machine kilo day. And DJ Captain Udi said, I am a blind DJ. Please. God, I beg you. Okay. And Bright Pony TV said, all right. Sweet Joey said, Fals na OG, a very focused and intelligent young man with massive confidence. And at Fals the bad guy, you are phenomenal. And official Mary said, thank you 2K Farms. Okay, that's it. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take one more comment before we close the curtain. And yes, somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Trust me, I think Fals has been this kind of person that always gives us, hit songs and the rest of them. And you already know the kind of energy where you're going to get. So yes, we can't wait. Me too. I can't wait. I'm already excited about it. And that's it for that. Congratulations to him. So we await the AFRIMA Awards. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Till next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers.
exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so this is
that means you're like a billion in the movie.
Well, without really revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because
I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new, but it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget,
our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that with sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So where really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered, their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trendy news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mahmoud Yusuf, and the Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs, Wang Yi, have held the 9th China-Africa Union Strategic Dialogue at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Also jointly attending the opening ceremony of the 2026 China-Africa Year of People-to-People Exchanges, the two met on the China-Africa joint efforts to advance modernization, global governance, zero tariff treatment, the International Organization for Mediation, and the outlook of peace and development in the Horn of Africa. Addressing the media afterwards, they underscored the importance of jointly safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of the global South and reaffirmed commitments to supporting each other to safeguard their respective core interests and major concerns. In this regard, they emphasized the need to further strengthen coordination and cooperation in order to inject positive momentum into global and regional peace, stability, and development. Also, the AU reaffirmed its commitments to the One China principle, stating that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, with the Chinese government the sole legal government of the whole of China. And in Ethiopia, Ethiopian authorities said the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed received Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Addis Ababa for talks as part of Wang's four-nation tour of Africa that will also take him to Somalia and Tanzania before concluding with Lesotho on January the 12th. The Ethiopian Prime Minister's office said the discussion focused on deepening bilateral relations and addressing key regional issues of mutual interest. A Chinese foreign ministry said a statement disclosed that during the meeting, Wang expressed Beijing's willingness to elevate the all-weather strategic partnership between China and Ethiopia to new heights. Wang also urged an accelerated upgrade of economic and trade cooperation and enhancement of collaboration in infrastructure, green industry, and the Belt and Road Initiative, amongst others. He expressed hope that Ethiopia would provide a favorable environment for Chinese enterprises to invest and operate. On his part, Abiy also expressed willingness to deepen cooperation in areas including infrastructure, new energy, artificial intelligence, and maritime affairs. Away from that report, Somalia has denied by the United States that local officials seized food from a World Food Program warehouse, following which Washington said it has suspended aid pending on investigation. A foreign ministry statement noted that the supplies mentioned in recent reports remained under WFP control, including aid provided by the U.S. According to the ministry, the WFP warehouse is located in the Mogadishu port area, where ongoing expansion and redevelopment have not affected the custody, management, or distribution of humanitarian aid. The ministry said the government was reviewing the matter through a technical interagency committee in coordination with humanitarian partners following the concerns raised over port expansion activities. The U.S. had on Wednesday paused all assistance to Somalia's federal government, with the State Department claiming that local officials destroyed the WPF warehouse and seized 76 metric tons of food intended for vulnerable civilians. It stated on X that the Trump administration has a zero-tolerance policy for waste, theft, and division of life-saving assistance. Still in Somalia, in another development, the Somali Immigration Agency says the country is investigating the alleged unauthorized use of its airspace by the head of Yemen's Southern Transitional Council, that's the STC, Aidaros al-Zubaidi. In a statement, the Immigration and Citizenship Agency, that's the ICA, said it was working with other national authorities to verify whether Somalia's airspace and airports were used to facilitate the movement of a fugitive political figure in breach of Somali law or authorization procedures. The agency noted that if confirmed, the actions would represent a serious breach of Somalia's sovereignty and immigration laws, stressing that the facilitation of fugitives or any unilateral operations on its territory without authorization was unacceptable. Noting that Mogadishu has consistently supported Saudi Arabia's call for dialogue in Riyadh as the appropriate political process for resolving the situation in Yemen, the ICA said any effort by al-Zubaidi to evade this process would present a breach of bilateral agreements and a violation of international laws. Moving on, the regional bloc of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, that's the ICGLR, has raised concerns about the AFC M23's capture on Thursday of Uvira, which borders the Democratic Republic of Congo and Burundi. ICGLR Deputy Executive Secretary Yasser Mohammed noted at an extraordinary meeting of the body's Specialized Committee of Defense Experts in Livingstone, Zambia, that the conflict had caused immense human suffering, mass displacement, and disruption of humanitarian operations. Statement by a Zambian Defense Ministry Public Relations Officer, Paul Shalala, cited Mohammed as urging member states to come up with decisive actions to stop the escalation, which has deepened the humanitarian crisis and heightened the risk of cross-border destabilization. The meeting preceded an extraordinary meeting of chiefs of defense as the ICGLR seeks to address wider regional implications of the Eastern Congo conflict. And in South Africa, South Africans have protested outside the United States Embassy in Pretoria, condemning the recent U.S. military attack on Venezuela and the capture of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. Mohamed Desai of the South African Latin American Association said they were out to send a very clear message that the way the U.S. was behaving in a lawless and gangster-like way was unacceptable and that South Africa will not tolerate it. Desai said he supports the Southern Africa's government's condemnation of the U.S. incursion into Venezuela, adding that the protesters were calling for the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro. Among others, the Secretary General of the South African Communist Party, that's the SACP, Soli Mapaila, also condemned what he called the U.S. interference in the internal affairs of Venezuela and called for the unconditional release of Maduro and his wife. The demonstration was organized by a broad coalition of Southern African trade unions, political formations, student movements, and civil society groups. And from South Africa, we'll go straight to Kenya, where 8 soldiers of the Kenyan Defense Forces, that's the KDF, have been charged with narcotics trafficking in a case tied to a large methamphetamine seizure that intercepted at sea in October, reportedly valued at over $63 million. The soldiers appeared before Senior Principal Magistrate Gladys Olimo, where they all pleaded not guilty to the charges. The court heard that the case is connected to an October 25th maritime operations in which authorities intercepted a dhow and seized a consignment of 2,258 pounds of crystal meth, which was later brought ashore before the soldiers made away with some of the drugs. Opposing the bond, Principal Prosecution Counsel Brenda Oganda told the court that the proposed terms did not reflect the gravity and seriousness of the offenses, warning of a real risk of interference with witnesses and potential compromise of the ongoing investigations. Prosecutors said the soldiers of varying quantities of methamphetamine, with the charges reflecting individual and joint involvement. And in Ghana, lawyers to Ken Ofori-Atta say the former finance minister of Ghana, who is wanted at home on suspicion of corruption, has been detained by United States Immigration Authority. Ofori-Atta, 66 years of age, has been in the U.S. since January last year for medical treatment, including surgery for prostate cancer. His legal team said he had applied to extend his stay in his country. In a statement, however, his lawyers disclosed that officers of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement took him into custody on Tuesday over the status of his current stay in the United States. The former minister was declared a fugitive by Ghanaian authorities in February last year and was formally charged with corruption in November. And from Ghana to Liberia we go, where an investigation by Liberia's Aircraft Accidents Investigation Bureau has established that the May 29, 2025 near crash of the private jet carrying President Joseph Boakai was likely triggered by a failure of two tires on the aircraft's left main landing gear. The malfunction was said to have occurred moments after touchdown and forced the aircraft into a dangerous skid at Roberts International Airport. The preliminary findings show that the incident was not a routine runway mishap, but a serious aviation safety event involving mechanical failure, incomplete maintenance documentation, and gaps in airport safety systems. Investigators say these factors could have turned deadly under slightly different circumstances. The Gulfstream 4 jet, registered and operated by VMO Aero Nigeria, was returning from Lagos with the president and his delegation when it touched down at about 3:21 p.m. local time. Moments after landing, two tires on the aircraft's left main landing gear failed simultaneously during the rollout phase. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us this beautiful afternoon is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a public and political affairs analyst, an erudite scholar, and a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and joining us virtually as well, all the way from Uganda, is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist, a lawyer, and also a business associate. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Mr. Peter in the studio.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us virtually all the way from Liberia is Mr. Hansen Blayon. Mr. Hansen is a media and communication expert and also an unstable public and political affairs analyst. Hansen, a very good afternoon to you and welcome. We would urge you to unmute your mic so we can establish communication clearly, Mr. Hansen Blayon. Okay, well, we'll try to get him into the conversation. We also have virtually joining us all the way from Kenya, Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor, also the CEO Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. All right, then let me start off from Mr. Martins. Interestingly, I want to start off from a story that I wish that Hanson Blaine, his audio is very clear, and I'm hoping that my team also is working with him on that one. Interestingly, as it stands, there are conversations surrounding the aircraft that, again, for some safety reasons, this skidded away from the runway. And of course, documentations and preliminary findings have shown that the incident was not a routine runway mishap, but a serious aviation safety event involving mechanical failure, incomplete maintenance documentation, and of course, gap in the airport safety system. First off, a lot of persons will want to find out, who do we blame in this kind of conversation? Now, I'm coming to you, Mr. Martins, because first, you are a financial person, and this, again, is on the part of business that I'm coming to you from. If this was clearly something that was an incomplete maintenance documentation, would these not be affecting the revenues being generated should this kind of conversation consistently happen in an airport as heavy as that of Liberia? Should these affect the financial inflow of the aviation space in Liberia?
Thank you, Mr. David. One is to understand that our aviation system is one of the economic building capacity in African arena, and when the citizen of a country does not trust the airline, it means that economically the economy of a country will be destabilized. Secondly, what is happening on our aviation? It has been a perennial or recurring issue whereby we can see accident in aviation, and this is not only happening in the country you have mentioned. It is happening across Africa. It means that there is an issue of maintenance of our aircraft, and this perennial issue of accident are happening now and then. So one thing is that the government should ensure that the finances meant to maintain our aircraft are not siphoned or are not routed, so that it can to sustain our aviation sector. Because it shows that if the institution or authority running our aviation sector is corrupt, it means even accident will happen now and then. So, hence meaning that our aviation systems will well analyzed, well put measures are put in place to ensure this issue is not recurring now and then, because any citizen will not have trust in our aviation sector.
All right, then. Well, let me still move away from you a bit, and of course I get your point clearly, because it's going to really be affecting the aviation sector in Liberia. Now, let me go back to the man who is, of course, in Liberia, and I'm talking about Hanson Blaine. Again, welcome to the conversation this afternoon. Now, first off, this situation did happen in May 29, 2025. That's last year. But of course, the investigation into that incident, the reports are being released today. Failures of 2 tires on the aircraft. First, what's the body language of the presidency, particularly on the aviation sector, and how much of these kind of conversation are we seeing in Liberia presently?
Yes, thank you so much. You see, one thing when this incident happens, a lot of misinformation happens to rise. But the key issue is the corruption. And where there is corruption, you will find this, instead of addressing the issue, they start making what is a blame game. A blame game will not solve the issue or address the giant in the room. It is anyone found the culpable of the situation should be sacked and should be taken to back. so that it can invest the role. Because once we fail in our airlines sector, it means it will affect our internal affairs, transport, and ends it means the country will fail in some diplomatic ties with other countries. Because if you can fail in this in the airline, which is bringing the ties of various countries together, how can we forge forward to make tangible policies? So this is an issue that needs to be addressed, not only in the Arabia, even Africa as well, because even here we end several accidents regarding aircraft, and you find that those are the issues that we are addressing.
Okay, let me take this conversation to Mr. Hansen in Liberia. I don't know if his audio is very okay right now. Again, this conversation, Mr. Hansen, is clearly from the part of safety, which is much of a major concern, because not just the president takes, of course, the aviation space. Every other Liberian who is well-to-do also fly the aviation space. What is the body language of the passengers, knowing these kind of situations can happen to even the president? Talk more of an ordinary civilian in the country. We would like you to unmute your mic, and of course we can get you clearly. Okay, I think he's not so very much ready for us. Let me bring the conversation to the studio. Doctor, again, you're an economist, and I want to come on the part of economy for the Liberian aviation space. How much of an impact would these kind of findings bring to the fold? Because this is a major scare. I mean, the reports clearly say that if this was not cautiously taken care of, lives would have been lost. And we're talking about the president here.
Yeah, there's a popular saying that there's no parking space in the air.
Right.
There's no parking space in the air. What that means is that maintenance of an aircraft should be top notch. Because if anything happens that's in the air, there's nothing to be done about it. So the issue is this: if it can happen to the president's aircraft, then imagine the fear it will have in the mind of other people.
Right.
It means that no other aircraft is safe, since are the one being used by the number one citizen. So it will throw a lot of confusion, a lot of fear in the mind of the people, and some people will even refuse that to go near to an airport. Understand me? And for me, taking more than 7 months for an investigation, understand? Right. It's going to affect the economy of the country and the economy that's of the airline. It's going to affect the economy of the country and the economy of the airline, because everybody will be anxious to know what happened to the president that's airline. They want this issue to be resolved before they will begin to decide whether that to continue traveling by air or not. So, since for me, that 7 months
was too much.
This what can be concluded under a month. Understand? If you say that's a burning product, this is what they can do within an hour. Understand? And find out what actually happened. So for me, that 7 months will have taken a turn on the economy of the country and the economy of the airline.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is joining us now. Barrister, Doctor here just mentioned the level of negativity this will be having on the part of the economy for Liberia. Of course, investor confidence is where I'm going to ask my question from. on your part, also, do you toe the line that a 7 months investigation thoroughly it's too long a time for the number one citizen's life, so to say, that was almost, we use that word loosely, being taken as a result of this mishap? Plus, how much of investor confidence would these findings give to the aviation space in Liberia?
Thank you, David. I believe a government itself has a laxity on the issue, because in such a scenario, 7 months, that's a long period of time. But remember, most governments, I believe, there are issues which stay even more than the period we are talking about, because of a certain maybe circumstances. We talk of corruption. I hear my brother Martin brought the issue of corruption. Those are areas we look at. The bodies which are responsible for all this might have not been financed, might have not been actually set to do this work in the right way. So I believe the government also carries some bit of a blame in this, because they would have actually done something which is going to make work a bit easier. So I believe there is a lot of corruption. When it comes to aviation issues, it affects not only the same country, but it can affect mostly the even other neighboring countries, whereby the economy of the country may be affected on the other way around.
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you, Barrister. And I'm going to go to the situation from Ghana, where lawyers of former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta have said that presently their principal, and I'm talking about the Finance Minister, the former Finance Minister, is in custody. And of course, he's being detained by the United States immigration authorities. First off, what's your position about the fact that a lot of questions are being raised about this man, who again was indicted by his country as a corrupt official and declared him wanted? Well, again, he did go for medical treatment in the US, and right now he's being detained in the US. Questions have been raised about what is Ghana's extradition timeline, and has probable cause been certified by a US court to have taken him in and to possibly want to extradite him to Ghana?
Some of these things happen as positively as a result for Africa. What I've learned with the African leaders right now, they tend, when they make this kind of errors in their countries, they tend to flee in different countries for survival, just to escape away from the crimes they have committed. So his arrest is not actually something very important on my side, because I expected that those leaders who have been found not good in the office be charged, which is good. So right now, Africa is getting out of the Western world, more especially the US. You get that US has become a bit tight on issues of corruption. You have seen what President Donald Trump is actually doing. He's actually doing a lot to clean up, including even Africa. You have seen what is happening in South Africa. Right. You can't actually go ahead and demonstrate because somebody is helping Africa. Somebody is helping a country to get out of issues which are, Venezuela has its own issues. So by US doing whatever they have done, on me, I give it a credit. So I really needed the same to be done to these African leaders, so that they can actually now wake up and say that it's not staying in. That will not be a solution. Please, let's exercise leadership the way it's supposed to be. Let democracy be there. Let everybody enjoy human rights in wherever you are as an African. That is what I recommend.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, and there is a particular question coming to the court that I'm going to ask you. Interestingly, the former finance minister has a 78 count on him on all of this. But the question now is, what is the quantified fiscal harm per count, and how much has been recovered thus far on the part of the Ghanaian authorities, who clearly have declared him wanted since last year?
You know, when you are taken to court, you will be charged as per the crimes you have committed.
Yes.
So, whether they are 78 and they are all strong charges, then he has to face all of them. It's not a matter of recovering whatever he has stolen. But you see, even before you steal, the conscious mind would have actually informed you before you do anything that stealing in that country, is it a crime? So in itself, it's a crime in Africa. So that alone gives him a chance of actually be charged all those 78 accounts. So I don't think whether to recover or whatever, but what I believe it should be charged appropriately by the courts of law.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to the studio here before I go straight to Kenya and of course Liberia. Doctor, interestingly, the man Oforiatta at 66, some would say African political elites, when they fall sick, they run out to Europe to seek for medical attention. How much of an impact is the fact that this man clearly has a 78 count on his head as an offense in Ghana, and of course was declared wanted, but had already gone to the US for medical reasons?
It's not only when they fall sick, when they are being when they are indicted for corruption,
right?
They'll become two things happens. They'll become sick. They remember their Bible or their Quran. That's when they will know that God is in existence. Understand? They'll go and look for the Bible that they've not read in the last 40 years. So the issue, it depends on the volume that's of the offense. But what United States did is to help the government of Kenya, understand?
Of Ghana.
Of Ghana, so that he will not escape justice.
Okay.
They are holding him there. I will not extradite him back to Ghana to go and answer his crime. Because if you don't detain him, he might run to these Arab countries that don't have any extradition treaty with other countries of the world.
All right.
So holding him for him to stand there and answer for his crime is the right thing, because I'm sure over 50% of the money that he stole must be in the Western world. Understand? So they should also help Ghana to also recover those monies that's outside the country.
Now, I want to stay with you, and I'm going to talk about institutional test here. The OSP in Ghana published chain of evidences, log and procurement audits and trials. How much of an impact is the transparency of this particular trial going to have on investor confidence in Ghana as a country?
No.
Of course, with the resurgence of John Dramani Mahama as the president.
There's for now he is innocent because he has not been convicted. But if that's an investor sees that a person in the position of a former minister of finance can be arrested and tried for corruption.
Right.
It will help investors and confidence. It will help. It will help in transparency, credibility, and even that's in the judicial process, that nobody is above the law. So for me, it's a good one.
All right, then. Well, let me take this conversation back to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is still standing by. Well, interestingly, some have called President Donald Trump of the U.S. a big brother of Africa, doing quite a lot of things, particularly on the African continent, to rejig and, of course, revive some security and, of course, some economy. On these arrests in the U.S., how much of a confidence would these kind of discussions have within the African political landscape? Because it's not about the first time that the US government will be doing one thing for a particular African country or another thing for another particular African country. How much of a confidence is this move by the US government on the arrest of former Finance Minister Ofori Atta of Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing is about the issue we have here in Africa, whereby we are talking about the issue in corruption. You see, a minister going to seek medical services overseas or abroad. It means this is a government official who doesn't have trust in the country health system that he is running. And being the Minister for Finance, it means that this country should have in place the health system that is working for the poor and for the rich. Hence, going to seek medical services abroad, it means that these are people who are running the government that is not working for the common man. Hence, going to seek medical overseas, it means that this is a person that is delaying the criminal justice system. It means that the country will take too long to come into conclusion of this matter. Because if he is in the US, it means that this man, for him to come back, it will still take time, because he has well to overrun the system in a place for imprisonment. Secondly, is about the issue whereby you find if a criminal is presented in the court, an advocate will rise and say that this culpable person has medical issue, hence you find he has been released with a bond, and the case will take too long to be concluded. So this is an issue of our road system that needs to be addressed again.
All right, then I'm going to ask you two questions, and I possibly would expect that you round it up with 30 seconds. And I'm going to say the same question to all of the panelists on this table. The first one is the situation from your country, and I'm talking to you, Mr. Martins, where the 8 soldiers of the Kenyan Defense Forces have been charged with narcotics trafficking in a case tied to a large methamphetamine seizure that was intercepted at sea level on sometime in October, and of course reportedly valued at the rate of $63 million. The fact that soldiers are involved in this is one situation that I want you to react to, maybe in 30 seconds. Plus, the next question I'm going to ask you is a situation of the demonstration that is ongoing in the embassy, United States Embassy in Pretoria, particularly people condemning the recent U.S. military attack on Venezuelan soil, and of course the taking out of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. What's your position with this? Maybe in 30 seconds because of our time. Mr. Martins, first, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. David. The issue here is what we call kakistocracy and kleptocracy, where we have people in the government that are not qualified to run those positions or those institutions. And secondly, we have people who have rooted our country and drained our financial sector. Hence, the country cannot be independent of itself. Secondly, is this issue of balloons, drug balloons, who have taken over the world system. Hence, that's why you can see the US is now scrambling in Africa, because you see this issue has been escalated to to the third world, whereby we have drug barons who are running the system in more countries. Else you find the dollar is not in the market. You find economy and employment is an issue in not only Africa, but mostly in Africa and in the third world.
All right, then let me take the conversation to Uganda before I bring it back to the studio. Our roundup. Barrister Edward, interestingly, as it stands, same question. Soldiers involved in a seizure, and of course, they are seen cutting away those drugs from that particular consignment. Plus, the fact that there is this ongoing protest outside the United States Embassy in Pretoria. How much of a major impact would that protest have with the relationship, of course, the deepening relationship of South Africa and the U.S. government? In 30 seconds, please, because of our time.
Thank you. First of all, I need you to remember that South Africa and U.S. had issues when it came to the market, some few months ago. I think.
Yes, the tariff increase.
Exactly, whereby the South African are no longer in good terms with the current leadership of Trump. So that kind of the protest does not even carry water, according to me. So it's just demonstrating on the way of revenge, which is not actually right. Coming to Kenya, about narcotics, it is a deal of the day in Africa. So you cannot actually mention Kenya alone. There are so many countries where these things are happening. So I believe this is something which Africans cannot address. We have to invite America to come and address.
All right, then. Let me bring it to the studio. Doctor, same question. What's your position, really? Because we're really pressed for time.
I want to start with the soldiers in Kenya. One, soldiers are still human beings. They still have their problems, their worries, their ambitions. So it is only discipline that can stop that.
Okay.
Now, then on the issue of South Africa, one, it is a waste of time. Maduro is going to get a life imprisonment in American prison. Understand? And South Africa is becoming a busybody of the world. Understand? South Africa is becoming a busybody that's of the world. What is Ramaphosa has no vision for his people. That's why he's meddling in matters that doesn't concern him.
Oh, well, some have said that particular situation would really be deepening the relationship between the U.S. and South Africa. But this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to all of the gentlemen that chimed in this beautiful afternoon. In the studio here, we had with us Dr. Peter Anotike, an economist, an erudite scholar, and also a major writer in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for
also, we had virtually all the way from Uganda, Barrister Edward Omata-Kenye. Barrister is a human rights activist and, of course, legal practitioner in Uganda. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here. And also we had virtually Mr. Martin Siveri-Njue. He's the CEO and, of course, founder of WorldGates Insurance Agency and a financial advisor. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for lending your voice. We'll take a very, very short break right now. When we return, more stories in the African News. We're up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back at the studio. African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to African business stories. The South African rand was steady in early trade on Friday as traders look ahead to United States labor market data later in the day for indications on the Federal Reserve's policy trajectory. At about 7:19 100 hours GMT, the rand traded at 16.54 against the dollar, little change from its previous close of 16.5225. Treasury specialist at Nkulu Treasury, Adam Phillips, said that on the non-farm payroll, it is forecasted to be lower at 45,000 from about 64,000, with the unemployment rate at 4.6%. He added that it is definitely going to be light at the end of the tunnel from the government shutdown, but that he does not think the numbers will give firm direction. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Morocco's coach Walid Regragui has defended his team's approach as criticism mounts ahead of Friday's African Cup of Nations quarterfinal clash against Cameroon. The host nation is seeking to justify their pre-tournament favorites' tie. However, they have faced criticism for their own form in spite of progressing comfortably to the last 8, finishing top of the group with 7 points out of a possible 9 and beating Tanzania 1-0 in the round of 16 at the weekend. Regragui has already warned supporters that the top-ranked Morocco need to approach their matches with humility, but that their performances have rather drawn widespread scrutiny or being overly cautious. Addressing the pre-match press conference, Regragui said the team remained confident even though they feel the pressure, adding that they still thinking the same way and have confidence in what they are doing. He stated that the players feel it and know they have to live up to it, adding that the most important thing is the fans' continued support. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the front, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. But please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Doctor, how has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right? Do you take breaks?
Well,
with your profession?
We try to,
You try to.
but there's a lot of pressure, know. We don't typically have breaks, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance all the same.
That's a big one there. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Doctor, today we're going to be talking about, December festivities, everything that we are to, do as to live a healthy life, even with, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So, you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, So everyone tends to be very relaxed. We just want to sleep less, eat more, omble. This is the season, party after party.
Yeah.
And we just tell ourselves that let's eat. This is the season and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that, whatever you do to your body responds, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out. And that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and in the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest, and then you don't just keep binging
mama calls.
Exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that because your body requires, the needed rest. In as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
Activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you are able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not
leave
minding how those foods are cooked.
Just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies and
food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances, certain people have certain food sensitivities that, they are supposed to stay off certain classes of foods. But because, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything. We'll fix it in January.
Exactly.
But even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you are not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that is not appropriate for you. If you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there's no brainer. That's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert to another Eve, Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes,
Yeah.
don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go, and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries. You must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is
not good
detrimental
for
to
you.
you don't have to join the crowd because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
With you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So are people here wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do? So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy.
Yeah.
So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings, that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can.
In this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you.
Yes.
Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke, it was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over
exactly
some,
ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do,
Yes.
and your energy and everything is optimal.
And
starting
there is
the new
something
year.
about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge
And
ahead.
confidence,
Yes.
because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill. Because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you're not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you're not sick or you're not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. You know, there are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, you know, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, you know, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, you know. And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And, you know, most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, you know, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh, my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. You know, and all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, oh, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, oh, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, you know, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like, everything just feels fine. So what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? You know, what would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, you know, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is, if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run, it's actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know. But mind you, if you use that money for something else, You buy ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you had found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, take a test and say that, oh, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, thank God, it means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat as I want. They told me, the doctor said, nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you're doing something right, and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Because some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find that a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but this is Christmas,
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things. They overdo the sugars. They overdo the processed foods. They overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time. Let's do what we don't normally do. And they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. Portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of food the other person is eating? Why will you eat just 2 and you say you're good? And you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating...
Sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. You cannot waste.
And this is not the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
there's always food. So you really have to control yourself.
So the discipline level goes down. The self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around. and you find that a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation, can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first. That's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said,
now.
the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so
Yes.
the body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. For people who are not allergic to nuts, people that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good, and they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well, and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All those are very important, and they are mandatory, and there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June or in December. It's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key, and making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important, because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs, because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily, because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, You may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep
just
taking
take
this?
a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
that will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In
When it
fact,
gets
most times
worse.
complications can't even be managed because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, to make them, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogun. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we're still talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, traffic, parties, end of the year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things.
So sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. You may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain,
cranky.
you're having muscular aches and pains, yes,
Exactly.
irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered. You have very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
Exactly,
this.
that happens.
I don't know why, I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you
exactly.
like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress.
Really
and
stress.
then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulate itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses, you're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they are at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, and this, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. So it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from your body that you're not nourishing, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
So
yes.
how can we,
Absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Let's just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. Your mood is brightened, and you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine, and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They are not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised, or their childhood experiences, or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin, because it's not appropriate to say that. But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music. If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. It doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, you know, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or are hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, you know, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you're taking into your body and the potential effects it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, you know, little to no benefits to your body, you know, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But you know, it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, you know, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking of drinking.
Thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
you push your life on time.
Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end. So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that, you know, you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you're still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you're making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, is freed. So that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, carrying grudges from previous years, and then, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that, because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take, because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups, because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Diogo.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities, and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. Moderation with mindfulness. This has been Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check,
your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing the modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi hustle lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where the story shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. We're talking about Atiku's stand as regards to the ADC presidential tickets. And of course, we'll be dabbling around a wicked situation with the APC. Of course, the APC government have actually given President Bola Ahmed Tinubu an ultimatum. You know, they said either Wike or us. APC gives Tinubu the deadline to make the decision as regards to the state struggle. And so many people actually talked about this ADC situation and saying that Obi joining the ADC, I beg your pardon, would, you know, actually make the coalition group a very successful one. But the situation now is saying otherwise, because everyone is saying that I can never and I don't want to be vice president. And of course, Atiku Abubakar said he's not backing down. So join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour. Let's look into other news stories with details. Sari Dokumbo pledges support for Tinubu's re-election. A prominent Niger Delta activist and traditional ruler has declared his unwavering commitment to the success of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Dokumbo made this pledge during a visit by Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to his place in the Gama River State. Okay, so I think for now, the FCT Minister and the former Governor of River State has been going here and there. I don't know if he's contesting, because there's only someone that wants to contest in an election that goes for consultation like this, but he has not even resumed office. Maybe today, I don't know if he's, but as at the time, you know, I was arranging this report, Wike is still, you know, playing around, you know, in River State. His successor has really given him a very tough time by defecting. So we'll be looking into that situation as well. But away from that particular one, PDP remains strong and resilient, says former President Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan has actually reaffirmed that the People's Democratic Party is alive, strong, and resilient despite internal division within the party. Speaking at the meeting with the PDP National Working Committee in Abuja, Jonathan described the party as a fundamental pillar of Nigeria's democracy and a national institution. Okay, I wouldn't want to say otherwise. Since Jonathan is actually saying this, let's see what will happen in the coming days. But we got some predictions that some heavyweights from the PDP, including Sheyi Makinde, might be defecting as well to the ADC. But I don't know if that particular would actually happen. But this is political a year, okay, where they get to do their permutation, do their realignment before they move into 2027. So anything is possible, right? Peter Obi won't get ADC tickets, says presidential aide Daniel Bwala, the special advisor to the president on policy communication, has stated that Peter Obi will not secure the presidential or vice presidential ticket of the African Democratic Congress. Bwala claimed that Obi lacks the capacity to lead or coordinate any coalition movement and will eventually contest the next general election on a different platform. This is quite serious. Are you saying that Obi would still leave the same ADC later to move to another place? Okay, we never can tell. Let's just hope that this particular prediction is not true, because I sincerely do not like when politicians defect or moving from here to there as if they don't have a base, And let's come here to what the former lawmaker representing Abio's Central Senatorial District said. Nigeria will improve if Tinubu continues for another 4 years. Senator Chris Adigije has expressed optimism that Nigeria's fortune will change for the better if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu completes his second term in office. He actually made this assertion at a stakeholder meeting of All Progressive Congress in Abia State. It stated that Tinubu's policy are yielding positive results, citing the downward trend in food and fuel prices. This particular one is quite dicey, because the same reforms that we're talking about today, the same policies we're talking about today, is actually happening to Nigerians on the opposite end. That's why we're actually complaining that what's happening with these policies, and whenever they give us the indices, their facts and figures, it doesn't tally with what reality is saying. But of course, we had one of Labour Party's chieftain also joined the program yesterday, and he also, agreed that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on some policies that he actually did well, or is even performing well. So, and I asked him, I said, is he politically driven as regards to that statement, or is just saying it based on, factual facts? But that was what he actually, mentioned. So let's just believe that this is what it is. But of course, Nigerians also have what the situation is. Nigeria's democracy under threat. Article 1 from Vice President Atiku Abubakar has sounded the alarm, warning that Nigeria's democracy is facing an existential threat due to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration allegedly weakening opposition party and shrinking democratic space. These trends, Atiku notes, could lead to a de facto one-party state. And of course, I know that we've been talking about that particular one for a while now, as being against one-party state. But why are the coalition group not also strong enough, or other opposition party? I am still of the opinion that Atiku was still meant to remain in the PDP and build that particular party instead of everybody. So the new trend now is when once a party looks like it's not strong anymore, we move and either join coalition or we go to the winning side. What happens to you rebuilding? Everybody shaking their swords and trying to see how to build a formidable, opposition party instead of moving from here to there. So that means that in the coming years, if the ADC is not so doing fine and the APC now looks like the Messiah again all of a sudden, then some people would actually still move there. So for me, it's about your integrity. It doesn't speak well. That's all I would say as regards to that particular. So instead for you to always point fingers at the ruling party, you should also fix your party. If your party is okay, if your party looks good, I don't think anybody would also want to leave your party to another state, to another party. Someone once mentioned a particular statement. They said if you have TV at home, they don't think that your child would go to the neighbor's place to, peep from the window to watch TV on the other side. So, but that's all we're saying here. Let's move away from that particular and talk about the man of the moment, who actually, was granted bail. Court grants Abubakar Malami 500 million bail money laundering case. Federal High Court in Abuja has granted the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, his wife, and of course his son, in the sum of 500 million each, with 2 sureties. The sureties must have landed property in Asokoro, Maitama, of course, Gwarinpa, and submit their traveling documents to the court. Malami and his sureties were also ordered to deposit their 2 recent passport photographs with the court, and the court ruled that Malami must not travel outside the country without the court's permission. And it will remain, of course, in Kuje prison pending the perfection of his bail conditions. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had filed a 16-count charge alleged money laundering case against Malami, his son, and of course his wife. So I actually saw a particular debate, online today as regards to how much was stolen and how much is the bail. And we know one thing about this country: once someone is granted bail, it's very hard before you put them, behind bars again, except on rare cases. But let's see what will happen. So in total, Malami and his family actually paid a whopping sum of 1.5 billion naira. And I must also ask, all of this money that court gets to take as regards to bail fees and all of that, where did this money go to? Is it the same federal government? I will need clarity. We just want accountability as regards to how funds are being spent, because this money in the long run is also our money. These were part of our budget loot that I was talked about. So much is really going on in the country, in a situation whereby some would steal billions or trillions of naira, and they would actually give them a fine of 30-50 million naira for them to go back to their home. So Nigeria is just a country that we just have to be patient enough to hope that someday it will be better. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044700605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, the Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting first, conversation here. Article stand. I won't step down for anyone. Don't go nowhere. Stay please have it. Welcome back to the program Minister People's Voice on VOP TV. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has dismissed calls for him to step down in favor of Peter Obi in the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The presidential ticket, of course, is not clear for now, but is insisting that no aspirant will withdraw for another in the coalition. Atiku emphasized the party's commitment to an open, transparent, and competitive process for selecting its flag bearer. Atiku stated emphatically, no one is stepping down in the ADC presidential race. He accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of attempting to destabilize the ADC by interfering in its internal affairs. Atiku also criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, describing it as a national liability, and suggesting that Tinubu should be the one to step aside. The ADC is currently focused on building its grassroots structures nationwide. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon, Stevia.
Officially, this is our...
Yeah, this is our first show.
Happy New Year, sir. Thank you. We only spoke on the phone,
Yes.
You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
So, you heard all of the news stories, and of course, talking about Atiku Abubakar's, assertion as regards to no one is going to step down for anybody in this particular race. What implication might Atiku's refusal to step down have on the ADC's chance in the 2027 presidential election?
Well, he has said it, that it's going to be an open contestation, that all the aspirants are going to contest, and the one that he favors most will be the one that will clinch the ticket. I've always said it, Savior, that Atiku Abubakar will not organize a political party and give the flag, the ticket to another person to fly the flag of that.
Especially when
party.
He even donated his office.
I mean, I said last week Wednesday, I had this discussion in our sister station.
Yeah.
And almost everybody that called in started branding me names and calling me that, saying that I have APC ticket and all that. It was last week Wednesday that will be actually decamped
on the 31st. Yes.
So it was our major discussion in our sister station last week Wednesday. And I told our listener in that show then that if Atiku Abubakar is contesting the presidential ticket under ADC, it will be difficult for Obi to have that ticket. It was good to be decamped, but I don't know the agreement or arrangement that they have before Obi actually decamped. And many of them were like, Obi is not a baby. He would have gotten the assurance that he was going to be given the ticket before he decamped. Good and well, if there is any arrangement of that nature. But if there is no arrangement of that nature, like what we are hearing now, Atiku Abubakar's aide has repeated this, has said this thing before, that Atiku Abubakar was going to contest. Then we also heard from Dele Momodu, a very close ally of former VP
President
Atiku Abubakar, that he was going to contest. And now the aide has repeated it again. And now we are getting, we are in a new year. The political atmosphere is getting tensed, gradually. By June, July, we'll start seeing primaries coming up. Campaign will officially kick off on the 18th of November this year for the general election. So everything about the election is just for some time, just some months from now. So this is the best time that we'll have to weigh our pros and cons and actually know where this coalition is going to lead Nigeria to. Because if, like I said, if Atiku is contesting, financial muscle to get the ticket, Obi does not have it.
He doesn't have it, or he doesn't want to spend it. Which of them?
No. You see the ones, 2019, Atiku Abubakar got a PDP ticket.
Yeah.
2023, he got it. You understand? And go and look at what happened. So yesterday they said dollars were being used to buy delegates. Delegates started switching allegiance. Apart from Tamboa stepping down from him at the last minute in Port Harcourt during the PDP's primary.
Yeah.
We saw that much money exchange hands. So most of the delegates that are actually coming for primaries are coming to line up their pocket because there is so much. All the aspirants are actually coming with money. In Nigeria, there has to be the highest bidder. This is not who is coming to actually become a messiah for Nigerians. And it is when you get the presidential ticket first from a political party, before every other supporter that say, we want this person to be our president, we have the opportunity. If the wrong person gets it, some other persons might withdraw. So this is not our candidate, you understand? That was what happened in PDP in 2023 general election. it was even what caused the trouble between Wike and Atiku Abubakar that led to where PDP is today. Before the G5 now came up and all that. So I am foreseeing a very dark and cloudy political atmosphere for ADC at this moment. It's not this one former vice president is talking about that APC is accusing President Tinubu. It is not really about President Tinubu's matter. If they actually want to have a credible opposition as ADC, somebody like himself should have played the role of another statesman for this 2027 general election. And say, come, this, as it is, there is an arrangement, north and south. Now, their brother in the north has had 8 years. Then we have the present president now from the south. Ideally, the certain people will want the present president to have 8 years. But if there must be a change coming in, it must also be that the person that will succeed him, if really, the APC will definitely feature him. Then let ADC also think of, okay, we want somebody that will challenge the sitting president. Let's give a ticket to anybody from the south that we believe will be able to challenge him. I don't want to start, mentioning names now. It could be anybody from the south. Let us, every one of us from the north, rally around him and campaign for him in the north, knowing fully whether he's only coming to do 4 years. it will not come back to us in the north.
Okay.
Then those of them who are actually aspiring to become president from the north, as soon as the South ends their 8 years by 2031, they cannot come in. So if we are now using this greed and it must be me, selfishness, and say, no, I have to go because I have the big fat pocket and because I am popular, you may be popular, within the party now. But this analogy I'm just telling you as savior might also lead to some kind of sympathy votes. People say, no, it is not the turn of the north yet. Even if they like you and say, no, we must complete our 8 years. Your brother have just completed their 8 years. Put all this one into parameter and let's drop this selfishness and it must be me. I must grab it by all means. Let's drop it. If you actually want to save Nigeria, that you are actually saying that this present APC is not doing well and that we need to change the leadership of Nigeria, put all these ones into consideration and drop yourself out of it. And let's see how it goes. If you give the ticket to somebody else that is, and rally around him, even your humongous fat pocket, use it to support this person. But what we are talking about, my people say, it doesn't matter how you kill your enemy, provided he dies. Okay, rally around with him and say, we want to change this APC government by all means. Let me drop this toga. Let me drop this my selfish attitude towards I must be president for these 4 years. Let somebody from the South actually contest. Then they can get a VP from the North. Then let's join hands and campaign with this person. It will go well. But this one that we are not hearing, it's going to be an open contestation. All the aspirants are coming to contest, and the one that gets it is a political statement, my brother.
Okay.
And it will not lead us anywhere.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I love the fact that you took your time to touch every necessary, areas of this conversation. But let me pick it up from the middle. And of course, I'll go back to the beginning where you picked it up from. You said that what you would have advised is for the ADC to all come together, rally around a certain person.
Yes.
To go and it would just do it the remaining 4 years. Do you think there is anybody in that particular coalition that just wants to do 4 years? Don't forget that the politicians we're looking at today, they're all greedy. And I say this with all sense of responsibility. If they are not, the same Atiku Abubakar has said that if he doesn't win a particular election, he's not coming back to contest again. He said it before, he lost, he came back again. Now, he mentioned the same statement in 2023, if you remember. He said that would be the last election he will be contesting. And what happened? After he lost, today, the same Atiku Abubakar has said he also wants to be in the race. So which southern person would actually want to leave, that particular seat of power, being addressed as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces for 4 years? That's the first question I need to ask you. But let me move up to that of the coalition situation. If you recall, when some people were actually making speculations, and of course, Obi was saying that he was waiting for the ADC to talk about zoning. And Abdullahi, the spokesperson for the ADC, he said that they are not there yet. But of course, they don't even have issues with as regards to, zoning, but they are not there yet. We don't know what Obi discussed with them. But the same way you talked about popularity from the beginning of your conversation as regards to Atiku being popular, But when we talk about the obedience movement, there is a reaction coming from them. And there would be a reaction coming from them. The same reaction came from some loyalists to Wike at the primaries. That particular day I was in Abuja when that particular power play happened. So we saw so much that happened. In short, Wike branded different luxurious buses, coastal buses, thinking he already won that primaries. Until what happened.
Tambuwa stepped down. For his brother.
Where they will tell you Arewa is Arewa.
Yeah.
Now, the same situation now. The ADC are not planning to zone, their presidential tickets to the south. They want to make it open. And you know what it means for you to keep something open? Obi does not have a chance where Atiku is. Let's call it a spade. I'm just giving a prediction. But if Obi loses in the primaries, do you think ADC will still become, or they will still be that particular strong, a coalition group?
That's the big question now, Savior. If Obi loses the primary
And I also want to talk about the certain person that you are thinking that would just want to do for
No, I'm getting there. Yeah. If Obi loses the primary, the obedience that are saying wherever Obi goes, they will go with him.
They came out last week and they talked about it that Obi must not become a vice to anybody.
Yes, will they still remain in ADC and say, okay, since Obi lost the primary, whoever that emerged as the presidential candidate for ADC, they will go with that person? Would they still remain?
They wouldn't.
That's the big issue, because obedient is not talking about political party. Obedient is saying they are talking about Obi
that's
as a person.
And they are not even taking any chance of vice presidency.
They are even saying that Obi must not be talking about vice presidential candidate for any political party. Obi himself have also said that he has visited presidents, so many presidents in the world leaders, and that he has been sitting and meeting with world leaders. Why will he be talking about becoming a vice president when he has been meeting with world leaders? He gave a categorical example on how he went to locate the president of Indonesia in his village and asked him some certain question. How he met Paul Kagame and others of Rwanda. So he has been meeting he has been meeting presidents, sitting presidents. And because of that, Obi said he is not even going to get settled for a vice presidential candidate. So now, with this kind of arrangement, I still watched Bolaji Abdullahi yesterday in one of the channels, still talking about they are not there yet. Why are they saying they are not there yet? When some of their leaders are already making statements. Atiku Abubakar is making statement that everybody is going to open race to contest for the ticket of ADC. Knowing fully well that if they go for that open race, people like Obi can win that thing. Amechi can win it.
Amechi even agreed that he can be a minister.
Well, I mean, you understand? I mean, I'm talking of those certain leaders, big wigs that are in that ADC. So, in particular, Obi has said it, that 4 years is enough for him to position Nigeria. That he is ready to do 4 years. He has said it. That he is ready to do 4 years and you hand over. He would have put he would have put all the channels, all the platforms in place, that whoever is taking over from him, we have where to build on.
Mr. Elvis, I would like us to actually look at facts and figures.
No, it's not about facts and figures. If you look at that, he has said it. We will remind him.
Now, that's the thing. When you use the word "we will remind him," have you forgotten how many things we've reminded different presidents?
No, we have not.
We've reminded governors.
We have not tried it in some persons.
No, you don't understand. When they come out, they read their manifesto, they come to campaign. We get to remind them. The same way you and I reminded the president as regards to him saying ASU strike will become a thing of the past. When we did a retrospect of last year, did we not see ASU surface? Did we not see resident doctors strike surface? So the situation of us always saying that we remind, don't forget that the same Obi, when he was a governor, it was once impeached, right?
Yeah.
But he came back. And just like the situation of Fubara, who once mentioned that my mind is off from that seat. I don't even want to go back. Ever since I left that particular seat, after he was suspended, I've been fine. But that's the same Fubara that is fighting for that seat today. So I just feel it is quite rare and difficult to find any politician in Nigeria that will tell you he wants to do that 4 years and step away when they were not removed forcefully.
Yeah, but that's true. They are greedy. But remember, by 2031, if Obi gets it in 2027 to 2031, it will not be favoring the South any longer. Because this arrangement that we have, even though it's not constitutional, that we go to the North, we definitely leave him. Everybody will now be looking at it that, okay, we supported you to get in there, even though you are from the South in second to do your 4 years. The Northerners, you cannot even get to the presidency of Nigeria with only certain votes. So if he gets in there, which means you have gotten so much popular vote from the North as well. So if you look at that parameter around him, even if he's wanting to renege on his promise, he might not favor him. And again, remember, there's still going to be primaries before you get the ticket in 2031. If his body language is changing and he's not ready to leave office, he might even lose the primaries from the beginning. It's possible. So let us even just leave what do you call it now? Leave doubt, benefit of doubt, and see whether if he's giving the ticket to fly the ADC ticket in 2027 and by 2021, whether he will be living there. And in Nigeria, he said within 4 years, we're able to reform Nigeria, whether we're able to reform Nigeria. We just want to start from somewhere. We have had this kind of, APC 10 years now, 10 years and 6 months now, they've been in this nation now, ruling this nation. What is different from PDP 16 years? It's even worse with APC 10 years now. I was reading a report before I came into the studio that about 141 million Nigerians by 2026, in December 2026, this year we go into poverty. PwC just released that. So is that why I'm moving Nigeria forward now? I'm moving Nigeria backward. So if you look at, remember 2018, 2019, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world under APC.
But I want to ask you a question. Since you're actually making it look like it's a party thing, I would like to throw the question to you. Of course, I did to Mr. Delefanimo yesterday on the show. Do you think that the PDP's administration is better than APC's administration?
101%.
But please don't also forget, I would allow you, give me your reasons, of course, but don't forget that in the PDP administration, we also had 1,001 people who were also corrupt, and they also stole funds.
No. Yes, good. Let's start from there.
All right.
Even we had 1,001 corrupt persons. Then, we now have 1,000.
And some of them are the same people that people are calling Messiah today.
Yeah, I'm coming there. We all now have 1,002 in APC. The same PDP that said, okay, we are talking about 1,001 corrupt persons. They actually set up EFCC that we are still using today.
Yeah.
They set up ICPC that we are still using today. We saw that the first chairman of EFCC then, the present National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, how he was able to investigate his boss, late Balogun, IG Balogun, and brought Balogun to the situation that left to his abrupt retirement and left the police force. That was his boss. We also saw there was a time that this padding that has become so glaring now in APC. We have just heard the budget now, 58 point something. We don't know how much is padded in it, but we'll hear later, very soon, when they start breaking it down. There was padding that when Adolphus Wabara was the Senate president, former minister for housing, environment and housing, something like that, Mama Mobolaji, that woman from Ondo State, her budget was padded. Then there was this also Fabian Osuji, education minister, was also fingered in padded budget. Obasanjo was outside the country when this matter got to the house and the matter became an issue. When he came in, Obasanjo first of all sacked these ministers. He sacked them because of budget padding. We have never had it again now since in Nigeria. Then I told the National Assembly that I don't have confidence in your leader any longer. I don't have any confidence in your leader again. That was what led to the impeachment of Adolphus Wabara as Senate president. We have had that. In terms of fighting corruption, we have had that, at least under President Olusegun Obasanjo. Yes, he may not be sent, may not be that perfect, but at least we can mention some of these ones. How many have you heard in APC government? The so-called Messiah who told Nigeria was going to fight corruption, the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Look at all these ministers now, how many of them that are there now with EFCC. We went further. Today,
we also have PDP's ministers who also, went in. Don't forget.
Yes, I know. Okay. I'm telling you some of those ones that at least we can mention in PDP that PDP did, even though they were empowered. At least did, for their own members. Mm-hmm. Then we also have today that even this debt now that Nigeria we don't even know how much we are owing now. PDP paid it all and gave Nigeria a clean slate. Within these few years of APC now, Nigeria is now wallowing in debt.
A serious one.
Serious one for that matter.
Yeah.
Then we also saw that at least infrastructure, if not for any other thing, I could sit down in my house now and also be talking to you in the studio and be doing this show. We have had this technology in the world ever since, but we never had it in Nigeria. It was PDP's era that we have a GSM.
You're only talking you're talking about the person of former President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yeah, if you mention PDP, you mention Olusegun Obasanjo. Right. You also saw that at least gave us this technology that at least, even if we want to talk to somebody now, we can have a guest now from Port Harcourt, from any part of the world, who will be in this studio with us. We saw technological change. We also saw one bold thing he did that Nigerians cannot really remember him for. When he got into power, President Olusegun Obasanjo, he said no. Every military officers that have tasted political power must go.
Yeah.
Because he cannot curtail these people in the barrack, and he will remain in Aso Rock. He retired all of them. Even those of them who were having that ambition that, oh, let them come in. Maybe in the next 3 years, we cannot begin to talk of coup and not to flush them out. He retired them. How many presidents of this world can have that boldness? He did it. If you want to start mentioning most of these things that PDP did, that before we got into the hands of APC that said they were coming as Messiah that we are today now, there are so many. This lifestyle we are living now that Nigerians can no longer feed to the brink. Nigerians always push to the brink.
Okay.
Since APC came in.
Mr. Unveils, yes, I love the fact that you said Nigeria are always pushed to the brink. Now, some, people actually made some assertions that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done so much. But Atiku Abubakar's, statement says otherwise. He said the president has made Nigeria a national liability. That was the statement he mentioned. But I would like you to talk about that because Comrade Eragbi Anslem from the Labour Party, he actually said that so many policies that the president is doing is really, going on well, and it's serving the people, in as much as it's still lacking in some parts. But over time, I've seen so many people saying that all of his policies, his reforms, none of them is actually yielding good results for the people, which I'd wanted to, take up simultaneously with the situation of me asking you, do you think that articles opening, saying that the ticket should be open, is about wanting anybody at all to challenge challenge the APC, or this is based on his personal, greed for power?
His personal greed. If they are talking about opening the ticket for the primaries of ADC to everybody that wants to contest, it means they just want to give a smooth ride to APC to continue until 2031. That's just what I'm saying. Because if the wrong person comes from ADC, Nigerians will not vote for ADC. If the wrong person comes, because we just look at. How are you going to convince Nigerians for some names we are seeing in ADC? Nigeria know why they are talking of ADC today, because they are talking of ADC because of one person. If only they give Obi ticket, Nigeria will see a change. But if that ticket is not in the hands of Obi, I doubt. It will just be like a smooth sail for APC to continue.
But of course, they are making different projections that the ADC would even be very strong, of course, in the north. And they said that they are trying to build their grassroots,
they could be strong in the north. Maybe they will win some states. But we're not about winning the presidency.
They talk about even to the south that they are building, their grassroots,
No, the building will start from Osun and Ekiti and FCT local government elections. That we have FCT local government is next month.
Yeah.
Ekiti and Osun is coming in this year. We want to see what they are building from the grassroots. We want to see even if they don't win the governorship of that state, they should be able to have some legislators.
But I think they said they are more focused on the presidential race because they have.
Even if they are talking of focusing on, but we have to start seeing that gradually, at least they are making inroads into getting to the presidential race. Then you asked about. Atiku Abubakar is talking about President Tinubu wanting to make Nigeria a one-party state. It starts from them. When they don't do the right thing, things of this nature will easily happen. If people like him,
all right, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller there. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? All right, I think the network is not making us get that particular call here. All right,
hello.
Okay, sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Oh, I think that was a drop call. Please go ahead.
So if people like him, at least he has been wanting to be president of Nigeria since 1993. I'm talking of the former vice president.
Yeah.
Till today, he sees that, okay, it's not too smooth for me to be there this time. Why don't he support somebody to be there? Must it be? Mandela came out of prison after 27 years. He did only 4 years and handed over. Is it not the same Africa? Can't you be another statesman and everybody will respect you? Okay, no, but people may not respect General Abdul-Salam Bakar today in Nigeria. But if you look at what he did, he wrote his name in the book of history, good history in Nigeria. When IBB was there for 7-8 years, could not conduct a presidential election for Nigerians to be returned to democracy. Eventually, Abacha came in. We have had Abacha for almost about six years plus or 7 years. He did not. But when he came in, within 9 months, he handed over. May 29 is not a significant date in Nigeria. But he made that day a significant date and said, let this thing go. Can't somebody also give such sacrifice for things to work? Okay, must it be you at all time? So he would have said, I want to remain there for 5 years before I conduct election. Nigerians would have still be here.
But you know that the same way Obi has his own movement, as regards to the obedient movement, that's the same way Atiku also has.
Yes, he has. That's what I'm saying.
So the situation of you saying now that can't he just do the sacrifice?
No, the sacrifice I'm saying is, get me clear. Exactly what I'm saying is that the internal arrangement that we still have in this our democracy today is that let's do their own too.
Okay.
That's where I'm speaking from. Now, a certain person is there and he has done 4 years. We'll complete his 4 years by 2027.
Yeah.
Then, if another certain person is coming from a stronger opposition now, like ADC, and say, okay, I want to also contest this same position with this my own brother from the side that is already there, and they not actually now believe that okay, this president we have there now, we are not enjoying his regime administration.
Yeah.
Nigerians are not enjoying his administration, and they want to change by all means. Why don't they rally around that person from the south who has said he's going to do 4 years and he's going to leave after 4 years and say, okay, let's just remove this your brother from the south.
Now, that's where I was waiting for you. You know, you have said this, which is actually a lovely, explanation. But, Mr. Harris, don't forget that Atiku also has his own people that believes in him first. Secondly, that believes that he alone can take Nigeria off from this particular position we are in today, and not even Obi. And don't forget that after President Muhammad Buhari left, of blessed memories, after he left office, the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saw so many Northerners leave office. He reshuffled, and the North didn't get so much, except we just want to lie to ourselves here. It became obvious that so many key areas, were taken over by the South.
They don't even call it South, they call it Lagos boys.
You understand? They even call them Lagos
boys.
So in a situation like that, don't you think that this particular, part of, Nigeria, this region, already has a way they perceive everybody from the South as regards to that particular presidential seat? So they don't even want a situation where they would be, looked down upon anymore or removed from office. And that's why they're saying, okay, they want their person to go in any way. Because some of them are not even blaming their own former president that came from Katsina. But today, they are blaming the president that came from the West more. So in a situation like that, it's quite dicey. This particular side is saying the man that they are supporting is not even the part that they're supporting this man, and this man must not even become a vice. And on this other side, this man also says he's not going to back down because his people also want him to go. In a situation like that, do you think that if the so-called person or whoever it is wants to decide to sacrifice, for the party and of course for Nigerians, as you rightly said, do you think that the party will still have that support from his own place, especially coming with his own bloc?
It is simple. If you are complaining of a particular administration and the person that is leading you also joining that complaint, oh, this administration is not good to us, it's not favoring us, and that person has been able to come up with a formidable political party to challenge that administration that you are complaining of. And that person says, come, for now, this arrangement is not favoring us now. Let's let this man go. It's my person. I'm standing in for you people. Let's vote en masse for him. Followers are very ready to follow their principle at all times, especially in a political form.
Okay.
You see what some of obedience are saying now, that if it is not presidential candidate for any party, they are not going to follow Obi. That's what followers are all about. A follower like Atiku Abubakar can easily talk to his people and say, this is my candidate. Let's vote en masse for him. Then, by immediately after these 4 years, we know what to do.
Okay.
Let them even use these 4 years to get themselves, into power in Nigeria, and Nigeria begin to see, oh, they have actually. We now begin to also have 4 years to measure with them, PDP, APC, and ADC. Then when I say, okay, 2031, ADC only 4 years gave us this. That means we can go with this. That will even give them a better profile to actually campaign with in 2020, in 2031 than now allowing greed again to come in 2027 and that greed will now erode the chance they may have in 2031.
Okay, Mr. Unveils, I would like us to move to, of course, the second conversation as regards to Wiki or us. You know, APC gives Tinubu deadline in Rivers power struggle. The All Progressive Congress have actually said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you know, should actually pick between, they said they are getting to that particular point. Senior figures in Nigeria's ruling All Progressive Congress have issued a stern warning to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, threatening to ask him to choose between the party or Federal Capital Secretary Minister Nyesom Wike. The warning follows Wike's declaration that Rivers State Governor Timilerai Fubara will not secure a second term in the 2027 election, which has angered APC loyalists in the state. The APC leaders are concerned about Wike's growing influence and action in Rivers State, which they fear could fracture party unity and set stage for a confrontation with the presidency. Of course, Wike, who is not officially registered with the APC, has been at odds with Fubara, and the party is worried that these particular maneuvers could undermine Tinubu's interests ahead of 2027. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the National Secretary has actually said that Wike is not their member and should not even make such statement that the APC National Working Committee will do everything they can to protect their own, you know, members as regards to being governor and what have you. So, for us to round off this conversation and to wrap it up for the day, what do you think about this APC situation?
I think the secretary spoke very well. Bashir Ajibola, the National Secretary of APC, he spoke very well. And he spoke the mind of almost every Nigerian. It is an insult for somebody that is not a member of that party to now begin to dictate for who is going to be the candidate of a particular state.
But don't you think he's the one that owns the political structure of River State?
What's political structure? Their constitution says that the leader, the governor of every state is the leader of that state. And if he's
the leader of that state, of course, yes.
If he so does well.
But this is political structure.
No, if he so does well and the people want him back, why won't he get the ticket? It's an insult for you to come to my house and begin to pull me out of my sitting room and my bedroom and say you want to take over. No, every power I have, I will use to fight you.
Don't forget
let me tell you what he has done in PDP. What he has done in PDP.
Okay.
Might enter APC if they don't check it immediately. This destruction he has destroyed PDP to where we are today. If they don't check it now, he has just planted the seed. What is the function of toying to the 23 local government and be talking of a thank you visit after 2.5 years of election? Because the National Secretary went to commission some project about 3 weeks ago in Rivers and saw what Fubara is doing and said, with all this I'm saying, you deserve a second tenure. That was the only pronouncement. So that now panically took Wike out of Abuja.
Okay, for us to round off now. Mr. Unveils, are you saying Fubara is finally safe? And do you think that Wike would actually lose the favor of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
I am actually waiting for how President Ahmed Bola Tinubu is going to handle this matter, because last year, when this matter started at this moment that led to the emergency rule, Fubara was still a member of PDP, and Wike was still a member of PDP. Now Fubara has joined his political party. What he did in Lagos during the removal of Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House Assembly, and after about 3 months, he brought him back to power and quell that imbroglio that was coming up in Lagos State. Yeah. We want to see him do more of it now in Rivers. I want to see whether APC will trade Fubara for Wike in this 2027 general election, because the president has the power to hire and fire. If he's loyal to the president and the president wants to keep him, the party and leadership and the party members with what is going on now, and even the governors, the progressive governors are in support of Fubara, because they know what happened to Fubara. If they don't check it, might happen to any of them. Okay. So if they now withdraw their support from President Tinubu, there is no vote in federal. The votes are in the states.
Okay.
Do you understand? If he wants to start campaigning today, he's going to be moving around the states, and it's the state governor that will host him in whichever state he goes.
So
if he does that, he might lose the interest of the state governors, and that will spare doom for his political ambition.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Davis, for joining the program. That was quite a very intense one there. But of course, just for me to leave you with this, don't forget that the same president actually did it to Ambode. some years ago. Don't forget. He also did the same thing that Wike is doing.
He was not a presidential candidate then.
But it's fine.
He wasn't. He knows what it means now. Rivers State now is not as important.
So press for time, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, so press for time, and I'm so sorry that we can't actually take more. But of course, I know that you have so much to say as regards to Wike's conversation. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, if you love the world of sports, I would like you to stay put to enjoy the program. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951. And Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja, and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP, AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a brother Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Still about the AFCON 2025, an AFCON tournament that has produced 109 goals so far, as against the 119 we saw in the last AFCON in 2023 in Côte d'Ivoire. This AFCON is set to actually, bring more goals than what we saw in the previous ones. And of course, there's a lot of conversation outside the goals that we've seen in all of the AFCON, as a lot of dramas have also come in between. As we speak right now, Mali and Senegal are actually doing business to actually get the very first slot of the team that we're making it to the semi-finals of this year AFCON in Morocco. On that note, I welcome you to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Aguago. Today promises to be another very interesting episode of this show. Of course, we'll be taking it all through the wire. As we'll not just be looking at the AFCON, we'll also be looking at what happened last night at the Emirates. Did Arsenal blow up their chance of actually cementing their place as the undisputable king of England? Or could this just be one of the setbacks that comes with being the champion at the end of the season? Joining me to dot the I's and cross the T's of this day's conversation of the Locker Room is Hafiz, definitely right here in the studio, and of course Mayowa joins us eventually virtually. Hafiz, good evening and welcome to Locker Room.
Yes, good evening, Ikechukwu, and good evening to the viewers, and of course it's good to be back here on Locker Room. And yeah, AFCON has just been fantastic from the day one, the first game between the host Morocco and Comoros, and even till now where we have the top 8, I'm not top 8, but 8 of the best 10 African teams. Right now, according to the FIFA rankings, the top 10 teams in Africa, we have 8 out of them, competing for the semi-final slots right there. They are playing in the quarterfinals. Games that you should be seeing in the semi-final, in the top place, or even in the final, you are seeing them potentially in the quarterfinal. And that has been the joy. Yes, a lot of people have been complaining that there has been no upset so far, but it's also good to see the big boys, doing the business now. During the qualifiers, they were not really putting in work. Right now, they are here to show that, hey, we are still the kings of Africa. And yes, Senegal and Mali has kick-started. A lot of people have their own predictions for that one. And I'm looking towards an upset. Hopefully that will, will turn out to be the case. And also, like you mentioned, Arsenal up against Liverpool. Yes, you could say Arsenal blew their chance, to extend their lead at the top of the table. It's now 6 points, but then it is what it is. And we are here to break it all down on the show today. And I'm glad to be part of this lineup today.
Absolutely, is glad to be part of the lineup. I want to also believe that our viewers are also definitely glad to be part of this conversation, as we'll be definitely looking at it. We'd like to actually see what you've got to say about the conversation we're having. So drop us a comment on our YouTube platform, and of course, do not forget to actually like and subscribe. Of course, do not also forget to share to your loved ones so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. I've got information that Mayawa just joined. Mayawa, it's good to actually have you join us eventually. Yesterday, 2 days back, yesterday it was, terrible network, couldn't allow you to be part of the show, but it's good to have you eventually join. Jerry was saying that maybe you had a lot of lengthy conversation with Amorim and the board to ensure that, a very good coach comes in to actually take Manchester United to the promised land. It's good evening, and of course, welcome to Locker Room, Mayawa.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Manchester United and Liverpool, they are Siamese twins now. If Manchester United draws, Liverpool definitely draws. So I mean, two teams without ambition following each other, and the same side of the same coin. To the bottling FCs, to the bottlers FC, they had an opportunity yesterday. They were supposed to take advantage of that. This is how this kind of games define how your season would go. If Arsenal would have summoned the courage to be able to win that particular game, 9 points, ahead of a Man City, gives them a breathing space. It takes one draw, or 2 draws, or one unfortunate incident, in the 6 points they are using it to lead Man City for things to go down the drain. But in any case, that's what makes the EPL interesting. When titles decide on the last day of the season, probably maybe this might go to the wire. A lot of what we talked about. Senegal versus Mali going on right. I'm hoping, the Malians can put up a surprise and probably get the Senegalese out. It's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Ketchuku.
Absolutely. Yes, it's 11 minutes on the clock already. And of course, the game right there, it's on between Mali and Senegal. And of course, I would like to actually see the lineup on the screen so we get to see exactly what, the formation and how the coach is actually putting that team together before we go into the nitty-gritty of the show. But trust me right there, I want to believe this is one of those very explosive encounters you see and you say, hey, this game cannot be decided. These are huge powerhouse. A lot of persons are actually predicting that, Mali would definitely, lose to Senegal in this one because Senegal has actually shown that they are one of the most informed side. Of course, 2021 champions. And they've also shown that, they are one of the very most stable sides when it comes to AFCON. I mean, perfect blend of experience and youth. But unfortunately, they do not have the manager who actually took them to the last, triumph. Talking about, the former skipper of the side. Talking about former Senegalese, captain Cissé. Yes, and this is exactly not what the formation looks like, really. But in goal, right, from what I have right now, is Digu Diarra for Mali, and of course, Mali is definitely coming into this game with a 4-3-2-1 formation. And yes, Hamari Traore playing from right back position, Abdoulaye Diaby, Osman Kamara, Nathan Gassam, Lassana Coulibaly in the midfield, Aliou Dieng, Yus Bissouma, and of course, he's actually a very big name when it comes to African football. Yes, and also shown that he's one of the biggest when it comes to this continent because he plays his trade right there in England. And Mamadou Singare and Hamadou Diarry are actually the ones who will be feeding the striker Lassine Sinayoko, who Afis really likes to talk about. I don't know how much of a threat is going to be to this Senegalese side. Afis, tell me exactly what you think this particular team is going to do to Senegalese side that is playing in a 4-3-3 formation. And of course, the goalkeeper is Edouard Mendy, experienced. He's won the Champions League with Chelsea. On the right back, Kefren Diatta, Koulibaly. Also, of course, there's always going to be Koulibaly in Mali and of course Senegal. And in the heart of the defense is Koulibaly and Moussa Nikait. And of course, in left back, Malik Diop. And in the middle of the park, that's where Senegal has shown, huge lot of experience. Papi Gueye, I mean, we know him. He's actually one of the big players in Africa. Idrissa Gana Gueye also, and Habib Diarra. And in the heart of the attack, Sadio Mane and, Ilman Diaye actually flanking Habib Diallo. Come on, this is going to be a blockbuster game. Tell me exactly, where you think this pendulum will swing in.
Yeah, look at the names you mentioned from the Senegalese. There's one thing I just liked about the Senegalese team. It's not just about the names. They have a team. They have players that can drop in. I was having a discussion with someone, and if you look at Sadio Mane, as of now, he's actually the top assist in the history of the AFCON ever. That's talking about Senegalese talisman Sadio Mane. And this tournament so far, he has accepted to be playing that auxiliary role. He's not looking at himself to be the star man. He has accepted to play that auxiliary role, bringing his other teammates into play. And there's one thing that they also have: squad depth. I mean, this is not club football, but they have that squad depth within the national team. Look at the attack you mentioned: Mane, Iliman Ndiaye, and Habib Diallo. They can take off all three attackers if all is not going well. They can bring in an Ibrahima Mbaye, who plays for PSG. They can bring in Ismail Assar, the Crystal Palace man, and also Nicolas Jackson is still there. Boulaye Dia is there. They have players all around. That's talking about the Senegalese team.
They also have Papa Metassa.
Who is not even, having seen minutes at this AFCON. So far, they also have Lamine Camara of Monaco. He's there. Abdoulaye Seck can also fill in at the back. I mean, Krepin Diatta is a winger. They took him to go and play right back. They also have Malik Elaji Diop, who's one of the best crossers of the ball in Europe. So that's all about the Senegalese side. But when you look at the Malians, I mean, that game against Tunisia, they were expected to actually bow out to Tunisia in that game. They got a red card, Woyo Koulibaly, from the first half, 25th minute, but they still went on to drag, the Tunisians, into a penalty shootout. And yes, they won that one eventually. And maybe that's where the Senegalese should be more careful. This draw, 0-0 as it stands, is favoring the Malians because looking at the AFCON, they are the draw kings. 4 games played, 4 draws after 90 minutes. So it should tell you all you need to know, that you don't have to play, football that is, very, very beautiful to the eyes. They are there to just get the results. And yes, Lassine Sinayoko is I like to talk about him, just like you mentioned, is the man that has scored all their goals so far this tournament. The Mali national team, they scored 3 goals, and all 3 goals have been scored by the auxiliary man Sinayoko. So it should be the danger man as well, especially if something happens to, maybe there's a penalty, is the one who steps up to take it for them. That's talking about Sinayoko. So I think the Senegalese, yes, they are the favorites for this one, but the Malians will also, with the experience they've had so far, during the tournament, so far, I think they'll be ready to give this one a go again to the Senegalese team. An upset might occur, but I think it's odds on for Senegal to go on to win this one.
So what's your prediction for this particular game?
Well, I think this one might actually get to extra time. Yes, I know a lot of people expect, the Senegalese to have it, wrapped up, done and dusted, before 90 minutes. But I think this one is going to get to extra time. Also, there's a possibility that Mali's log might just run out. So it's a two-way thing. But for me, I think it will get to 120 minutes.
So what's the prediction?
You are trying to put me on the spot here. I think at the end of the day, Senegal will just kill defense. They will go through. Senegal will go through. No scores. Senegal will go through.
All right, Marwa. I mean, you heard it, 17 minutes on the clock right there. And of course, the guys are still sweating it out there in Morocco. Mali and Senegal. What's your prediction? Look at the squad. Look at how far they've traveled, both teams. Where do you think the pendulum will be swinging?
Well, if Senegal is not careful, Mali might just take it. If you look at the stats so far in this particular tournament, Mali is the team with the lowest possession in all their 4 games. They have the least of possession, and they've always found a way, to get support. Yes, a lot of people have said they go through the third best or whatever it is. Portugal did it. They came through the third best and they won the World Tournament. So the same thing can still happen right now. The way they are going, they've only scored 3 goals so far, and it has only come from one person. And that's to tell you what the team is made up of. They defend with their life, look for goals. If they can hit you on the break, they do that. If they don't, they defend and go for that PK. They hit against Tunisia, and that is what they are playing for right now. They've left all the possession for Senegal, and they're trying to hit them on the counter. So as it is, I think if they can defend doggedly and go with the script, they might probably upset a Senegal side. So if you ask me who I want to see in the next round, I think I love an underdog story. I would love to see, Mali in the semi-finals.
I hope you're not loving to see Mali in the semi-final because you don't want to actually see, a more difficult side against Super Eagles in the final. But anyways, it's 18 minutes on the clock, and of course, still 0-0 right there, in Morocco. I don't know where this pendulum might be swinging, but I really do think that, against, popular vote or choice, I think Mali might just find a way around this particular game. But let's move away from that and talk about what's really, really about us. Talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And what really happened yesterday, we had reports that the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Anite, actually confirmed that the federal government has actually, paid the bonus of the Super Eagles. But Eric Chell has addressed the unpaid win bonuses and allowance issues facing Super Eagles during AFCON 2025, which nearly impacted the team's participation in the tournament. In a pre-match press conference, Chell actually emphasized that his primary focus is on the game itself. It is my job to stay focused on the matters on the pitch, said Eric Chell. And when asked about the recent concerns, he said our objective in the group is what matters most, and our state of mind is as good as ever. We're physically prepared. Tactically, I need to take some choices regarding the team's readiness for the upcoming match. Chell also expressed confidence in his players. He noted, we've analyzed the weakness of our team and we have overcome the challenge. This is the quarterfinals and managing pressure is crucial, so we have been working on that daily. I believe that we'll be ready for the game tomorrow. Chell actually talked about, the game against Algeria and also talked about the experience of the, dates. I mean, the finals that actually happened in 2023. He actually saw the game and he was actually one of those persons who, felt that his team could have done better where he actually led Mali. Unfortunately, they fell, to the Ivorians. Despite, having the advantage in the game, they actually played so well. But, I mean, that's one of those games that, Eric Chell became so popular for where, they were pouring water on his head. But, I mean, it is good to have this conversation now that Eric Chell finally has actually come out to say, that the coach, that the Super Eagles are tactically ready. They are, mentally fit and set to actually take on the game against Algeria. But look at this particular game against Algeria, and you are the coach, Eric Chell. You've seen Algeria play. You understand how they actually, come into play. What would you be expecting that Eric Chell, I mean, if there's anything you say Eric Chell should not miss, to put in place against the Algerians, what would that thing be?
For me, I think it would just be don't change your tactical approach so far. It's a common saying that you don't change the winning formula, you don't change the winning formation. So for me, I think you should still go that way. But first of all, what you should not even miss at all is studying your opponents. And I think, his advisors with him will also tell him that you have to study your opponents. You have to see the way they've negotiated at all 4 games. Ironically, this is a meeting between the 2 teams that have been perfect so far. That they were perfect in the group stage. 9 points from a possible 9. So you have to know that they are up for it. They won't approach that game with their backs against the wall. They will come in to show that they are also part. They are 2019 champions. For crying out loud. So I think. Algeria will come out all guns blazing, but if there's one thing the Super Eagles under Eric Chell have proven so far is that they can score goals, even though they've also shown at some points that they can also concede. 12 goals scored with 4 conceded. I mean, yes, at some point I said it was 8 goals scored, 4 goals conceded. It wasn't good enough, but this time, that game against Mozambique, yes, don't expect that from the Algerians. They just showed that even up against DR Congo, when their backs were against the wall, they came out, firing back, and they got that goal. So for me, I think it's going to be a tough one. And what I'll just tell Eric Chell is that, look, that tactical approach that has been working for you, he tweaked it at some point. Remember, I was here when I spoke about the Tanzania game, when I said that 4-4-2 diamond wasn't working. And it looked like he has switched away from that one, and it seems this one is working. So I think he should do that while, also studying his opponents. And trust me, if he is able to get that correctly, I think he's going to come out good and fine up against the Desert Foxes of Algeria.
Absolutely, against this Foxes of Algeria. But you talked about not changing the winning team, right? But we are looking at away from not changing the winning team.
Yeah.
Every team has its weaknesses. You look at the Algerian side. What exactly can you say the weakness of the Algerian side have been so far in this tournament?
Well, this would be very, very fascinating to say that it's really tough to pick out a weakness in that Algerian team because this is the team that have only conceded 1 goal. so far in the tournament. They considered that in the third game of their group stage match, and I think that was against Equatorial Guinea when they considered to Emilio Nsue. So I think that's one you can say maybe you'll be looking at it, maybe the defense, but for a defense to be able to come up and concede just one goal. And looking at their midfield as well, they have 2019's player of the tournament, Ismail Benacer is in there, Akim Boudaoui is also in there, and their attack as well. Let me even stick with their midfield. One of the young players of the tournament, in my opinion, Ibrahim Maza of Leverkusen, is also there pulling the strings. And looking at the attack, Riyad Mahrez is there, Anis Musa is there, Mohamed Amoura of Wolfsburg is also there. So for me, I think from the goalkeeper, who happens to be the legend himself, Zinedine Zidane's son, Lucas Zidane, I think from the goalkeeper to the defense to the midfield and even to the attack, I think it's very, very, very hard to pick out a weakness. At the back, Aissa Mandi has marshaled that defense really, really well. That's talking about the Villarreal, veteran. So I think for me, it's really, really tough to pick out. But that game, tactically for me, I think it's going to be won in the middle of the park.
Mayowa, before Eric Chell actually joined the Super Eagles, he was a coach of MC Omiran, based in Nigeria. So there's definitely some sort of level of knowledge he has about this, how the Algerians actually play and, how mentally tough they are. He should understand exactly what, the tactical weakness of the Algerians are. We've seen Algeria play in this particular tournament. You've seen, how they can actually be very compact and how they can also be very quick in transition. But tell me exactly, what should the Super Eagles really focus on? Where lies, the weakness of this Algerian side, and how should the Super Eagles actually approach the first 30 minutes of that game?
I think it's very correct. They've only considered one goal. Nigeria considered 4. They consider, yes, they are not free scoring. I think the weakness of that particular team is in attack. For the Algerian side, the attack is not as potent as it used to be. They struggle in games in terms of front of goal, and that has been their major challenge. But in the defense, they are very, very solid in the defense. And one mistake we are going to make in that particular game is if they score us first, it might be very, very difficult for us to probably get them because of how they've been very fantastic with how they defend. They've only considered the goal. And remember, with all the hype around Lucas Zidane, has been able to live up to expectation. He has been very fantastic in the goalpost, and he has contributed to the overall success of that particular team. So for me, I think where we need to focus our energy on is probably try and take them out in the midfield, and we need to take our chances. We are going to create enough chances. However, we need to take them. And our defense, they need to up their game. We cannot, this is not the kind of game that will allow the Algerians to score first. They score us first, then we have a big problem in our hands. So for me, I think the weakness of the Algerian side is in the attack. They are not that potent in the attack. They are not that fluid in the attack. The goals are not coming the way it used to come. So that might probably be an advantage for us. However, we need to, also take our chances when they come. It's going to be far in between because of how compact their defense is. That is where we need the sharpest mind of our strikers to be working in that particular game. We might only get 1 or 2 clear-cut chances that might lead to go, and we need to take that. So if we want to win that particular game, we need to take our chances when we get them.
But Mayowa, isn't it disturbing that the coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell, has actually come out to say that, he really doesn't even know exactly how to actually approach this particular game against Algeria? It's worrisome that the coach of a national team that's actually coached in Algeria is actually admitting this. Do you think this is actually just, a mind game against Algeria, or is Eric Chell actually just conceding defeat before the game, eventually kickstart?
I don't think he's considering defeat. I think he's playing mind games. Let's be honest. Obviously, he did not get the job by saying he doesn't know how to approach a game. He has some, level of, capability. That's the reason why he got the job. I think he's trying to play mind games, and that is what he's trying to do. Definitely, he already knows how he's going to approach the game. The lineup will probably be the same lineup, the 4-4-3 lineup that has worked for us so far from second game upward, and that's the way he's going to line up. I think him saying he doesn't know how to approach the game. He's just trying to play mind games. And if the Algerian, team or the coaching team of Algeria takes that seriously, Nigeria might just surprise them. So I think it's just mind game. They already know exactly what he needs to do, and he'll probably do it right. The only downside is the fact that, our NFL decided to do what we know them for, stopping the flow and ensuring that, our team is in chaos, not allowing the team train the way they're supposed to train. That is the only downside. Apart from that, I think we already have the plan on how to, get over Algeria.
But Afis, do you agree that this is exactly mind game from Michelle? And if your answer is actually true, how much of this sort of mind game is needed at this level of the championship?
I mean, you are playing a big team, so of course we've seen it also from, with much respect to Eric Cho, we've seen it from the bigger coaches as well. You can play mind games; it's allowed. I mean, I think the person that was even asking that question was just trying to put him on the spot. Of course, you are going to have your strategy, but you can't put it out there for the public. Somebody from your opponent's side might be listening to that, so of course, and they are going to put that into consideration. So for me, there's a clear strategy, there's a clear plan, and it's going to reveal itself when the game starts. I mean, we can go defensive, we can go ultra attacking, we can balance it up. It's when the game starts that we will see the plans that the Super Eagles have for the Algerian national team, and that plan will only come to fruition when you must have studied your opponent. You must have studied your opponents, and you will see that, okay, this is the way they play, this is how they can hurt us, these are the pros and the cons of their team, this is where they can be least threatening. Just like Mayowa mentioned, said there's a weakness in their attack. The likes of Abuneja, Amora, they're not really getting the goals like they used to get in the past. So for me, I think Eric must have also seen that one. He must have seen who is the danger man. There must have been this in-depth analysis, that must have happened from the coach's side. Then he will know how to approach that game. So for me, I won't believe him saying he doesn't know how to approach that game. He does know how to approach the game, but he's going to reveal all of that tomorrow when the game starts.
He further said that, this game, as best as he can actually see, is going to be a 50-50 tie. I mean, looking at the, arrays of stars that Super Eagles parade in this particular tournament, head-to-head, par for par, we're actually above the Algerians, with all due respect to them in terms of, quality. Yes, where they actually play their football. I mean, we'll agree that, the club side, the Super Eagles players play, and where the Algerian players play at the moment. I think we have players who are more in spotlight than the Algerians. We can do it.
I think they have more players playing in Europe than us.
No, top
leagues.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, maybe yes, because.
So, but do you agree it's 50-50?
For me, yes, it's 50-50 because, like I said, this is a battle of the two teams that were spotless during the group stages. I mean, 9 points from a possible 9. They played their 3 games. They won their 3 games. But I will even tilt it to the side of the Algerians a bit because coming into the tournament, they are like the less fancied of the big boys. People were mentioning the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, and Tunisia have already gone home. DR Congo were also home as well. People were not really looking at the side of the Algerians because since 2019 that they won, they haven't, made it out of the group stage, in the subsequent tournament. So I think they were less fancied, but they used this opportunity in the group stage to remind, Africa that, hey, we are still there, we are still kings. I mean, having the likes of, the experienced players like Benasser, Mandi, Aït-Nouri, and Mahrez, now combining it with the likes of Lucas Zidane, the fresh faces, Lucas Zidane, Ibrahim Maza, Boudaoui, and all of that. So I think, yes, it is good. And they also have players from the bench, as well. Look at that player that scored the winning goal against DRC when he came on, Adil Boubina. So they have players that can hurt the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think we are enjoying these Super Eagles because going into the tournament, Nigerians were not sure about the type of Super Eagles that would turn out, after learning what happened from the World Cup qualifiers. And I think good job done by Eric Chell so far as well, trying to blend it with the boys, and we've seen the results they can give. So for me, it's 50-50. You can't really tilt it, to any side right now at this point because what would you say the Super Eagles, have done that the Algerians have not done? I mean, and just like Mayowa said, Super Eagles have considered 4 goals, and the Algerians have only considered 1. So it should even show you defensively who the stronger side is at this point.
And of course, in that game between the Eagles of Mali and the Teranga Lions of Senegal, 33 minutes on the clock, Iliman Ndiaye has struck, and of course, Senegal is actually ahead in that particular tie. Still much to play, and of course, we'll be bringing you the update of that as it unfolds. But Mayowa, remember 38 years ago, Nigeria played Algeria in Morocco. The same country, Morocco. Nigeria went ahead to actually get to the final, losing to Cameroon side when the regime of the great Isaiah actually started. That was the very first time Cameroon won their own AFCON. Now we are back against the same side. Of course, you recall that particular game nicknamed Bright 10-10 in that particular game where he actually did the unthinkable to keep the Super Eagles in the tie. Maya, how much of a drama or headlines or talking point do you think this particular game is going to bring Nigeria versus Algeria? And is it 50-50 tie from where you stand as well?
Well, I think it's going to be a 50-50 tie. It's going to be 50-50. The thing is the Algerians, they come into this game with much more pedigree, especially defensively now. In terms of goals, they are not there, but defensively, they are better than the Super Eagles. If you look at the number of goals they've conceded and the number of goals we've conceded, definitely they are doing something right in the defense, and it comes with a whole lot of experience. Itinerary is very experienced, and Lucas Zidane, is trying to prove a point, and he has also been very, very instrumental in what the Egyptian side have been doing so far. So definitely they come into that shoulder ahead of Nigeria in that particular game. However, I think if you look at it going forward in terms of goal scoring, Nigeria edged them out. The big question is this: will our strikers take their chances? Remember, in the previous 4 games we have played, we've had a couple of chances that we missed, and we ended up winning that game. Are we going to be clinical in front of goal? That is where we are going to edge them out. If we are very clinical in front of goal and we are not as wasteful as we are in our previous 4 games, I think we should be able to beat the Algerians. If we score them 2 goals, I doubt if the Algerians are able to score 2 back against Nigeria. So the way the game is going to go, if we are going to win, we have to take all our chances. If we do that, definitely Nigeria wins that game.
Is it a 50-50 tie, Maiwa?
Yeah, it's a 50-50 tie, but the patriotic side of me is tilting it toward Nigeria. So I'll probably say a 55-45 or maybe a 51-49. I think I'll stick with the 51-49. Nigeria edging it 51, Algeria 49%.
Well, you're saying it is actually 51 to 49%. Of course, there's something that the Algerian captain, talking about Riyad Mahrez, had to say to what you've just said. The captain of the national team has expressed confidence of the side in their quarterfinal matchup against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, stating that his side is not afraid of the Super Eagles attacking prowess in that particular game. Of course, the 2 teams will renew their rivalry on Saturday, with both having won all 4 of their matches leading to this particular knockout stage. And the Super Eagles boast the highest goal tally in the tournament, having scored 12 times, with Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman each netted 3 goals. Other contributors include Rafael Onyedika with 2 goals, Semi Ajayi, Akwa Adams, Wilfred Ndidi with 1 goal each. During the pre-match conference, Myers actually acknowledged that the Super Eagles scoring capabilities, but emphasizes team's equality and resilience. He's scored a lot of goals in the competition, and they have a very strong attack, he noted. And also further actually said that, he believes in his team and they will go all the way to ensure that the Super Eagles doesn't get it as easy as they want. And if anyone is definitely going to go through, it's definitely going to be the Algerians. Maiwa, this game seems to be like, a build-up to the Algiers, to the Maroc 88. And also, it's also beginning to look like, a team with the best attack in the tournament and another with the best defense in the tournament. Maiwa, when teams like this actually meet, a team with the best attack and the team with the best defense, where do you really think most times the pendulum swings to?
Well, most of the time it usually goes with the team with the best defense. And the reason for that is the team with the best defense, if they score you first, you are in problem. Let me take you back to Algiers team. In that particular game, the first round, they whitewashed Nigeria 5-1. A whole lot of people were calling for the end of West Half at that particular time. But it was given the opportunity. We got to the finals. We outplayed Algeria in that particular final. They scored a goal and they defended with their life, and we ended up losing that particular tournament to them 0. So we played so well in that particular tournament, and we ended up losing because they were very dogged in the defense. They defended with their life. They scored that particular goal, and they sat down on that one goal, and that was it. So most of the time, a team with a very disciplined defense, sometimes they just hit you with the fast break, score that particular goal, and they sit down on it. We saw what Senegal did to France in 2002. In all ramification, France should be beating Senegal France played their ass out. They had a whole lot of opportunity. They had a whole lot of chances. But what the Senegal do, they defended with 7 men, scored the goal, and defended so well. And that was it. And they ended up winning. So if we are not careful, if they score us first, then we have a big problem in our hands. The only way we win that game tomorrow is, we don't concede the goal first. If we concede first, that might just be the end of our tournament in Morocco.
Of course, we've got information that Super Eagles defender Ryan Alebiosu has actually recovered from that particular injury where he actually hit the billboard against the Ugandans. He's back to the team, he's training now, and if it's needed, actually, he's definitely going to step in for Brighton Samuel. But away from that, let's talk about Riyad Mahrez, how much of a contribution is going to be, and he's talking tough about his side. I know that when a team is playing against a side that is defensively very good, and that side has been winning games, they've been scoring goals. We saw the Jose Mourinho side in 2004-2005 season in Chelsea, 15 Premier League goals, no team yet to actually meet that record. If we actually go behind first, and we've not actually go behind in this tournament at all.
Yeah.
And so we've not even tested our mentality as regards, coming back, to actually win a game. So tell me exactly, looking at this Algeria, how disciplined they've been so far. If they score first, is there any way that Super Eagles can actually come back into this particular?
Well, to answer that, just like you said, so far during the AFCON, they haven't, really been tested, actually getting behind, and trying to chase the game, trying to get an equalizer or maybe a winner. So I would also want to agree with what Maiwa said. That about it tilting to the team with the best defense because they know how to defend properly. And if, it doesn't mean that because they have the best defense, they can also go on, to attack and score. So it's just about what they do, when they get to, take the lead. They might even, of course, when your backs are against the wall, you want to come outside and play because goals wins games. You want to, get back into the game and get the winner. And trust me, if the Algerians get the first goal up against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the Super Eagles will want to also come outside. That is where the real question lies because how much would they want to come outside? Because the Algerians have also shown that they can score goals too. So for me, I think it's that test. And Maiwa is right. The Super Eagles should just try, not to concede first because just like you said, we haven't seen them trying to chase the game. The whole system might just break down, if they concede first. And speaking of Riyad Mahrez, yes, talking about the Eagles having a strong attack. Yes, but I think he has all the rights to, talk the talk because he was part of the last Algerian team that defeated the Super Eagles.
In fact, he defeated the Super Eagles. In fact,
he was the one. His free kick, and they went on. They went on, to win that tournament. And yes, he was one of the players of that tournament. And even the player of the tournament is still around. That's talking about the Ismail Benasser. So wealth of experience is there. How many of the players, in 2019 are still around now? In the Super Eagles of Nigeria. How many? I think you can only point out to maybe a certain Wilfred Ndidi.
I think Victor Osimhen was part of that team.
I don't think Osimhen was in
I think that was his first AFCON.
2019?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I think that was his first AFCON.
Victor Osimhen, but it wasn't like part of the...
No, it wasn't. Yes.
So for me, I think if you look at the team all around, when it comes to experience, the Algerians still even have it because I can call, say, certain Isamandi, who was also, part of that team. I think Adenori was also there at the time. So for me, I think, yes, they have the wealth of experience. Mahrez can talk the talk, but so far it shows that the Super Eagles can also, walk the walk. So it's about two teams that, let me say, this is evenly matched, at the end of the day. So for me, 50-50. But if I want to give it a 51-49, I will tilt to the Algerians just for the experience.
But of course, as the game is unfolding right there in Morocco between the Eagles of Mali and, of course, the Teranga Lions of Senegal. It's not an even match game at the moment because the Senegalese seem to be in a very comfortable position. Still 1-0. And, of course, the goal that actually separated both sides is the goal scored by Elian Ndiaye. I don't know how much, of a comeback the Eagles of Mali can actually make in this particular game. But then it leaves, it's still very much open because this is AFCON. A lot can still very much happen. If they don't find a way to actually come back in the first half, definitely we'll be expecting them to do that in the second half. But away from what's happening right there in AFCON, as we'll continue to bring you, the report as that match unfolds. Let's go straight to the EPL. Last night, we saw Arsenal against Liverpool. A lot of persons, Jerry was here, he was telling me it's going to be 3-1. Arsenal is going to actually win. He doesn't think Liverpool stands a chance in that particular one. And it was clearly a game of two halves and a game that actually ended, in a barren draw. Not just a draw, but a game that also ended with huge drama. Gabriel Martinelli, at this point, will not face any punishment for his actions during the Thursday 0-0 draw against Liverpool. in that clash where he actually pushed, defender Connie Bradley off the pitch after, the latter seemed to have suffered a serious injury. The incident actually sparked a wild mass brawl, leading to widespread discussion about Martinelli's conduct. Following the match, Martinelli actually apologized via social media, stating, "Conor and I have messaged and have already apologized to him. I really didn't understand why he was serious. I really didn't understand, I beg your pardon, that he was seriously injured in the heat of the moment. Despite the controversy, the FA has decided not to take any retrospective action against Martinelli. However, pundits criticize his behavior. I mean, pundits like Gary Neville, who is definitely a very, very strong talker, has actually talked about the behavior of, Martinelli. But let's look at what really happened yesterday. Away from the drama of Martinelli, Arsenal in that particular game, we're expecting Arsenal to actually go 8 points pretty into that particular tie against Liverpool. But what happened to the Gunners? Are we beginning to see an Arsenal that will continue to actually give their fans hope, and then in the 11th hour just dash it?
For me, I would say that it's not a game where you will see that as past and you now start, trying to bring fear and saying Arsenal, they're about to bottle the league and all of that. I mean, it's a reminder that they're playing Liverpool. I know everybody's saying, oh, that's a game Arsenal should win and all of that, but it's Liverpool. Yes, they've not had the best, form this season. But trust me, when two big teams are playing, I mean, the form goes out of the window. And we should also remember that Liverpool is one of the only two teams that have beaten Arsenal this season. They did at Anfield, and they still have the players. So why are we saying it as if, no, it's a Liverpool that will go there, they are so weak, Arsenal should just take advantage? And if you really have seen what Arsenal have been playing this season, they've not been playing since late in football either. So for me, I think, yes, it was a game that Arsenal should have controlled because they did from the blast of the whistle. First half, yes, Liverpool, I think they were a bit lucky or privileged, so to speak, not to have conceded goals. And then the second half, the same old problem that has always been happening over the past 2 or 3 seasons about Arteta's tactical prowess. It came into play. I don't understand why a team that you have dominated in the first half, you now choose to, come in the second half and try to sit back against them when it's not as if you're already leading. I don't know why he was trying to sit that game out rather than attacking. And they should have also made the substitutions earlier. So for me, I think that game was all on the manager, Mikel Arteta. But 6 points, still leading Manchester City and Aston Villa with about 7 points or 8 points. I don't think it's something to start bringing fear about right now at this point in the Premier League.
Arsenal actually lost it from where you stand.
I see insist Arsenal to the last game of the season. If they are leading with 4 points, that's what I would believe. They are at a particular point. I think last season or last 2 seasons ago, they were leading with 8 points. If I'm not mistaken, they were leading Man City with 8 points, while Man City ended up winning the league with another 8 points. At a particular point, they were on top of the league for 240 days, and they lost the league again to Man City. So until the last day of the game, until the last game of the season, and they are leading with 4 points, that's the only time I believe they will do it. They've raised my hope high many times, and they've ended up disappointing me. So that game yesterday, I wonder what Arteta was thinking. I think he was overthinking that particular game. Second half was horrible. That should not happen again. He's a top manager, and when you have a team on the rope, you go for their jugular, you don't sit back, and you allow the team to be full. And that's what in the second half, and we saw the result. The 0-0 result yesterday was as a result of Arteta, being I don't know what to call it. I don't understand, being overthinking things, and that was what happened in that particular game. I think they've lost 2 valuable points in that particular game. That 2 points that they lost yesterday might come back to haunt them. I'm really hoping it doesn't happen, because it will be so sad for Arsenal to go 3 times in a row, very close, and yet so far away. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not confident that they can do until I'm watching the last game of the season before I can probably say if Arsenal will win it or not.
Of course, news from coming from the Emirates is that Arsenal star boy Bukayo Saka has actually extended his contract 5 years right there at the Emirates. I don't know, man. That guy might just end up becoming one of the greatest players of Arsenal if he continues with the way he's actually playing. Still talking about managers, and of course, yesterday I was thinking about that again. I said, any pugilist as to what is salt will definitely know that it is exactly when you have your opponent on the rope is when you actually apply those combination punches. But unfortunately, Arteta decided to actually do something else. And Now let's move away from London to Manchester, where the job of who is going to actually take over from Ruben Amorim has actually been the biggest conversation. And a lot of people are actually talking about Thomas Tuchel, and conversation around England right now is that Thomas Tuchel is the standout candidate for Manchester United managerial position, though many seems hesitant to actually acknowledge it why he leads England to the World Cup. Maya, do you think Thomas Tuchel is the best man to take over the job at this point, looking at all of the managers available? Or should United wait till, at the end of the season and then look for someone else away from a manager who's got Premier League experience and who's actually the current manager of English national team?
Well, I think Thomas Tuchel, has the experience. He came into Chelsea, was able to deliver, the Champions League. Yes, Todd Bowley had a blood rush to his head and decided to fire him for no reason. I think the England job, if we can combine the managerial job of Manchester United and the England job. If the FA agrees, I think it will be a temporary, temporary for United at the moment, because all other coaches that we have at the moment, I don't think they want to take the job since he already has the job locked up. I think he will not be under a whole lot of pressure. He'll probably be the man to be able to sit down and critically Latin and do something that the team actually needs. He becomes tactical manager to the end of the season. End of the season, we can find a coach that will probably, will probably give him a project of 3-4 years for him to be able to do a turnaround of Manchester United. Because at the moment, where Manchester United is at the moment, any coach that is coming there for 1 or 2 years will not be able to achieve anything. There is a need to tear down the structure and rebuild it from the ground. And you are looking at a coach that will be, that you want to live there for another 5 years to be able to do the job.
Anytime I hear the word turnaround, I just remember Nigeria's refinery. Hafiz, let's look at exactly Manchester United. Is Thomas Tuchel the man who, is best to actually take over the job for Manchester United?
Well, I think that one is actually deeper than you see it, because we've seen managers, with high profile actually come, to the door at Manchester United post Ferguson, and we've seen, this Van Gaal, maybe the biggest, Jose Mourinho, of course, the biggest actually, and it hasn't really turned out the way they wanted. So for me, I think they should allow Thomas Tuchel to actually focus, on leading England to the World Cup, because according to the English FA and some pundits and all of that, they said the barest minimum is for him to win the World Cup. That was why they hired him. So now, trying to distract him with this, Manchester United rumors being the one to lead Manchester United, for me, I think it should all cool off for now, because we could, if I could remember what happened with Solari. Was it Solari or Lopetegui right now that was about to lead Spain to the World Cup, and Madrid came calling?
Lopetegui.
And, it was Lopetegui, right? Madrid came calling, and it didn't work out, and he lost all together. So for me, I think for now, Thomas Tuchel, yes, he is good. He has a pedigree with a team in England. We saw what he did with Chelsea, winning the Champions League with them. I think he's good. We saw what he did also with Bayern. But of course, maybe the PSG stay was not really too good. But for me, I think it should all cool off for now. And Manchester United should look beyond Tuchel and try to bring someone that can actually, understand the board at Manchester United, because it's not just about the players now. Understand the board at Manchester United, and of course, try to bring his own experience and tactics, and also try to align it with the players. Let's see if it works out.
All right, so that's exactly what we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode of Locker Room. Thank you guys for being a part of this show this evening. Maiwa.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Yeah, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm looking forward to the Super Eagles doing the job tomorrow against Algeria. Thank you for having me, Ikechukwu.
Absolutely, and Hafiz, it's good to have you join us here again.
Yeah, my pleasure, and I'm also looking towards the Nigeria-Algeria game. Maybe an upset can happen.
Yes, and 7-minute additional time in the first half, and Senegal still leads by 1-0 against the Eagles of Mali. And later tonight, whatever happens, we'll definitely be seeing Cameroon against the host nation Morocco in another very epic, clash of this particular quarterfinals. But then, this is exactly what we'll be locking the show on this episode. And this week's episode of The Locker Room, I am Ikechukwu Agwagu. Don't go away, because up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house. And I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what?
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. On the show today, Fubara begs APC leaders to intervene in impeachment. Now, Dati Baba Ahmed denies declaration of presidential ambition under Labour Party. And Dangote withdraws petition against Farouk Ahmed from ICPC. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, he's a journalist, he's an economic consultant. He's also an author. He is the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money, and it was a bestseller. I think New York bestseller, Wall Street Journal bestseller. Don't worry, I won't miss it again. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for joining me. Thank you for having me. I appreciate your presence. Now, in the next 1 hour or so, we'll be discussing politics, and we'll start from Rivers State, because the state is on the edge again as the House of Assembly issued a 7-day impeachment notice to Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odo, citing alleged gross misconduct, mainly the failure to present the 2026 budget and claims of extra budgetary spending. Lawmakers aligned with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike accused the governor of frustrating legislative duties, while Speaker Martin Amewule declared Fubara a threat to democracy and insisted the law must take its course. Amid rising tension, APC leaders and federal insiders have begun behind-the-scenes efforts to find a political solution, with the presidency reportedly being briefed. While Fubara has not officially responded, state officials urged calm, saying the government will react only after receiving formal notice. Well, the APC faction loyal to Rotimi Amechi, who, by the way, is in the ADC now, rejected the impeachment, arguing that an existing federally approved budget remains valid up until 2026. Well, youth groups, women organizations, civil rights activists, and elders warned that the impeachment could destabilize the oil-rich state and reignite violence. Several groups blamed the crisis on the power struggle between FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and Governor Sim Fubara, calling for restraint, dialogue, and presidential intervention to prevent Rivers State from sliding into deeper political and security turmoil. Dr. Nosike, let's have your broad reaction to what's going on in Rivers State regarding the impeachment notice on the state governor and his deputy, Ngozi. Well, since this thing happened, I've not had a word with you, so I'd like for you to.
I want to start by saying that the impeachment is an exercise in futility.
Okay.
One, because it is not going to work. Nyesom Wike has lost it. He lost it when Fubara they come to APC, and now because James Hadley Chase wrote a book titled The Sucker Punch. And he says when somebody becomes overconfident, he will be hit with a sucker punch. So Nyesom Wike has been hit with a sucker punch. What he's doing now in Rivers State is politics of survival. Understand? He's no more at the top. He's now under.
Okay.
He is now under. And what he's doing now is just he is indirectly begging for relevance. He has lost it.
Okay. When you say that he has lost it, what gives you the impression? What are the parameters? What are the judging terms? How did you arrive at that?
One by allowing the House of Assembly members loyal to him to defend to APC.
Okay.
That's because they are now fully in APC. There's no more whether that's or they have membership card or not. They are now fully APC members. And again, Fubara defecting to APC. His defection now that is a checkmate on Nyesom Wike. See why I tell you that it's going to be an exercise in futility.
More like dead on arrival.
The National Working Committee of APC are going to caution those state assembly members.
Okay.
Because this is now APC fighting against APC. APC trying to remove an APC sitting governor, which is not going to work.
Okay.
So that's where hope most of them show the Nyesom Wike that he is still a small boy in strategy. Understand? So they are going to caution those state assembly members not to go ahead with impeachment. And the APC governors has already embraced him.
Okay, APC governors have already embraced Fubara.
Understand me? So Wike is fighting that's a politics of survival. He's no more the boss anymore.
He's no more the boss. Okay, a lot of people, including you, believe that Sim Fubara's movement from the PDP to the ADC now made a difference.
It saved him.
It saved him.
It changed the political
the power equation between him and Nyesom Wike. Now, let's take for granted that these 27 or the 26 lawmakers now, or those of them that are loyal to Wike, they already have a majority that signed the document. 23 of them that signed the impeachment notice, which is more like a majority. Let us also believe that the 23 of them, straddling both the APC and the PDP, are loyal to Nyesom Wike, which we believe, or some people believe, that he has lost that loyalty from them. Yet they are still working with him. Now, they planned this impeachment notice for like 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, probably 1 week, 2 weeks, and it didn't leak. So doesn't that tell people that, look, these people are die-hard supporters and loyalists of Nyesom Wike?
Wike said that he bought a form for everybody that contested in PDP in Rivers State.
Okay.
Which means they owe some appreciation to him.
Okay.
I'm not doubting that.
Okay.
But they lost it when they come to APC.
They lost it when they come to APC,
Yes.
but they are still doing his bidding.
This is a hatchet job. That's between Monday and Tuesday, all this case of impeachment will die down because
that's what you think.
Federal government is going to go hard on them.
Okay.
Just you watch it.
Okay, now do you think that these guys are merely negotiating for relevance too? Because we understand that, look, there's been this problem between them and the governor about finances. You know, they don't have enough money. Assembly Service, as of Assembly Service Commission, their salaries are withheld and all of that. Does it look like they are also negotiating for relevance in the political equation of Rivers State? Or they just want to make noise so that, okay, the governor will say, don't worry, come, let's talk. As we see most times in Nigeria.
Wike is drowning and they are showing support.
Okay.
Wike is drowning both in the Rivers State and even at the center.
Okay.
A lot of people in Buhari, in Tinubu's administration, are not happy with Nyesom Wike.
Okay.
What he's doing is constituting nuisance everywhere he is.
So do you think that the president is happy with him? The president himself? Because that is who matters, as a matter of fact.
President cannot be an island unto himself.
But it looks like he is.
He can never be.
Can any of them walk up to the president?
He can never be.
Can any of them walk up to the president and say,
if he is an island unto himself, he will not have been using EFCC to force governors to come to APC.
That means he is the be all say. He is the be all do all say all.
That shows he needs governors to win.
Exactly. My point. Now,
so he cannot be. He cannot be above those governors.
No.
The APC governors.
You know what brought us to this?
Have taken a stand.
Now the APC governors have taken a stand, and they are not happy.
And they are protecting their own. One of their own.
They are protecting one of their own. Now, beautiful. If they are protecting one of their own, recall that this man that is one of their own was also part of the PDP, and the governors didn't protect him because they were all fighting for their own survival. Now, I want us to go back to you saying that, look, some people, the hierarchy of APC, that they are not happy, or people in government that they are not happy with.
Hierarchy of APC and even those in the executive.
Do you think that the president himself is not happy with Wike?
I don't know the
mind of the president.
But he can be pressured to bow.
Okay, he can be pressured to bow.
Sure, he can be pressured, and the governors can pressure him to bow.
To bow. Okay, beautiful. Now, we also see that there's a faction of the APC loyal to Rotimi Amechi, and they have also rejected impeachment. Mind you, this same Rotimi Amechi is already in ADC, but he still has his loyalists within the APC in Rivers State, because that is where he potted from. But the Tony Okocha faction, who is now the state chairman of the PDP, of the APC, who is Nyesom Wike's Man Friday, right-hand man, Nyesom Wike made him practically the state chairman of APC, even while still in the PDP. Now, the Tony Okocha faction has not said anything regarding this impeachment. His silence, how much division can this cause in the APC? If we understand, according to what you said, that look, Wike is gradually, or in fact, he has lost it.
He is drowning. That ING there in capital. Wike is drowning both nationally and in Rivers State.
Okay.
Understand? And within 2-3 months, all this noise will be over.
Okay.
Within 2-3 months, all this noise will be over. And FOBRA will regain, because there's no way APC governors headed by Hope, both of them, who facilitated FOBRA's defection, will fold his sons, and the FOBRA will be impeached.
Okay.
It cannot happen.
No, Dr. Anasik, are you analyzing based on emotions, sentiments, or based on facts. I just
I'm telling you what is happening.
Excuse me, sir. I just asked you about Tony Okocha, the state chairman that has remained silent on this impeachment. Is he not supposed to make a statement?
He is weakest puppet, who we all know.
Okay.
Tony Okocha is weakest puppet.
Okay.
Understand? A repented puppet. Mind you, in 2015, Wike gave order for his house in Port Harcourt to be burnt.
Okay.
Understand me? But due to these are people who will call the billionaires without enterprise. They have no other business apart from politics. That's why they can endure anything. They can take anything because their life revolves around politics.
Okay.
Understand? So I'm sure he should be in support of the impeachment, but which will not happen.
Okay, now, so if he's in support of the impeachment and he's the state chairman, is he not supposed to have some level of leverage over the House of Assembly members who are members of the party in the state?
What do you expect Okocha that to do?
No, I mean, if we can...
No, is he going to caution them? All of them are in the same this association.
Okay, so shouldn't that matter to Fubara and people in his camp? Shouldn't that be of concern to them? That the state chairman is in support of people who are trying to remove me?
But we are talking of I say NWC. I didn't say reverse APC. I said that National Working Committee of APC.
Okay.
I did not say the River State APC because Wike said that he bought for the people, for the House of Assembly members, and he also made Tony Okocha. So these people are not expected that to move away from him just
now,
yet.
talking about the National Working Committee, how much power do they have over the State Working Committee?
One, they can caution the members of the state committee. Okay. They can also sanction them.
Have they done that? To your knowledge,
we start hearing this impeachment.
Okay.
It's not up to a week.
It's about just 3 days now.
So they should have to watch.
Okay.
Then meet. Then decide.
Okay. Watch, meet, and decide.
So, but the governors for APC Governors Forum will not allow this impeachment that to happen. And they are in control of the party.
Okay, the governors will not allow it to happen, and they are in control of the party. But we also hear that Sim Fubara has been, reaching out to the leaders of the APC, at the federal level.
He is in APC, so once something happens, he has to
reach out to them.
Sure.
So does it look like he's jittery too? Like, these boys want to take me out. Is he scared or what? Shouldn't he be? Should he be? If the president is solidly behind him.
He is doing what he's supposed to do. Understand? There's crisis in my state. They have served the impeachment notice.
Okay.
So reaching out is the right thing.
Okay.
Reaching out to the National Working Committee and also reaching out to the NWC. Mind you, politics is not always played in the open. Most 75 happened behind the scene. It's somebody like Nelson Wike who always do his own in the open. And even if he is intelligent enough, which I know he's not.
Okay.
If Nelson Wike is intelligent enough, which I know that he's not, he would not have been in River State while this movie is being made.
Okay. Yes, because I was coming to that too. But before we get into his role, his active participation, unconfirmed reports have it that, he was inside the assembly complex when this thing was.
That shows he's not intelligent.
Okay, he's not intelligent. He's not intelligent, but he was governor for how many years? 8 years. He pushed out a sitting governor, and the governor could not install the governor's chosen person and all of that. He was Minister of State. He's been minister, he's full minister, and he seems to
any fool can be a minister. Any fool can be a governor.
Any fool can be a governor.
In Nigeria.
Can be a minister. Okay, yes, Mwike is not intelligent. Now, I want us to go back to the intervention of the presidency and the APC stalwarts. We hear unconfirmed reports still that the Mr. Sim Fubara is somewhere in Europe with the president discussing politics and all of that. Now, do you think that the president will allow Wike and the House of Assembly to impeach Fubara? Clearly, direct question. Do you think that the president will stay aloof, will stand aloof and say, okay, let's see how this thing works out? Is there a possibility the president could be silent too?
The answer is no, because it's going to hurt him himself.
Okay, how is he going to hurt the president?
The chairman of the APC Governors Forum, Hope Ozodinma, facilitated this move from PDP to APC.
Okay.
Hope Ozodinma has a strong contact with the governors. Understand? Let us protect our own. Because if they allow that to happen, it can also be the turn of another governor. And injustice to one is injustice to all. Tinubu knows what will happen if the governor sabotage him.
Okay.
So there's no way he will not allow this to happen.
Injury to one is injury to all. We have 36 state governors. One of them was suspended due to state of emergency, and only PDP governors put up a feeble effort to stop that. So do you think that the governors will care?
By then, he was in PDP.
Okay,
by then he was in PDP.
Okay, so you are talking about the APC governors.
The APC, sure.
So what would they do? What would they do? They will pressure the House of Assembly members.
I say a call from the national will stop all this nonsense going on in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Understand me?
Now, do you think that it will bother the governors if Sim Fubara is taken out? If Sim is taken out, Ngozi Odu, still in the APC, becomes governor. Because
the impeachment that I read is both the governor and
I was coming to that because there is a section of the House of Assembly that says no, Ngozi should not be served. Are you aware of that information? There's also already a split among the House members that, look, let's take out the governor alone. But let's take it for granted. Let's even concede that. Now they take out both Ngozi and Sim Fubara. The next person that becomes governor temporarily or anyhow
is Speaker Amawande,
who is a member of the APC.
And who comes from Obiakpo. So those people saying separate it doesn't want power to go back to Nyesom Wike's village. Okay. Just in less than 3 years.
Okay.
That's the reason why they are saying let us separate it. Understand me? Even morally speaking, even though there's no morality in this business, it is only a fool that will want power that will go back to Obiakpo after 8 years.
Okay.
Understand me? So it's only a fool, somebody who has serious complaints that will want their power, that will go back to Nyesom Wike's local government within just after 8 years.
That was one of the reasons why Rotimi didn't want Nyesom to become governor. Nyesom said, you are Ikwere by ethnic group, I'm Ikwere by ethnic group. It cannot move from me to you. Though Ikwere local government and Obiakpo local government bother each other. And after that, Nyesom Wike from Obiakpo local government became governor. Immediately after Rotimi Amechi from Ikwere local government area, both ethnicity.
Pushed by an incumbent president.
Okay.
So this is a different ball game.
No, but now you say that it could happen based on circumstances, different circumstances like this.
But Ikwere, being from the same ethnic group
is different from being
from
the same local.
Understand me? Understand?
Okay.
That somebody is an Igbo is different from somebody from Anambra taking over from that's maybe somebody from let me say here that taking over from somebody
from here.
Okay. So it's a different game.
Talking about the presidency and the APC not allowing Sim Fubara to be taken out so that the APC will not be embarrassed. You know, this current administration, the APC in particular, has come under very severe attack that, look, the APC, they are planning one-party state. There's a clampdown on Nigerians. The free space is shrinking every other day. You know, they are harassing people here and there, and they are intervening in state politics and all of that. Do you think that the federal government or the APC or the presidency could just allow this process to run through, just to create an alibi that, look, we are democratic, we are not interfering in anything, just to create an alibi? Could it be possible?
That's not who Tinubu is.
Okay.
Tinubu doesn't pretend.
He doesn't pretend.
He doesn't pretend.
Even when he knows that if Sim is taken out, that the governorship will still remain with the APC. He still won't allow it to happen.
He doesn't pretend.
He doesn't pretend. Okay. Now, it's getting very interesting. Okay, about Wike. Now, Wike's presence in the State House of Assembly at that moment, it's unconfirmed though, but rumor mills have it that, look, he was the mastermind and he was there arranging things. Does it speak to some form of desperation, or is he just trying to make sure that, look, this thing must sell through, must pull through? Recall that he's a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Because he has lost political relevance. You know, for the past week, he has been going from one local government to the other. The kind of he is on a lamentation tour. Understand me? Lamenting from one local government to another, because he knows that he is a drowning man. Understand? And that somebody his presence even in Port Harcourt on that day, as I told you, shows that he doesn't have intelligence. But that's what there's a song that Bob Marley titled "Stiff Naked Fool." Understand? I want the people to see that I am behind this. Understand me?
Yes.
I want people to see that I made this possible. As he told the national secretary of APC that he was behind the Supreme Court decision on local government fund in Osun State.
Okay.
You don't say that thing in the open. Understand me? It's not everything that you say in the open. So Wike is a stiff-necked fool. If that should happen, even you have to be outside the, not even the rivers, but the country as a whole, so that nobody will. I heard it as you also heard it. Understand? It's a kind of gives you that's a kind of civilized posture. But he is not that kind of a person.
He's not that kind of.
That's why he has to stay there. I'm the person behind this.
It. No. Okay. Now, well, rumors still have it. It's still unconfirmed report. You know. Now, I want us to talk about the relationship between the two people and how it helps us build a stable political culture. Wike has said Fubara is an ungrateful child. He breached the agreement. Do you agree with Wike, or?
What's the agreement?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. In 2007, T.A. Oji came on board as the governor of Abia State.
Okay.
After being Ochi Ozakando's chief of staff for 8 years. So he came in the way Fubara came in. Exactly the same circumstance. Mind you, T.A. was in detention when
PPA.
In detention. Understand? When the election
was conducted, yes.
Was conducted and declared. Then, for the case of Fubara was hiding from EFCC. Wike protected him. So when they declared him winner, he now has immunity. So,
why was he hiding? Why did he go into hiding?
EFCC was after him.
Why? He was just a civil servant. Why was EFCC after him?
Accountant General of the state.
Accountant General of the state.
Sure.
Under which government? Under Wike's government.
That's under Wike's government.
Okay.
He started in 2010. He was there even when Rotimi Amechi was the governor. So if money is missing, he's the number one person to be asked.
Okay.
So when T.A. Oji came as a governor he was made by Ojo Kanu, and funded his election, and the Ojo Kanu expected more than 100% loyalty from him. But and when TA was the governor, any budget above 50 million, he must not sign.
Okay.
Understand me? He must not sign. So, but after 2 years, somebody called him. Understand? You are the chief executive of this state. Whatever happened from 2007 until when you go out, you will be held responsible. So it is time you take charge, become responsible for this government. That was how that fight started. Understand me? That was how that fight started. And at the end of the day, TA was able to overcome Ojo Kanu.
Okay.
Understand me? So, what agreement are we signing? Is it an agreement that will be detrimental to me in the future?
Okay.
Understand me? Now, if I'm a governor, you are my godfather, you say I should write and you wrote an agreement, I should be giving you 70% of the state allocation. So at the end of the day, if probe comes, it is me that's going to face that probe, not you, because I'm in charge.
Now, okay, now I want you to land on it.
So that's why I say, what is the content of the agreement?
So assuming, let's take for instance the analogy you have created. What if at this time, Wike said you will not sign beyond 50 million? Let's take for granted. What if scenario? And Fubara says, look, I'm not going to do that. And at a point, TLG continued doing until he changed tactics and they started fighting. So if, based on that bridge, Wike says you are an ungrateful child, is it correct? Is it right or wrong?
I must know the content of the agreement.
Okay. No, but you created, okay, so somebody like TLG now, was he a grateful person to OUK or was he ungrateful?
OUK is a greedy man, very, very, very greedy man. So the whole Abians were in support of what TLG did.
Okay, so Rivers people are also in support of what Fubara is doing.
They should be in support.
They should be in support.
Sure.
Okay, now if you rely on what you said now, that Sim Fubara was hiding, possibly because he had information as Accountant General of the state, that
Wike protected him.
And Wike protected him. And probably, if you had also all those information that could have implicated the governor when he stepped down and his immunity died, extinguished, and now Wike said, okay, for protecting me, and me protecting you,
I should be giving you state
I want you to be governor. I want you to be governor. And he made him governor. And they agreed based on terms that we still don't know. So will you, under this bridge now, will you say that Sim is an ungrateful child according to Wike?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
Okay. So between the two of them, who is the saint and who is the villain here?
For me, Wike is not the first governor of
I'm talking about between the two of them.
One, I'm not a fan of both of them. Okay. Going by what happened on 25th of February 2023, where they rid the presidential election in Rivers State.
Okay.
Understand me? So based on that, I don't like Fubara, I don't like Nyesom Wike, but my concern is the people of Rivers State. Okay. Because when 25 fight is the people that suffers. Okay. This fight now, development is not going on in Rivers State the way it should.
It should.
So this is my concern.
Okay, because the two of them are fighting.
Sure.
Based on the agreement they reached, I protected you, you protect me.
Understand me?
Okay.
So for me, if the agreement is against, will be detrimental to me in the future, and it's against other people, because between 2023 and 2027, understand, it is a referendum on Fubara. Understand? Under your tenure, you did not do anything for Rivers State. Understand me? And he's still a young man. Understand? The they can be telling him this even in the next 30, 40 years. And it could affect his children.
Okay. All right, then, Dr. Anosike, we'll go for a short break. And when we return, we'll get into the second story. Now, Dati Ahmed has said, look, I never declared for presidency under the Labour Party. We'll talk about that when we come back. Please do join us again. Now, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Let's get into it. Now, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, talking about Senator Dati Baba Ahmed, has denied reports suggesting that he has declared interest in contesting the 2027 presidency. Senator Baba Ahmed made a clarification on Friday during an interview on one of the television stations in Nigeria, saying he only reaffirmed his continued membership of the Labour Party. According to him, I never declared to contest the presidency, even though there could be a possibility of that happening. I certainly did not declare for the presidency. I simply reiterated my membership of the Labour Party, he said. He added that discussions about the 2027 presidential election are premature, noting that the political parties and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, have not released official timetables. I clearly stated that one will have to wait for the INEC timetable and for the party to make the call for people to indicate their interest, Baba Ahmed said. He also blamed the misrepresentation of his comments on social media, accusing some individuals of spreading misleading narratives. He urged the public to rely on verified statements and official processes rather than speculative reports. Now, Dr. Anosike, you have heard it from Senator Dati Baba Ahmed, and it was clear what he said. I wish I could get the video to play. Do you think that he was persuaded or that he was pressured to recant? Apparently, because it is not yet time to declare, or because it was going to bring him in collision with a few individuals within the polity. What do you think? Why they recant?
Well, one, that to start with, he has the constitutional right to run for the #1 office in the country. Understand? He is eminently qualified. Even he has been a senator or before.
Okay.
Understand? So, but that I know that people that are trying the ruling party are always trying that to create confusion among those in the opposition.
Okay.
Understand? And a lot of the time that's and you may say something that's impromptu, then go back. Understand me? That's and think
twice
about it, and I'll come out and say this is what I
meant to say. Okay.
So the issue is he has all the right to contest that's for the president of Nigeria, because he's not a convict.
Okay.
And he is of age. Understand me? So saying that that time may come for, understand me, for that. Understand? But that INEC and the political parties have not started that process. He is right.
He is right.
But some people want to give the impression that he has fallen out with the P2B.
Okay.
So the target is not even him. The target is P2B.
Okay, the target is P2B.
Understand?
We'll talk about him and P2B in a bit. But before we do that, I like what you said, which is quite instructive. You said that, look, people in the opposition have a way, people in government, ruling parties have a way of targeting the opposition, to dismember it and cause confusion. We hear, not confirmed yet, but there's a possibility that Lamidi Apapa has dumped the Labour Party and joined the ADC. Have you heard that information? Lamidi Apapa, the factional chairman of the Labour Party.
I have not heard it, and I don't want to hear it.
Okay, now if he goes to the ADC, what will it be? What would be the permutations? What is he going there to
For
do?
me, whoever gives him membership card, understand, should be sacked.
Should be sacked from where?
Should be sacked from ADC.
Why? Why?
He is a rattlesnake. Understand me? This guy is a tanker driver in Oyo State. He is uncultured, uncivilized.
But he can be a member of the political party.
He shouldn't be among where decent people are. That's my concern. Now, media papa shouldn't be where decent people are. So they've already known he's antecedents. Even if he enters there, that is antecedent. Everybody will be wearing it on their neck like a medal, because they will know his purpose there. That he is an APC tout, an APC spy.
Okay.
Understand me?
APC more.
So the issue, I know that even if he is there, which I pray that he shouldn't be. Understand me? They will be starving him of information. Understand me? That's the best way that to go about it. When you are talking of anything important, if this man comes, shut your mouth. Understand?
That's even if they admit him. But you know that political parties don't reject membership.
So if a just a wicked comes to ADC today, I will be accepted.
They will be very happy to have him because he has value. He has political value. Former minister, former governor.
And the nuisance.
Well, everybody has a value. If it is the nuisance value that is bringing.
So for me, I've not heard it. I'm hearing it the first time from you, but I pray.
The media, Papa, has joined the.
Let it not be true. Let it not be true.
I think it is true. I'm yet to confirm that. I saw it from a very reliable source. Very reliable
Let it not be true, because what is going on in my mind is if they come there, suffocate him. Sincerely.
Dr. Ndasike. Okay, let's come back to the Obidati issue. Now, how much political value do you think that Dati Ahmed brought to the Obidati ticket in 2023? How much value? Recall that his elder brother, Hakeem, is very powerful element within the Northern Elders Forum. How much value did he bring from the North?
One, he brought decency.
Okay.
He brought youthfulness. Understand me? When I see J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, I'm impressed. Understand me? I know that Donald Trump made the right choice. And the American youths, seeing them, will be motivating them, will be inspiring them. Understand? Understand me?
I do.
So and that is what P2B and Dati Ahmed represented. Youthfulness, vibrancy. Understand? Because presidency is 24 hours job. It is not what you will be sleeping or walking like a pope.
Okay.
Understand me? So they represent Nigeria's future. Understand me? I know that popularity, he is not all that popular compared to P2B.
Okay.
But the balance was
there. He brought decency and all of that based on his background and everything.
Yes, sure.
Now, do you think that if he runs on the ticket of the Labour Party as a candidate, presidential candidate, do you think he can pull any surprises?
No.
Okay, no. Why?
No, popularity is not there.
The popularity is not there.
It's not there.
Okay, now let's talk about Obi clinching the ticket. Assuming Peter Obi clinches the ticket and he's looking for a running mate, we have names here popping up here and there. We hear Rabiu Kwakwanso. We hear Nasir El-Rufai. We even hear Dati Baba Ahmed. We even hear Yakubu Dogara or Babachi Lawal. Who would be the perfect pick for you, for Peter Obi, if you were in a position to choose a running mate for him in terms of not just the politics, but the policy aspect of it and a stable presidency?
For me, for winning election, Rabiu Kwankwaso.
Okay.
But for running a government, understand, for the image of the country, that's Ahmed.
Okay.
Understand me?
Erifai?
No. That's Ahmed.
Yakubu Dogara?
No.
Babachilawa?
No.
Okay, you settled for either Kwakwanso for winning election.
For winning election.
Then in the policy aspect.
Yes.
That's it, Baba.
Sure. Okay. Understand me? And for also inspiring the youths. Okay. As I mentioned, the J.D. Vance, Rubio. Because when you see these guys, that motivation that to go into politics will be there.
Okay.
So for Kwankwaso, I know that for those who are of age, Kwankwaso inherited Aminu Kanu's structure, which he now turned to Kwankwaso.
Okay.
So if Kwankwaso runs as a vice that to P2B, they are getting Kanu and Jigawa because Kwankwaso is very, very strong there.
Okay.
Understand me? And it will also help that to balance north and south.
And Christian Muslim ticket.
And yes.
Okay, now post-election, do you think they will have a stable presidency?
They will have because Kwankwaso will try to be a good candidate because what he's doing is to position himself for 2031.
For 2031.
Yes. So
okay, now
he will not want to rock the boat.
Okay, our last topic of discussion. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, through his lawyers, has filed a corruption petition against former NMDPRA boss Farouk Ahmed at the EFCC after withdrawing the same petition from ICPC to fast-track prosecution. Well, the petition accuses Ahmed of abuse of office and corrupt enrichment, urging EFCC under its current leadership to investigate and prosecute if a prima facie case is established. Dangote alleged that Ahmed lived far beyond his legitimate income, citing millions of dollars spent on elite education for his 4 children in Switzerland and the United States, including a Harvard MBA. He called for a thorough investigation to ensure accountability, deter corruption among public officials, and restore public trust in Nigeria's oil and gas regulatory institutions. Dr. Anosike, at first when I saw this story, I thought, oh, Dangote has chickened out. But when I went into the story, I discovered that he's actually doubled down. What's going on?
Well, for me, the pressure on him is still on and it's even getting worse.
Pressure on who? Dangote or Farouk?
Dangote.
Okay.
If you see now, as we speak, imported fuel is coming steady into the country.
Okay.
So, and that was what Farouk was pushing when he was there. Understand me? So, and Dangote feel that continuous importation of fuel is going to affect his own business.
Okay.
So, assuming that that because one of the reports that Dangote escalated was that the billions of dollars that he wanted Farouk wanted that to pay for fuel importation,
okay,
which he saw is a kind of anti his own business. So we can say that this is not necessarily for the national good.
Okay.
Dangote is fighting a selfish war.
Okay. Competition, more like,
Last time he is fighting that this is a business survival war.
Okay.
Understand? Because Dangote himself has also benefited from a lot of things in the country, which we are not extended to other businessmen.
People. Okay. Now, okay, so it's not altruistic. Now, if you understand how things play out in Nigeria, do you think that Farouk will ever be prosecuted?
One, EFCC is his own job, understand? That I cannot answer for EFCC, but it depends on who is behind the crime.
That's exactly my point. Relying on the experience of history, recent history, in terms of corruption, who's been prosecuted, conclusively, successfully, found guilty or found innocent and discharged.
For me, EFCC has now turned as a spokesperson of Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Kogi State, because the chairman Onukuyade, he swore that if Yahaya Bello did not go to prison, he will resign.
Was that what he said? He said if he doesn't prosecute him.
Okay.
And he's already prosecuting him.
He's already prosecuting him.
Yes.
Why last week EFCC was saying that when it was reported that Bello want to contest for the Senate.
Okay.
EFCC say that we should know that he is still innocent
until
and is free that to do whatever he
is free to contest.
Understand me? So for me, it depends on who is behind the story. Understand?
Do you have a problem with the statement EFCC released on Yahaya Bello that he's innocent until proven guilty? I think they spoke from a point of law. Do you have any problem with that statement?
This man is a fugitive of the law.
How?
Somebody who evaded law for 6 months.
And they eventually arrested him and took him to court. And the court remanded him. He stayed in detention for like 3-4 days, 1 week. And they granted him bail.
Excuse me. For evading the law for 6 months, ordinarily you are guilty. If you are not guilty, why are you running from the law?
But the court granted him bail.
Because Nigeria is not a normal
Now
country.
you have come back to the question I asked. If you understand, relying on the experience of history, based on exactly what you have said now, do you think that Farouk will be successfully prosecuted?
I say it depends on who is behind it. One, the way Dangote is pushing.
Okay.
And again, the body language of the president. Sure.
All right.
This will determine
the body language of the president. NMDPRA is an agency of the NNPC, and the NNPC is also under the Petroleum Ministry, and we have former presidents Muhammad Buhari and current president Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ministers of petroleum. So, the final word.
That's is the body language of the president that will determine what will happen, because EFCC watches the body language of the president before doing whatever they are doing.
Okay, Dr. Nusika, I'll take that as a concluding thought, and I'll say a very big thank you. So we've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike. He's a philosopher, journalist, economist, and an author. Thank you for your time and presence. Now, on behalf of the technical staff, that's the backroom staff, the technical director, bass manager, sound engineer, and DJs manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimduto. I'm signing off this week. I'll see you again on Monday on the morning show, 8 o'clock to be very precise. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your weekend. But please enjoy responsibly. I'll see you again on Monday. Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Michel Dela. I'm the Consul General of the Netherlands in Lagos. Keep watching VOP, Voice of the People TV.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of Shine Bridge Global Incorporated. And guess what? You are watching the Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Streets.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things: and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Dati denying presidential ambition and disclosing that Obi can return to Labour Party if ADC fails, to Ijaw Youth rejecting impeachment move against Governor Fubara and calling for Wike's removal as minister. Also, Army declares January 15 as not only Armed Forces Remembrance Day, but also Armed Forces Celebration Day. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As permutations for the 2027 general elections intensify, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Dati Baba Ahmed, has moved to clarify his political intentions amid speculation linking him to a possible presidential ambition and ongoing realignment within the opposition. Speaking on a televised interview, Dati Baba Ahmed dismissed reports suggesting that he has declared interest in contesting the 2027 presidential election, insisting that no such declaration has been made. He also addressed the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the political future of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, who has been linked with the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Baba Ahmed further disclosed that should Obi fail to secure the ADC presidential ticket, the Labour Party remains open to welcoming him back. The comments come amid growing speculation over opposition strategies ahead of 2027, with multiple parties positioning themselves as platforms for a possible coalition to challenge the ruling APC. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele, a public affairs analyst and a senior journalist. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nena.
Good evening, sir.
How is it been?
Fine, thank you. And joining us virtually, we have Lekia Christian. He is a public affairs analyst, social justice crusader, and the president, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. Glad to have you join us, Lekia Christian.
Again, another pleasure to be on your show.
And Happy New Year to you.
Same to you from here.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me start with you. What do you make of this Datu's denial? It looks like 1 minute he said something and then later he's saying he did not say this particular thing. What do you make of his denial of the claim not to have a presidential ambition? He's saying he doesn't have any presidential ambition and he didn't make that statement at all.
So, Ahmed Baba, Baba Ahmed, only said he is yet to declare. He hasn't declared for the presidency yet. So if he had declared, that would know. He also clarified issue that is waiting for the party to rail out his program and all of that. So I think we must understand presidency within the context of his joint ticket. He has been part of it before in 2023, where he ran alongside with Peter Obi as a running mate vice presidential candidate. The presidency is a twin ticket, one for the president and the vice. They run together. And so it's an institution, and I don't see him not having interest. But he has not declared yet. I think it's too early. Except he had appointed somebody to speak for him. The person should equally come out to say, he appointed me as a spokesman. This is the position. But for now, let's respect this position until the stage will be clear. It's too early for people to begin to mix up issues. If anybody who is interested in vice presidency is already interested in the presidency by deduction. So let's understand and appreciate the angle from where he's coming so that people will not think he's becoming too ambitious.
Okay, before I come back to you, let me come to our guest in the studio. You know, one of the things that he said while he was during this particular statement, he mentioned that Peter Obi has not actually, that he did not leave the Labour Party, that he joined the ADC as a coalition, and that's kind of confusing. Is that true? Did Peter Obi join the ADC as in, like, he did not leave the Labour Party to join? Did he just join as a coalition? When I saw that, I was kind of confused. Can you enlighten us, please?
I don't know the difference in the language that Nigerian politicians are actually using to confuse Nigerians. I know you can't put your feet in one political party and the other one in the other political party. You either belong to one and you have left the one you were before. But you know, they will always say, the ADC will say they are still at the coalition stage, and that everybody that is coming in are members of the coalition. Then, but we also saw that ADC also told Obi and Atiku, and some others that immediately after the Anambra election, that they want to actually know where they belong. So we actually saw that after the Anambra election, Obi eventually picked the card for ADC. So, but when they are now telling you that coalition, he joined as a coalition and he has not left Labour Party, I don't know how to juxtapose those two statements. You know, Nigerian politicians keep coming up with languages that are actually very difficult sometimes for Nigerians to decode. But at the moment, Nigerians know that Obi is no more in Labour Party. That is even what prompted him to make this statement, call for that press conference that he made all these statements. Yeah. Because he actually said, because he actually knew that his principal, that is whom he ran with in 2023, has actually left Labour Party. And again, if he has not even, if you want to prove him further in all these statement coalition, he has not left, he's only there as a coalition member or whatever. Why did he say that if he eventually leaves, if he didn't get the ticket and he eventually want to leave that party, that he's still welcome back to Labour Party? Which means he has also answered all these kind of confusing sentences that are using to statement that are using to confuse Nigeria, you know, in a tactical form. That, oh, you are now in Labour Party. If the greener pasture you go there to seek and you are not getting it, remember that the opposition is still waiting for you in Labour Party. So Obi has left Labour Party. And we also saw that even as soon as Obi left, INEC now also made statement, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, that Aburi's tenure as chairman of Labour Party has actually ended. And you know that the problem Obi had with Labour Party and all that was just that we don't even know who is the leader of Labour Party. And if he goes ahead to actually say, okay, let me remain in this party and let me you fly the ticket of this party in 2023 general election, I don't know who will sign my form, my nomination form. And you also know too well that there were also some issues that came up that happened in Umuahia, Abia State, where Nena the Usman was now made the fractional chairman, caretaker committee chairman of Labour Party. So all these ones have been issues that we don't really know who actually was the leader of Labour Party. But let us believe now that INEC has made a statement that Abore's tenure has come to an end, if only Labour Party can now galvanize themselves and come up as a family and say, okay, now Abore, you now sit like an elder statesman. Let's have a proper convention and get leader for this party. There's still time for them to put their house in order before the 2027 general election comes. But you know too well that all these things must be done between now and June, because by June, July, primaries will have started. And by that primaries, you are supposed to now tell Nigerians, these are our candidates that are going to fly our flag. So let's hope that this new development and all these statements that we are trying to interpret and all that will bring a new bet into Labour Party before all this, the timetable is fully rolled out for 2027 general election.
Okay, I'm talking about new birth. Would you actually say that Labour Party can realistically re-emerge as a strong opposition or as a strong platform after losing someone that we know, that Nigerians know as his biggest political asset?
Yeah, that would actually be difficult for them, because even before Peter Obi joined the Labour Party in 2022, as we are going closer to 2023 general election, Labour Party was not really a party that anybody could actually look at one of the parties that were going to become a formidable opposition. But when he could not get the ticket in the PDP and he left for Labour Party welcomed him with open arms. And we saw war now followed because he had the Obedient behind him. So Obedient came in with him and the trajectory of Labour Party changed. The popularity came. Labour Party suddenly became a household name. You now hear them saying Papa, Peking, Mama, and all that, Papa, Father, Mother, Peking as their logo. So that now trended, and Obedient were solidly behind him. So as we speak, if now that Obi has left Labour Party, I don't know, even if they put their house in order, that popularity they got in that 2023 general election, they might not get it again.
Okay, let me come back to our virtual guest. Leki, one of the things that Dati Baba Ahmed said while he was talking is that Obi is welcome, as in that the LP, or about Obi being welcomed back to the LP if eventually fails to snatch or to get the ticket for ADC. And now we are hearing him say this. What do you think? That this is, and some persons have actually said that Dati Baba Ahmed is just standing in gap or just staying and waiting for like an insurance, in case Obi does not clinch this ticket, he gets it back, and all these things are flying, in the Nigerian space. What do you make about this particular statement? Do you see the possibility of Obi returning to LP if he doesn't clinch the ticket for ADC?
In politics, what counts at the party level is ideology. For a political party without an ideology, or whose attraction is not ideology-based, I wonder what kind of thing that will make people to begin to hold on to that party. Peter Obi had made a statement in 2023. Everybody saw how the Obedient movement rallied around his ambition, and it was something serious, and they took him serious. But if he has left the party to say, I'm going to ADC, and the loss of ticket in ADC will bring him back to Labour Party, that will make him to look like a prostitute. And I don't think anybody would take an Obi as serious as they took him in 2023. Remember that as of 2023, Nigerians were yearning for change. They actually wanted a shift, but nobody knew Obi politically. He was only seen as a businessman. Even when he had the opportunity of governing his home state, nobody took him as serious as they took him because it was a business beyond his home state. The obedient movement was nationwide. If you begin to take decisions that are not based on conviction, that he begins to portray himself as somebody who is driven solely by his ambition, then people will lose confidence in him. Remember that politics is always a people-centered experience. You always have people. You don't buy them, neither do you rent them, except for those who had perfected the act of rigging. In an ideal political climate, people should freely express their franchise, their right as to who they want to lead them, to govern them. So in this case, I do not think jumping from one party to another within an election year or season will make him a very serious politician. Although there are people who are diehard with him, there are people who want to hold on to him, but it's not a very healthy thing in an ideal democratic climate or under an ideal democratic climate where people's support should be based on conviction, not just on the basis of your personal ambition. They must know you. So he'll be telling Nigerians who he is. But I think if he goes to ADC and loses, he should remain in ADC. That would be my advice. Otherwise, Nigerians will not take him as serious as they took him in 2023.
Okay, at the tail end of your response, you made mention of people who are like his diehard supporters, and it just took me to the question I was about to ask you. That with the fact, with the number of persons or number of supporters that Obi has, don't you think that they would not even care where he is? Like, let him just get the ticket. If you decide to move to Labour Party, our own is just get the ticket and we'll just fly with that. Don't you think that would what Nigeria, what his supporters would prefer?
Well, I am not one of them, but I believe that a lot of those supporters supported him not because of what they got from him, but from what he represented. And remember, the both of them were like a smart couple, talking about his vice presidential candidate and himself. They were both younger compared to those who had wanted to clinch onto the ticket, the presidency at that time. So for them, that was a wonderful pair. And look at what they exuded. None of them were talking of where they come from or where they don't come from. They were talking about what they were bringing to the table, or what the kind of governance that they were bringing. They were a wonderful pair indeed. But now, the narrative is changing. Have been in crisis. The people who were in that Labour Party were all, members of the Labour Party were all involved in those crises. They were either on one side or the other. All of this is yet to unsettle. The wind is still blowing. So I don't think he will have as much as he had in terms of trying to bring out or sieve out the bracket that is so considered as diehards. No, a lot of people will drop their faith. When you give people reason to doubt your credibility, your consistency, they will take a bow. But for those who hold on to, maybe, remember, B is also not the Naira dashing man. His hand is not so free. I don't have a problem with that, because he's not like the conventional or typical Nigerian politician that spreads Naira and dollar everywhere. He tells you what he wants to do and wants you to support him. So even the hungry will not want to remain because there's nothing they'll be picking from the ground every time they see him. But diehards, yes, they might not be as much as they were. That's to say that he may not make as much significant impact as he did as his candidacy did in 2023. That's my position. It's a dwindling fortune for him. if it's that. But if you come to if it's about the ADC, it's a larger coalition that is determined to take power from, the ruling APC. And you can see that the crowd of interest there is beyond the dirty movement. If they all agree and say, let's work together, fine. They might spring up surprises, whether Obi is going to be candidate or not of that party. But I just wish they put their house in order. I also pray he gets ticket, because he's one man that has given hope to Nigerians. You see the way the youths are behind him, and this youth truly want change. And I pray that he should not return back to the Labour Party that he has left on account of this, the pursuit of his ambition. It will spell good for him. People are critical thinkers are involved. A lot of people are watching, but we just hope that he will stay consistent. If the reason is moving is because of the unsettled climate and under which the Labour Party is now, it's understandable. That's my position.
Okay.
But I think definitely he will have some diehard, but they may not be as much as they were, because the roof is cracking. The walls are cracking now in terms of the composition, membership, and population strength of the Labour Party for today.
Okay. Let me come back to the studios. Let's look at it this way. What do you think are the chances for Peter Obi really in ADC? Because we have political gladiators. We have Atiku. Who has the money, who has, he has the money. That's the most important thing. He has the money. And then we have people like Rotimi Amechi, who is also not willing to step down at any point. Then we have, of course, Peter Obi, and we don't know any other person that would want to. Some persons are saying Kwankwaso and all of that, but we're not sure if Kwankwaso would join the coalition or would join ADC as a party. So, but do you really see Peter Obi emerging as the presidential candidate for ADC, and also putting into or bringing into play what he has said, that he will not accept a vice presidential offer? And then even his supporters have also said they don't want this man take vice presidential, if it is the presidential ticket or nothing. Do you think that would actually happen?
No, it is. It's so surprising because before Obi defected or he left Labour, I don't want to use that word defect because they will tell you
he has no coalition.
Before he became a full coalition member of ADC. We had this discussion on the 31st of December when that event took place in Enugu.
Yes.
So I was of the opinion, in our sister station, I was also in the studio that day. I said, I don't know the arrangement he has with ADC. And if there is no arrangement and that Obi is going into ADC to get the ticket of as the presidential candidate for ADC, if Atiku Abubakar is contesting, it will be difficult for him. I said it that day because Atiku Abubakar has the fat pockets. We have seen him. In 2019, he got the PDP ticket. In 2023, he got it as well. It is not because he was the most popular candidate among PDP candidates, but it was because he has a larger pocket and he could swing delegates. After he got it in 2023, that was why Obi left. And you see what happened to PDP thereafter to where we are today. So if that same man, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, is actually interested in contesting for the president of this nation through ADC, it will be difficult for Peter Obi. But as we were discussing it that day in the studio, some people were like, Obi is not a kid. There must have been an agreement before he left the Labour Party fully and said he was now, pitching tent with ADC. I said, well, if there is that agreement and it is actually marshaled and obeyed till the end of election, primaries and all that, that would be good. That's what Nigerians want to see. But if that agreement fails somewhere, it will be an issue for Obi to actually get that ticket. Because Obi has said he doesn't want to be vice president. He said he has been visiting presidents of the world leaders. He's not visiting them because he wants to come and be vice president. He's visiting them because he also can be president of a nation. That's quite correct. His supporters have also said it's either presidential candidate or president, no other one. They are not going to be part of it. That's good. But immediately after that, this last week, we started seeing some, changes and statements that were coming. We saw that one of the spokesperson for Atiku Abubakar said Atiku Abubakar has never said he was stepping down for anybody, that he was going to contest. Became a major news headline this week. He was going to contest. Okay. We also saw Dele Momodu also made statements along that same line, even accusing, Pat Utomi said no. Obi has to be Obi. If it's not Obi, he will even withdraw his support. Dele Momodu now countered that and said Pat Utomi was talking like a non-democrat. Because everybody knows how close Dele Momodu is to Atiku Abubakar. So if all this is aides are now speaking, Nena, it means there is still something, handwriting on the wall that we have not been able to decode and we have not been able to read. And if that handwriting actually goes the way his aides are speaking, that means he's going to have that primaries with Obi. I don't know how that magic will be done, that he will not get it. And if he gets it, you know what that will mean to Obi and Obedient. Obedient are saying wherever he goes, they will go with him, which means at this moment they are with him. But they are waiting at the brink to actually see what will happen to their principal. That's where the question you asked my colleague, whether going back after he loses, if eventually didn't favor him to get the ticket in the ADC, whether it is honorable. For me, it's not honorable. Do you understand? Because Nigeria politicians are nomadic in nature. They are nomads. They move. As soon as the herdsman sees that, oh, there is no more grasses in where I'm grazing my cattle, it's not green any longer, he moves forward to see if we get greener grasses for his cattle. That will always be Nigerian politicians. They are very nomadic in nature. They try to move towards where it will be favorable to them. And Obi has been one of those that condemns such, always looking for where it will favor them. So if he's now moving into ADC, from ADC back to Labour, when he has already left Labour for ADC, Nigerians will not take him too serious. That's where I'm really looking at. I don't know how the arrangement they have before he came in. We don't know that arrangement. We don't know that agreement. And we don't know whether all these persons that are speaking, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar will defy whatever they are saying and say, no, let me act as that statement. And let's see these 4 years, if we can actually push out this ruling political party and get into Aso Rock, whether we can actually lay structures down for Nigerians to see that good leadership is possible in this nation. We just want leaders that will be able to tell Nigerians that, oh, we've been in the dark, which we have always known, and we'll be shouting that our problem is leadership. But we want that leader that will hold us by our hands and lead us through that very promised land that we have always been yearning for. We have everything here in this nation, but we have never had anybody, that good leader that will help us to harness it so that Nigerians could actually be like countries of the world who also have oil that are enjoying it. Saudi Arabia is enjoying their oil quite well. UAE is enjoying their oil quite well. Qatar, and all others. So even before Libya, was scattered by the Western ally, US, Libyans were enjoying their oil so well. Why is it that Nigerians are not enjoying this same wealth that all these countries have that we are not enjoying? Because some other few persons are, cornered it and turned it to their own heritage. So we are waiting, but I'm praying that probably there is a better arrangement in ADC, because ADC will still tell you now. I still listened to the spokesperson Bolaji last time, and he was still talking about that they are still at the formation stage and that they will eventually roll out, unveil whatever they have to Nigerians. Probably at the time of unveiling, because they have this January to May to tell Nigerians what they're actually capable of and made of, and the ideology that Nigeria should see from them. different from what we'll be seeing. So maybe between now and then, some other persons would have spoken to Atiku Abubakar and say, he may say, oh, I want this man to go. Let us rally around him because I want to see him like an elder statesman if they really want to build that party, if they really want Nigerians to believe in them. Let it be different from what we'll be seeing. Because what we used to have in this APC was, it is my time, Emilokon, so I'm coming in. So what we also had in PDP was, there was too much of greed. Everybody was like, I want to have it at all costs. That 2015, they lost that election. Probably if that ticket also went to the north, it was not given to Jonathan, probably the PDP would have still remained in power. But when they gave it to Jonathan, the gap got widened and they lost that election. So all that greed we have seen at the top, and it must be me. If ADC will be able to manage that and shun that, then Nigeria will not have that belief. You will see that even if they win 2027 after that, 2031 will be very easy for them because more Nigeria will not have their belief and say, oh, these people are not the usual leaders we've seen in Nigeria who wants to remain there and pinch their tent like a priest in a shrine. So that's what we are looking at. But let us see whether such will play out. I want to see an Atiku Abubakar put His Excellency Peter Obi's hand to campaign in the north and in the south and say this is the candidate. But we don't know yet. They are speaking around him and we don't know whether he will buy into all we are hearing. I will not step down. I've not said I will not contest. If that one plays out, it means it's not different from what we'll be seeing.
Okay, well, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. We'll move on to Rivers State, where tensions remain high following the moves by the State House of Assembly to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Fubara. As ethnic groups, lawmakers, and political actors trade accusations and counterclaims. The Ijaw Youth Council has rejected the impeachment move against Governor Fubara, describing it as politically motivated and capable of destabilizing Rivers State. The youth are also demanding the removal of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, whom they accuse of exerting undue influence over the political crisis in the state. Meanwhile, the Rivers State House of Assembly has dismissed claims that the ongoing impeachment process against Governor Fubara is influenced by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The Assembly's spokesperson, Enemi George, in an interview, insisted that the lawmakers were acting strictly within constitutional provisions and not at the behest of any political figure. He stated that the House should not be reduced to the influence of an individual, describing such claims as unfair and demeaning to the legislature. Despite these assurances, public perception continues to link the crisis to Rivers' long-standing political rivalry and past struggle between former allies. Let me come to you first, Likia. It is your state. You stay in Port Harcourt. Let's have your take on what's been happening, this impeachment process. We thought that Rivers State had gone past whatever it says, or this political, as in this impeachment thing, because we know it came up before the state of emergency. And now again, we are seeing this where he's head. What do you make of all that is happening in your state, in Rivers State?
It is actually, to me, a very disheartening development. It is painful that at a time when we should be thinking of recovering from the adverse impact created as a result or created by the emergency rule, instead of addressing them, we are still talking about the same problem of impeachment. Be that as it may, impeachment is purely a constitutional matter. It's nothing that should be traced to one person. Although we saw the role that the former governor and current minister of the FCT played the last time. After the reconciliation, we saw how the parties came together to work. But at this time, we expect that all the parties will close rank and work together in the interest of the state. But right now, we are not seeing that. Those who are actually suffering and missing out on the dividends of democracy are Rivers people. And it's not a healthy development for us. Not celebrating at all. It's so painful. And these are the same people that expect that Rivers people should be voting for them in the coming polls. So for me, I see the governor as someone who once had very massive support in terms of the state. He had support from the people. You know, the FCT equally have support from very experienced politicians. And all of that was to help, you know, strengthening the bond. But now the pack of cards have crashed again. And is a painful situation for Rivers people.
So I okay, go ahead.
Hello.
You can go ahead.
So what I think is happening is a situation where the Ijaw Youth Congress, because the current governor is being seen as an Ijaw man from Opobo, you know, and they are saying we don't want this. We are not in support of this. That's personal wishes that they have expressed. Remember, after the reconciliation, Governor Fubara made one statement, and he said, "I didn't ask anybody to fight for me." Maybe that was part of the political strategy. But what are the real issues now? I am waiting. Apart from the issue of breach or whatever, can't there should be due process. The law says for you to commence an impeachment process, you give the governor a 14 days notice. If you look at the letter that was sent to the governor, what you see is a 7-day notice. All those issues are constitutional matters. As it stands, I also learned that the governor was being addressed as madam in that letter. Whether it was a matter of switch for one that was meant for the deputy governor or not, these are things that could be challenged in court, you know, because if you must commence this process, it must be thorough. I see it as purely a constitutional matter. The only thing is, are the courts, our courts, ready, you know, to do the needful? Are they ready to breeze up to the challenge of this moment by ensuring that they do clear interpretation of the Constitution on this very critical matter? So that is the problem. This is a great setback for Rivers people. In spite of how well endowed we are just crawling behind other states. And it is a pathetic situation that is being brought upon the state by the political leaders. This is a painful experience for me as an individual. And I don't pray to see this kind of thing happen again. But all the same, I wish that they could look out for how to reconcile and do the needful by ensuring that governance continues. Because even there is no way he will nominate commissioners, you know, and this assembly will screen them. There is no way the appropriation bill will be received by the lawmakers and pass for him to effectively govern. And I'm surprised. This is a governor that just defected to the APC. And the same assembly had equally defected to the APC. So can the APC leadership call these parties together? Before, it was PDP, APC, and all of that crisscrossing here and there. The politics in Rivers State is turning into something else. But we're just watching. We hope that the decency will come into political practice and experience after now. But as it is not very healthy. It's not a healthy situation to talk about. Although I'm not one of those who give up, you know, when it comes to the need for people to experience true democratic practice. And that's why the electorate now must be more careful, must be more conscious of what they want. That's why we're craving for a system that will ensure that the votes of Nigerian counts. And we pray that INEC under the new leadership will do the needful and help the people express their franchise in a manner that the outcome of the coming electoral process will be people's vote determined.
Okay, let me come in here. Let me come in here before you continue. While you were talking, you said you don't think that this has to do with Wike as it's been reported, or as people have attributed this particular issue or turn of events to Wike. And if you report actually said that he was in the house yesterday when this proceedings was taking place, if he does not have any hand in this, why was he in the assembly? Because the last time we checked, Wike is not a lawmaker. He's not a sitting legislator in the Rivers State. He is a minister of the federal capital. So what is he doing in the House of Assembly? So, and then of course now the House of Assembly is also saying that Wike does not have anything to do with this. But from what is happening, don't you think that there's a link between, it's not as if, and of course even the same Wike has come out to say that this governor is a bad child. And you know how it is. When you say somebody is a bad child, what do? You punish this bad child. Don't you think that this is like a form of punishment for him?
We approach issues from different perspectives. There is always this crisis of interpretation and understanding when developments like this come up. And I tell you clearly that, look, I am not one of those people that work with assumptions. If a man will come out without being bold enough to tell you that his name is John, and he denies that his name is not John, whereas we all know that he is John, it will be wrong for me to call him John. Because if I call him John when he says he's not John, there will be an identity crisis. And I won't want to promote identity crisis where there are real issues begging for attention on the table. Wike had been governor. Wike speaks freely. If the lawmakers are saying it's not Wike, and Wike has not come to say he is driving this process, we know he has been going around different parts on a thank you visit for whatever reason. But I tell you that I wouldn't want to work with assumptions.
Okay.
Because the people who are in that house, members of the House of Assembly, are all mature. They are representatives of the people. What I will quarrel with is that they will come out to say this is what our principal, the political leader of Rivers State, has said. Yes, on Wike, and that we are going to do that which he says.
Okay.
Against the wishes of their constituents that they represent in the House of Assembly. Now, that's why I'm saying that this matter is just unfolding.
Okay.
There are hitches and breaches. There are all issues. I talked about the 14 days notice that ought to have been constitutionally, and now there is a 7-day. Ordinarily, the governor can go to court to challenge that. Look, let the court interpret this 7 days notice being given to me, and why should I be addressed as madam?
Okay.
All of that are issues begging for attention. So for me, if they are saying they are not, or he's not involved, and they are not taking orders from Wike that Wike should be separated, I should listen to them. I should give them the benefit of doubt to say, yes, Wike is not involved. So let us look at the issues. But the real issues are constitutional, and I believe that every rational thinking person should look at it from that perspective.
Okay.
We should look at the hitches and the breaches and see how we will address them on the basis of merit, not just on the basis of sensationalism.
Okay, let me come back to our virtual guest here. I'll come back to, sorry, not our virtual guest, our guest in the studio. I'll come back to you, but let me hear from our virtual guest. We don't have time anymore, but what do you make of all of this, in your own opinion? This River State House of Assembly saying Wike is not the one pushing this. We are being independent. We're doing this on a constitutional basis. And Nigerians are saying otherwise. What do you think about all of this? Is this a battle of godfathers versus institutions and all of that?
Well, then right from the time this crisis started to where we are today, I don't think River State House of Assembly and Wike has actually distanced themselves from what is happening in Rivers, except we don't want to speak the truth of the matter. When this matter started last year, we thought it was an issue that was going to be resolved amicably, and things will move on. We saw the development as Tom brought into emergency rule, which the sitting governor was incarcerated for another 6 months. He was out of power. Okay, when he came back just 18th of September. And that's just about 4 months ago. Now, another problem has come up again, that this one actually now, got so ignited when after the visit of the National Secretary of APC, went to commissions of project, and he made some statements that, Fubara is doing well and he deserves a second tenure. So, but what we now saw was that there was a panic mood in Abuja that hurriedly brought Wike down to Port Harcourt Rivers and then started doing a thank you visit, thanking local governments after 2.5 years of election. One would have expected that thank you would have been immediately after the election, they'd be sworn in, would have done that. But now he's moving around and telling, it's not even just moving around for thank you. Thanks can be anytime. But look at the utterances that are following each of his statements, when he's addressing gathering in this thank you visit that just came up abruptly. To the extent that he's saying it's a bad child, and as a result, it's not coming back. So if the witch cries last night and the baby dies this morning, then I think you can now fix where this problem is coming from. So forget about what the House of Assembly is saying. I watched that Speaker of the the spokesperson for the House of Assembly yesterday, Enemy George, when he was, trying to defend it. But he was not coming out, truthful. Nigerians know where this problem is coming from. The biggest problem is that he kept talking of agreement, that he has violated agreement, and there is a structure on ground. Who owns structure? The Rivers people owns the structure, because he has only one vote. If there is a structure that brought Fubara to power, it was the vote of the Rivers people. What is the agreement? The agreement Fubara has is the agreement with the Rivers people. Agreement to give Rivers people the dividend of democracy. If that is not there, that's when Rivers people will say, Fubara has violated the agreement. As soon as he's sworn in as governor, he has an agreement to give the Rivers people the dividend of democracy. So this distraction that is coming from a political godfather who has had his own 8 years uninterrupted, nobody interrupted him, must be checked by the Rivers people. In all this, I see Rivers people that they become so docile and allow one person to hijack their own fate. These 4 years is almost gone. And we have seen from one trouble to another. So the Rivers people must wake up and challenge Wike, because if Wike has not even been there at all, that's a different ballgame. He was there and he was given the opportunity for 8 good years. Nobody disturbed him. Now somebody has come in, they gave their mandate to, and it's not allowing the person to do the job for the Rivers people to enjoy the dividend of democracy. I don't see anything to be hidden there. Wike has a hand in what is going on in Rivers State at the moment.
Okay, well, divergent views. You feel Wike has a hand, and Lekia Christian, our virtual guest, who is in Port Harcourt, is saying that he doesn't think this is what is happening. It's just a constitutional base. Well, we'll see how this unfolds. Thank you very much, Lekia Christian, for being a part of the show today. Thank you so much. Special thanks from me to you. I'm sure you understand why. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for being here as always. And that's all we have, yes, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and, of course, follow us